6:02. The moon set and the sun rose. Day and night changed. Fortunately, there was still a spring breeze in the world. The two disciples of the Luopa mountain did not sleep for the entire night. They sat on the wall and chatted. Nobody knew why they had so much to talk about. Fortunately, a chi cultivator who almost fell to the bottom was now on his way to the top of the mountain. He did not stop at the middle of the mountain. The road to immortality was long and the road to heaven was difficult. Some people walked and some people ran. Those who could surpass others were true geniuses. The other girl was taller and her skin was not as dark as before. The matter of martial arts breakthrough was like eating melon seeds. Even after chatting for the entire night, she was still energetic and did not feel tired at all. Cui Dongshan stood on the wall and said that the ancient god was taller than all the mountains in the human world. With a long whip in his hand, he could move mountains thousands of miles away. Another god stretched out his hand and there was a scene of a bright moon above the sea. There was also a god who ran tirelessly between heaven and earth. The god did not show his golden body. He only carried the sun on his shoulder without any concealment. When he ran close to the human world, the sun hung high in the sky. When he ran far away, the sun set in the west and dusk fell. In any case, Pei Qian's words went in one ear and out the other. The big white goose was talking nonsense. It was not her master who was talking. It did not matter if she listened or remembered. Therefore, Pei Qian actually liked to talk to the big white goose. The big white goose always had strange things to say and stories to tell. Most importantly, it did not matter if she heard it or forgot it. The big white goose never urged her to do her homework. In this aspect, it was much better than the old chef. The old chef was very annoying. He knew that she was diligent in copying books and never owed money, but he still asked her every day. If he had so much free time, he could have stewed a pot of salted pork with bamboo shoots and cooked another plate of dried shrimps with water celery. When Pei Qian thought of this, she wiped her saliva. Other than these specialties, there was also the old chef's fried dried fish from the stream. It was really amazing. This time, before she left for the long journey, she specially brought little Millet to the stream and caught a big basket of food. After that, Pei Qian kept an eye on old chef in the kitchen, telling him to put more effort into cooking. He had to use 120% of his skills. These were to be brought to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for his master. In the end, Zhou Xian almost had to use the 6-step stance and the monkey fist stance to satisfy Pei Qian just for this deep-fried dried fish. In the beginning, Pei Qian wanted to carry the food in her bag and bring it to the inverted hanging mountain personally. However, the journey was long and she was worried that she would not be able to carry it. As soon as she arrived at the ferry of Old Dragon City and saw Cui Dongshan, who was travel-worn, the first thing she did was to ask the big white goose to hide the small gift well in something close to her. For this reason, she made a deal with the big white goose. 10% of the golden dried fish belonged to him. Then along the way, Pei Qian tried different ways to eat the remaining 10% with Cui Dongshan. It was crispy and delicious. Even the old master and Chao Xiao seemed to be envious. Pei Qian once asked the old master if he wanted to try it. The old master was shy and said no with a smile. Then Pei Qian thought that Chao Qinglang also did not want to eat it. Her own old chef's cooking skills were really good. He had to sincerely give him a thumbs up. However, sometimes Pei Qian would pity the old chef. After all, he was old and ugly. It could not be helped. His chess skills were not good and he did not know how to say good things. Therefore, it was fortunate that he had this skill. Otherwise, in the Luopa mountain where everyone was busy, he would probably have to rely on her to support him. But this kind of thing after a long time would not be useful. In the end, people would still look down on him. Just like what her master said, if a person did not have any real skills, it would not be like wearing new clothes or wearing a tall hat. Even if people praised you in front of your face, they would only treat it as a joke behind your back. On the contrary, those farmers, shopkeepers and workers of the dragon kiln relied on their skills to make a living. Whether their days were good or bad, they would not be criticized behind their backs. Therefore, Pei Qian was worried that the old chef would be too arrogant and learn from the immature Qin Lingjun. She was worried that the old chef would be praised by the immortals of the neighboring mountains and forget his own surname. Therefore, she repeated her master's words to Qin Lingjun word for word. Of course, Pei Qian remembered her master's teachings. Her master also said that when reasoning with others, it was not enough to be reasonable. It also depended on the custom, the atmosphere and the timing. Finally, it depended on one's tone and attitude. Therefore Pei Qian pondered for a while and called the loyal right Dharma protector to do a very beautiful show of strength. Anyway, little Rice only needed to nod and accept humbly. After that she could record another merit in Pei Qian's book of achievements. After the old chef heard this, he was filled with emotions and benefited a lot. Pei Qian knew that the old chef must have taken her words to heart. She was more gratified. Cui Dongshan walked slowly on top of the small wall. It was the 6-step stance walk. Pei Qian felt that the big white goose's walk was not good enough. It was swaying left and right. It was just a flashy but impractical posture. However, the big white goose did not learn from his master, so it did not matter. Otherwise Pei Qian would really nag at it. Some things once done could not be sloppy. It really could not be done without being serious. Cui Dongshan walked back and forth on top of the narrow wall. He muttered to himself, "Legend has it that the ancient cultivators could enter the dream and see the true spirit through sincerity. Circulating the 3 lights, the sun and the moon circling, where the will leads, where the stars point, the vast divine light, forgetting the mechanism and cleverly illuminating the bones. The 2 sleeves have a pot of paradise, allowing me to ride the wind and the sea of clouds, free and unfettered with the heaven and earth." There is a general idea in this saying. All things return to the origin from my words. Immortals have never accepted money since ancient times. In the blink of an eye, life and death are boundless. There is only the door of cultivation, the way of the Tao. There are gods and immortals above, the night is vast and boundless. There is also the slumbering under the yellow springs, never sleeping for thousands of years. In the middle there is a half-dead man who has a long life and lowers his head, plowing the fields for the human world. Pei Qian asked, "Pai Master taught you this?" Cui Dongshan stopped his stance and slapped his forehead. He did not want to speak. Pei Qian said regretfully, "If it's not master, then it's nothing." Cui Dongshan stood on one leg. He stretched out 2 fingers and made an awkward pose. He pointed at Pei Qian and said, "Freeze." Pei Qian suddenly stopped moving. Then Pei Qian snorted coldly. His shoulders shook and his fist aura flowed out. It was as if he had dispersed the immortal divine ability, and he immediately returned to normal. Pei Qian crossed his arms. Insignificant skill. What a joke. Cui Dongshan pretended to be surprised. He took 2 steps back and said in a trembling voice, "You, who are you? Who is your master? How can you break my supernatural power at such a young age?" Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, "There are no outsiders now. Who are you showing it to? Let's save some energy. That's about it." Cui Dongshan sat back beside Pei Qian and said softly, "If you want to succeed naturally without leaving any traces, you have to practice? Just like our Luapa Mountain's unique skill, the mountain quaking fist. If you don't practice it hundreds of thousands or millions of times, how can it be effective?" Pei Qian sneered and said, "It's 2 different things. Master said that when you go out you have to be kind to others. Sincerity is the most important word." As soon as Pei Qian mentioned her master, his own master Cui Dongshan was at his wits' end. If he said too much he would be easily beaten. But Pei Qian quickly whispered, "Later when the 2 masters can't see us, we have to practice more. Because master also said whether it's on the mountain or in Jianghu, you can't have the heart to harm others, but you can't not have the heart to guard against others. Showing weakness to the enemy can help to save your life. Showing strength to the enemy can save you trouble." Cui Dongshan nodded and thought deeply. Luapa Mountain didn't have much, but it had a lot of principles. In the early morning, Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang, the 2 masters, one old and one young, opened their windows almost at the same time. They silently read the sage books on time, sat upright and still and immersed themselves in it. Pei Qian turned her head to look, curled her lips and pretended to be disdainful. Although she didn't show it on her face and didn't say anything in her heart, she was still a little envious of Blockhead Chao. When it came to reading, he was indeed a little more like a master than she was. But there was a limit. Even if she pretended she couldn't. She didn't have a good relationship with the words in the sage books. Every time she knocked on the door she was like an unlikable flatterer. Every time she knocked on the door as a guest, they didn't know to open the door with a smiling face. It was only a few times, about 3 times, that the words in the books finally gave her sincerity. In the private words of Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, the ink block words no longer died on the battlefield of books, but jumped out of the grave, showing off and scared people to death. When Zhou Mili heard this, she was startled and her brows furrowed together. She was quite frightened. Pei Qian then borrowed a talisman and stuck it on the right guardian's forehead. That night, Zhou Mili moved all of her collection of romance books into Nuan Shu's room. She said that these books were really pitiful and didn't have legs. She could only help them move their nest, which confused Nuan Shu. However, Nuan Shu didn't say much and helped Zhou Mili look after those books that had been flipped through too many times and were badly worn out. Probably like what her master said in private, everyone had their own book. Some people wrote books for a lifetime and liked to open the book for others to read. The book was full of sanctity, loftiness, and not moved by profit, but only the word kindness was missing. But some people never wrote the word kindness in their own books, but the book was full of kindness. When they opened the book, they saw the grass growing and the orioles flying and the flowers and trees facing the sun. Even in the middle of winter and hot summer, there was the lively scene of frost and snow hitting persimmons and red persimmons. After getting along with Nuan Shu for a long time, Pei Qian felt that there didn't seem to be the word rejection in Nuan Shu's book. The 3 times the words on the book were strange. The first time was when she was traveling with her master, and the second time was when Pei Qian was at her most tiring time in Luopa Mountain. She tied a writing brush to her arm with a cotton cloth and gritted her teeth to copy the book. She was muddle-headed, dizzy and half asleep. Only then would the words move like fish in arranged troops. Regarding this matter, she had only told her master once. At that time they hadn't reached Luopa Mountain yet. Her master didn't say much and Pei Qian was too lazy to think too much about it. She thought that probably all scholars who worked hard on their studies would have such a situation. She had only done it 3 times. If she told her master and her master found out, he would have gotten used to it thousands or tens of thousands of times. Wouldn't that be spinning a cocoon around herself, causing her to eat chestnuts at her master's place for nothing? The chestnuts didn't hurt, but it would be embarrassing. Therefore, Pei Qian made up her mind that as long as her master didn't take the initiative to ask about the chestnut seeds, she would never take the initiative to talk about it. Pei Qian suddenly asked in a low voice, "What realm are you in now? That blockhead Chao is hard to talk to. Last time I saw that he only read books every day and didn't seem to pay much attention to his cultivation, so I tried to persuade him. I said that the 3 of us were of the same generation. I learned boxing and swordsmanship and I learned 2 unique skills from my master at once. You don't have to compare with me. What's there to compare? What's there to compare, right? But you, Cui Dongshan, are already in the sea-viewing realm and he, Chao Qinglang, seems to be barely in the cave-dwelling realm. How can this be? Master is not often by his side to teach him Taoist skills, but this is not the reason why Chao Qinglang's realm is not high, is it? Chao Qinglang is also boring. He says that he will work hard and be diligent, but in my opinion he is still not very good. However, I won't gossip about this matter in front of my master, so as to avoid Chao Qinglang judging a martial arts master, a peerless swordsman, and a ruthless killer with his narrow-mindedness. So you are really in the sea-viewing realm now? Cui Dongshan shook his head. Not the sea-viewing realm. Pei Qian hit her palm with her fist. Then are you in the cave-dwelling realm? You should be in the middle 5 realms, right? Forget it, not for the time being. It doesn't matter. You wander outside all year round, busy with this and that, and delay your cultivation realm. It's pardonable. At worst, I will go back and tell Blockhead Chow that you are not in the sea-viewing realm. Just say this. I will take care of your face. After all, we are closer. Cui Dongshan imitated Pei Qian's tone and smiled. Big senior sister is so considerate. Pei Qian frowned and said, You are an adult. Speak properly. Cui Dongshan held the back of his head with his hands. His 2 snow-white sleeves floated down like a waterfall. In Pei Qian's eyes they only looked valuable. This was her master's instruction. She was not allowed to use her heart to peek at the heart lake and other things. There was once a Jindan cultivator from the Spring Dew Garden in the North Continent, but he could not get out of Cui Dongshan's sleeves. He was detained for a long time and used all his techniques, but he was still trapped. In the end he could only wait for death. The world was bleak and he was alone. His Dao heart almost collapsed. Of course, in the end the Jindan cultivator Song Lanqiao benefited more. It was just that the mental journey during this period was not very pleasant. In Cui Dongshan's eyes, Pei Qian, who was not young now, was still a little girl in her early teens, whether in terms of height or intelligence. It was just that Pei Qian's gifted vision and deep understanding of some things were very different. It was not a realm that a young girl should have. Just like when he said that Pei Qian punched too fast, Cui Dongshan would not overdo it. He would remind Pei Qian to think more and slow down her punches, just like her master. Perhaps it would be awkward at the beginning and affect the realm of martial arts, but in the long run, it was for the day when her punches would be faster or even faster. He would teach her to be more worthy of the world and her master. There were many principles that could only be said by Cui Dongshan's teacher to his disciple Pei Qian. However, there were some words that could only be said by someone other than Chen Pingan. It was neither light nor heavy and should be done step by step. They could not spoil things by excessive enthusiasm, and they could not let her state of mind be disturbed by empty principles. In fact, Zhou Xian and Chao Qinglang were just studying and traveling, but it was also an invisible matter. The reason why everyone treated Pei Qian so seriously and regarded it as a matter of course. In the end, it was the young master of Luopa Mountain who cared the most. Apart from this, there was another important reason. That was, Pei Qian's own actions and changes were worthy of the expectations and hopes that everyone carefully hid. On Luopa Mountain, everyone preached and protected the Tao. The young master was the result of the family tradition. However, in the future, Luopa Mountain might not be so perfect. There would be more and more names on Luopa Mountain's ancestral record, page after page. However, there was no need to worry at that time. Presumably, Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang would have grown up, and there would be no need for their master and teacher to shoulder everything alone. Today, Zhong Qiu, Chao Qinglang, Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian did not walk around inverted hanging mountain together. They separated and went their own ways. Cui Dongshan secretly gave Zhong Qiu a grain of grain rain money. It was not a problem for a hero to be stumped by a penny. Moreover, Zhong Qiu was the sage of literature and martial arts master of Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Now he was a real consecrator of Luopa Mountain. Zhong Qiu was not a pedantic scholar. He governed Nanyuan Kingdom and it was thriving. If the old Taoists did not divide the blessed land into four, Nanyuan Kingdom would have already had the momentum to unify the four countries. Not only did Zhong Qiu not refuse, but he also borrowed 2 more grains of grain rain money from Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan accompanied Pei Qian to Lingji shop, but Pei Qian frowned and looked miserable. It was true that those objects and treasures were dazzling and she liked them all. But she couldn't afford them at all. Even after Pei Qian had browsed through all the big and small corners of Lingji shop, she still couldn't find a gift that she could buy with her own money. Even when Pei Qian walked out of Lingji shop sickly, she didn't borrow money from Cui Dongshan, and Cui Dongshan didn't ask to borrow money either. The two of them then went to the street of shops at the foot of the Elk Cliff. Pei Qian was like a fish in water. There were many things here and the price was not expensive. There were so many things to spend money on that she was dazzled. She weighed the money bag and was full of confidence. When she walked, she was beaming with joy. Fortunately, there were many people here. Otherwise, she would not be able to express the happiness in her heart if she did not perform a set of crazy swordsmanship. The street was bustling with activity. Most of the female cultivators came here from the vast world to travel. Pei Qian was amazed by their hair buns and clothes. There was a woman with 2 buns towering like a mountain and a rhinoceros horn combing a fence. Her long skirt with loose sleeves was like floating clouds. Even if she was not a beautiful woman, she still looked graceful and charming. There was also a woman with black hair tied up in a bun and pearls like flowers and trees. Pei Qian was envious of them. They all had a small mountain of gold and silver on their heads. Why were there so many people in the world who were as rich as her? Finally, Pei Qian chose 2 gifts. One was for her master. It was a calligraphy brush that was said to be a famous Zhong family style in the Central Plains. It specialized in writing small regular script. On the shaft of the brush, there was a line of fine Xiaozhuan characters engraved on it. It cost Pei Qian 1 snow to spend money. It was an exquisitely made celadone. Beside the sea, there were many small regular script brushes that looked exactly the same. Pei Qian stood on her tiptoes and stared with her eyes wide open. It took her a whole incense's time just to choose one of them. Cui Dongshan was at the side giving advice. Pei Qian did not like to listen to his nagging and only cared about choosing by herself. Seeing this, the old shopkeeper was overjoyed. He did not feel annoyed at all. Instead, he felt that it was interesting. There were no foreigners who came to the inverted hanging mountains who lacked money. He had seen many people who spent a lot of money. It was rare to see someone who was as calculative as this charcoal girl. The other gift was what Pei Qian intended to give to her master's wife. It cost her as much as 3 snow. It was a letter made of colorful clouds. On the letter, colorful clouds swirled and occasionally a bright moon could be seen. It was very beautiful. With the 2 gifts in hand, the small money pouch with the majority of the common copper coins, silver pieces and golden melon seeds actually did not shrivel up much. It was just that it suddenly felt like it had lost its pillar of support. This made Pei Qian sigh and carefully put it away into her sleeve. What could she do? The big jade plate in the sky had its ups and downs, and the small money in her pocket had its ups and downs. These 2 things were difficult to be complete since ancient times. Actually, there was no need to be too sad. However, what Pei Qian did not know was that the big white goose, who did not help at all, had also bought some random items from the 2 shops. While she was at it, she also secretly exchanged the snow that she had taken out from her money pouch with the shopkeeper. People who cultivated Dao ate the clouds and drank the dew. They washed their bones and cleansed their marrow. The more they attained Dao, the more outstanding their appearance would be. However, for a handsome young man like Cui Dongshan, wherever he went, it was as if he was in an immortal's cave. It was still an extremely rare and beautiful scenery. Therefore, there were quite a lot of gazes on him along the way. Moreover, for many immortals on the mountain, the etiquette and customs of the common people were nothing to them. A group of heavily guarded female qi cultivators brushed past Cui Dongshan. They looked back and smiled. After a few steps, they suddenly turned back and looked at him again. The more they looked, the more tempted they were. They simply turned around and quickly approached the young man. They wanted to reach out and pinch the handsome young man's cheek. However, the young man rolled up his sleeves and the woman disappeared without a trace. The women and their retinue were all panicking. The leader of the guards was a nascent soul cultivator. He stopped all the junior retinue who were questioning the young man and stepped forward personally to apologize. The young man in white with a red mole between his eyebrows smiled but did not say anything. It was the slightly tan little girl who was holding the mountain staff refined by immortals who said something. The young man shook his sleeves and a woman who was limp on the street fell out of thin air. The young man did not even look at the old nascent soul cultivator. He bent down and stretched out his hand. With a smile on his face, he patted the woman's cheek. However, he did not say anything and continued to walk forward with the little girl. After a few steps, the young man suddenly swayed and held his forehead with his hand. Senior sister, this move that covered the sky and covered the sun is unprecedented. It consumed too much of my spiritual qi. I feel dizzy. What should I do? What should I do? Pei Qian wiped her forehead and quickly passed the mountain staff to the big white goose. Then take it easy. Walk slower. Pei Qian intentionally slowed down her pace. However, the moment she slowed down, the big white goose slowed down as well. She had no choice but to quicken her pace and walk as far away as possible from the people behind her. The young man held the mountain staff and pressed it against the ground time and time again. He quietly turned his head and waved at the woman with a bright smile. The woman who was suffering from a splitting headache was pale and dizzy. She could not say a single word. In the lake of her heart, there was not a single ripple. It was as if a mountain that happened to cover the entire lake of her heart was directly suppressed. The old nascent soul cultivator was shocked to the extreme when he peeked into his young lady's heart lake. The bit of grudge in his heart that he was hesitating about whether he should get back at the young lady after the incident immediately dissipated. Not only that, he even spoke in his mind again. Senior, please forgive my young lady's offense. The young man did not turn around. He only pressed the mountain staff lightly against the ground and slightly increased his strength. He said in his mind to the little nascent soul cultivator with a smile, "This bold woman has good taste. I won't bicker with her. Naturally, you don't have to make a fuss over nothing. From your cultivation path, you should be from the Mountain River sect of the Central Plains Divine Continent. I just don't know if you're from the Heavenly Precious Truth lineage or the unlucky Long Elephant Earth sect lineage. It doesn't matter, go back and greet your ancestor Qinjilan. Don't pretend to be hurt by love and go into seclusion to pretend to be dead. Tell her directly that back then she lost to me 3 rounds of the heart reflection game in a row and shamelessly avoided me, right? She was just too lazy to ask for repayment. But today's matter isn't over yet. When I return, I'll slap that tender little face of hers until it's ruined." The mountain in the woman's heart lake disappeared in an instant as if it was moved away by a god. Therefore, the small world of the woman's chi cultivator became clear again and her heart lake returned to normal. The old nascent soul cultivator's Tao heart trembled and he complained incessantly. He did not expect that in this inverted mountain thousands of miles away from the central divine continent, a small dispute would cause such a huge trouble for the sect master and ancestor. That young man was in the immortal realm? Ascendant realm? The old nascent soul cultivator felt sad. Once cultivators became enemies, especially the group of true immortals at the peak of the mountain, it was not a small matter of a few years or decades, but 100 or 1,000 years of continuous resentment. Cui Dongshan turned to look at the little girl who temporarily lent him the mountain-traveling staff. Her forehead was sweating and her body was tense. There seemed to be some guilt between her eyebrows. Cui Dongshan smiled and said in his heart, "Senior sister, how long have you been learning martial arts? Don't worry about me. I'm the same as Mr. I'm used to walking up and down the mountain. I know what I'm doing and can take care of myself. Even if the world falls, there's no need for you to be distracted. Just focus on copying books and practicing martial arts." Pei Qian was a little unhappy. Using the method of martial arts, she said in low spirits, "But I'm Master's first disciple. As the senior sister, I should take care of Nguan Shu and Xiaomi in the Luopa mountain. After leaving the Luopa mountain, I should also show the spirit of a senior sister. Otherwise, what's the point of practicing martial arts? It's not like I want to show off." Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Why can't I show off?" Pei Qian was puzzled. "I've followed Master to so many mountains and rivers, but Master has never shown off." Cui Dongshan shook his head and smiled. "Mister, I still hope that you'll be happier and more carefree in your journey. As long as you don't involve yourself in major issues, you should let yourself have more freedom. It's best that you'll be amazed and cheered by others along the way. Oh wow, they're saying that this lady's martial arts are very good. Oh my goodness, what powerful swordsmanship. If this heroine didn't come from a prestigious sect, she wouldn't have any reason or laws." Pei Qian was overjoyed at the thought of those martial arts scenes. However, Pei Qian suddenly thought of the Great Wall of Sword aura and felt a little worried. She asked softly, "After passing the inverted hanging mountain, it's another world. I heard that there are countless sword cultivators there. So each of them is more impressive than the other. The most powerful chi refinement warriors in the world, will they bully Master, a foreigner? Although Master's martial arts and swordsmanship are the best, he's only one person after all. If the sword cultivators over there were in groups, hundreds or thousands of them with 7 or 8 sword immortals hiding among them, will Master not be able to take care of them?" Cui Dongshan was speechless. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to take care of them. However, it was a good habit for Pei Qian to think of the worst-case scenario before considering everything. This was probably because she had been influenced by Mister's words and example. Hopefully this thing didn't just grow gradually in the spring rain and among the green mountains. Oftentimes, a flower would grow in a muddy swamp or barren land at night. It would bloom before dawn, before the first rays of the morning sun had arrived. Even if it was destroyed by the wind and rain, it would bloom again. The greater hope was that it wouldn't bloom or bear fruit. Many people were destined to be just a small grass in life. They had to see the spring breeze and bask in the sun. Many people were like this in the human world. Why not treat it well? After the small incident at the foot of the Elk Cliff, Pei Qian found an excuse to bring Cui Dongshan back to the Stork Inn. She said that she was tired from walking today. The inverted hanging mountain was indeed an inverted hanging mountain. The mountain road was too difficult to walk on and she had to go back to rest. Cui Dongshan couldn't tell the senior sister that he wasn't at the sea-viewing or the cave-dwelling realm, but was actually at the pure jade realm. He couldn't say that his current pure jade realm was more unreasonable than the Yuanying of the sword cultivator Li Tuanjing of the Aquarius continent and the Xianxia of the Yuan spirit hall of the North continent. The key was that even if he said it, she wouldn't believe him. Unless Mr. said it, the little girl would probably believe him and then say something like, "Keep up the good work, don't be arrogant and complacent." In Pei Qian's eyes and heart, the realms of everyone other than her master were probably not real realms. On the way to the Stork Inn, Cui Dongshan exclaimed, "Senior sister, there's money on the ground." Pei Qian looked down. She first looked around and then stepped on the snow money with lightning speed. Finally, she squatted on the ground and picked up the money. Her movements were more fluid than her punches. Pei Qian touched the snow money and said in surprise, "It's the one that ran away from home." Cui Dongshan was shocked. He jumped back and said with a shocked face, "There's such fate in the world?" When he reached the corner of the alley where the Stork Tavern was located, he looked at the Pei Qian on the ground and really picked up a homeless Xue Qian from the cracks of the stone slabs on the street. He didn't expect that it was the one he named. It was fate again. Then Pei Qian couldn't stop smiling. She turned her head and stared at the big white goose. She said with a smile, "Maybe before we enter the inn the three of them will be reunited as a family." Cui Dongshan said, "Is there such a coincidence in the world?" Pei Qian nodded and said, "Yes, there is no story without coincidences. But it was a pity that there was no money on the ground after walking through the alley." So Pei Qian pulled Cui Dongshan to walk again and again. No matter how patient Cui Dongshan was, he had to change his mind. He secretly threw away the snow money that he wanted to cheat some dried fish to eat. Pei Qian squatted on the ground and took out her money bag. She raised the snow money high and said with a smile, "Let's go home." When they arrived at the inn, Pei Qian lay on the table with the 3 snow money in front of her. She asked Cui Dongshan to take some golden dried fish from the objects nearby. She said it was a celebration. It was unknown whether the snow money fell from the sky, grew from the ground, or grew its own legs and ran home. Cui Dongshan ate the dried fish, but Pei Qian didn't. Cui Dongshan said vaguely, "Senior sister, you're not eating?" Pei Qian lay on the table with her head on her arm. She looked out of the window with her head tilted and said with a smile, "I'm not hungry." Cui Dongshan changed from wolfing down the food to chewing slowly. Pei Qian kept looking out of the window and said softly, "Besides the seniors in my heart, do you know who I'm most grateful to?" Cui Dongshan knew, but he shook his head and said he didn't know. Cui Dongshan even knew that there were 2 small regrets in his master's heart that he had never told anyone. One was the growth of the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket. That was why everyone fooled around on the Academy Lake in the Great Sui Kingdom. The other was the little golden man who seemed to have gone far away and never looked back. These regrets might accompany him for life, but they didn't seem to be something that needed to be drunk or talked about. Pei Qian said slowly, "It's Sister Bao Ping and the Masteress that you're about to meet." Cui Dongshan picked up the dried fish and asked with a smile, "Why?" Pei Qian said, "I think that everyone thinks that it was my master who protected Sister Bao Ping and the others when they went to study. But I know that it was Sister Bao Ping who accompanied my master when he went out for the first time. At that time Sister Bao Ping was still a little girl. She carried a small green bamboo bookcase and accompanied my young master who was wearing straw sandals. They went through so many green mountains and rivers together, so I like Sister Bao Ping very much. Then there's the Masteress that my master likes. If it weren't for her, even if my master could still go far and be the best master in the world today, he would not be so happy. After so many years he would be very tired. How should I put it? Every time my master encountered something that he had to solve by himself, as long as he thought that there was a masteress waiting for him in a faraway place, no matter how far he went, there seemed to be copper coins on the ground for him to pick up. How could my master not be happy? Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "I see. If senior sister hadn't told me, I might not have known in my life." Pei Qian sat up and nodded, "Don't feel stupid. In our Luopa mountain, besides my master, I am the cleverest one. Do you know why?" Cui Dongshan held back his laughter and asked curiously, "Please enlighten me, senior sister." Pei Qian stood up and leaned forward. She waved her hand and said, "I'll tell you secretly." Cui Dongshan stretched his neck and was hit on the head by Pei Qian. The big white goose had just eaten a few dried fish and was rewarded with a few chestnuts. Pei Qian sat back and spread out her hands. She made a gesture of qi sinking into her dantian and said seriously, "Do you know now?" Cui Dongshan glanced at the remaining dried fish on the table. Pei Qian blinked and said, "Eat. Don't worry and eat as much as you want. Just think of it as the leftovers that I left for you. If your conscience doesn't hurt, then eat more." In the wasteland, in a vast area similar to the central divine continent, there was a towering mountain that was taller than all the other mountains in the world. There was no Taoist temple on the mountain. There wasn't even a single demon who cultivated there. This was because this place had been forbidden since ancient times. For 10,000 years, only those in the upper 5 realms who dared to climb the mountain were qualified to go to the peak to pay their respects. Today, a hunchbacked old man who was as thin as a match, dressed in gray, brought a newly accepted disciple up the mountain to meet his self. As they gradually climbed higher, The old man held the child's tender hand with one hand and his other sleeve fluttered in the strong wind. The old man in gray turned his head and looked far away. There was a foreign old blind man who was still controlling the golden armored puppet to move the mountain. The old man shook his head. The child who was being held raised his head and asked, "Is there going to be a war again?" The old man nodded and said, "Because I wasn't here before, so it was just a small fight. Qin Qing had been laughing at me for 10,000 years. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the gambling tables of the large and small gambling houses were doing well. This was because on the city wall, there were two young martial artists in the Golden Body realm who were about to spar for the second time. The woman would use the ask fist while the man would use the feed fist. There was no doubt about the outcome. Although the second shopkeeper's character was worse than the previous, his fist technique was still passable. Today on the city wall, the female martial artist in the central divine continent, Yu Yuanfu, held her breath and concentrated. Her fist intent flowed like a river. Dozens of steps away, a young man in a green robe with a jade hairpin not only took off his boots, but also rolled up his sleeves and tightened his trousers for the first time. Both sides of the city wall were packed with gamblers who were hovering on their swords. When they saw this scene, they didn't hesitate to bet on the winner in 3, 5, or at most 10 punches. That King second shopkeeper. Is he trying to cheat us of our money again with those fake and true rumors and such a clumsy trick? The second shopkeeper has completely failed this time. He's still too young. 6:03. At dawn they neared the door of the inverted mountain. They only needed to take a few steps to go from one realm to another. However, Xianxia asked, "Forgive me for asking, but who helped you to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Did you encounter any problems on your way back?" Cui Dongshan did not hide anything. He smiled and said, "It was the master of Spring Banner House, Sword Immortal Zhou Xian. It's just money. It's not worth your concern." Xianxia naturally did not believe his words. If he wanted to give money to Spring Banner House's Zhou Xian, he had to knock on the door first. But since Cui Dongshan said there was no need to worry, Xianxia was relieved. Otherwise, they were both from Luopa Mountain's Hall of Patriarchs. If there was anything Xianxia could do, Xianxia still hoped that Cui Dongshan could tell him frankly. As for Cui Dongshan, Xianxia was not the only one who felt strange. In fact, Xianxia could tell that Zhu Lian Jingdafeng and Mountain Lord Wei Bian, as the most senior mountain lords of Luopa Mountain, were very concerned about their relationship with this young man. The reason was simple. The young man, named Cui Dongshan, had a mind as deep as the abyss. As the national advisor of a country, Xianxia could be said to have seen countless people. He had seen all the emperors, generals, ministers and heroes of the world. He could even see the true nature of Eugenie, who had turned to cultivation to seek immortality. On the contrary, this young man in white who played with Pei Qian all day seemed to have a mind deep in his heart. It was better not to delve into this person's state of mind. The gatekeeper here was the young Taoist from Inverted Hanging Mountain who was as senior as the Great Lord of Heaven. At this moment the young Taoist was no longer looking down at the book. He was looking straight at the four of them without hiding his gaze. Then the young Taoist who once slapped Lu Tai out of Xianxia House asked 3 questions to the 4 of them. He asked the young man in a Confucian robe and the girl with the mountain walking stick the same question. He asked Xianxia the question, "Are you willing to go to Xianxia House to burn an incense? If you can light up the incense, you can use it to become my disciple. From now on, you and I might be able to call each other senior and junior brothers. However, I cannot guarantee that you will be able to rise in seniority. I must tell you about this first." If it was an ordinary cultivator of the world, they would treat these words as a blessing as high as the heavens and deep as the earth. He asked Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang, "Who is his master?" He asked Cui Dongshan, "Who are you?" Xianxia smiled and replied using telepathy, "Thank you for your kindness, immortal. However, I am a disciple of Confucianism and half a pure martial artist. I have no interest in cultivating the magic of immortals." Chao Qinglang's expression was calm as she replied with the ripples in her heart. "In the vast world, the inheritance of the sect is of utmost importance. I hope you can forgive me for not saying anything." The little Taoist boy didn't find these 2 answers to be surprising. He nodded and understood. He didn't become angry out of humiliation. Year after year he looked at the various forms of life on the inverted hanging mountain. It was really boring. He just wanted to find some surprises. The little girl held the emerald green mountain staff refined from the golden bamboo whip in the lightning pool. She did not speak and instead looked up at the sky. She pretended to be deaf and mute. She seemed to have received the young man's reply. Then she began to move slowly and finally hid behind the young man in white. The little Taoist boy chuckled. His reputation in the inverted hanging mountain was not bad. He had never done anything like bullying others. The few times he did, he would rely on his insignificant Tao techniques and small skills. However, the answer from the young man draped in the skin of an ancient true dragon left the little Taoist boy speechless. That guy had asked such a brainless question without using telepathy or the ripples in his heart. Instead he directly said, "I'm Zhou Xian." The little Taoist boy did not have the mood to pester him. He lowered his head and continued to flip through the book. The door beside him opened. The four of them walked towards the door. Pei Qian had been hiding at a place furthest away from the little Taoist boy. Now that the big white goose moved, she stood on the left side of the big white goose and moved with it. It was as if she could not see the little Taoist boy and the little Taoist boy could not see her. After Cui Dongshan boarded the ship at Old Dragon City, he only reminded Pei Qian of one thing. If they met an expert, they should not take a second look. They should take a detour and mind their own business. Pei Qian asked what was considered an expert. Cui Dongshan laughed and said that those who looked like they were shrouded in fog were experts. After seeing them, he imitated Chen Lingjun and pretended to be blind. Then he imitated Little Millet and pretended to be mute. Zhong Qiu stepped on the ground. His breathing was not smooth, but it was not a big problem. After a few breaths he got used to it. They were both pure martial artists who had reached the far travel state. There was a big difference between the lotus flower blessed land and the vast world. As the imperial tutor, Zhong Qiu consumed a lot of energy and mental energy. When the lotus flower blessed land became the lotus flower blessed land, there was no more pressure from the great path. Zhong Qiu also took off the burden of being the imperial tutor. Both his mental state and mental energy were opened up. In fact, before Zhong Qiu entered the Luopa mountain, there were already 2 Zhong Qius. Therefore, in those 10 years, Zhong Qiu broke through the bottleneck of the 6th state and successfully reached the golden body state. Finally, after an accident or opportunity, Zhong Qiu, who was close to the water, got the moon first, but did not know that he was close to the water. It seemed to be an opportunity and luck, but in fact, it was just a matter of accumulation. Chao Qinglang was the most uncomfortable one. Her face was slightly pale. She hid her hands in her sleeves and made gestures to help her focus and stabilize her soul. This method was taught by Mr. Liu in the early years. Pei Qian recovered earlier than Chao Qinglang. She shook her head and was very proud. Look, the cultivation road of Blockhead Chao was long and heavy, which made her very worried. Previously, Cui Dongshan said to her telepathically, "I'll tease that little guy." Pei Qian reminded him, "Don't overdo it." Cui Dongshan was the last to enter the gate. He leaned back and stretched his neck as if he wanted to see what book the little Taoist boy was reading. The little Taoist boy smiled and said, "On the upside-down mountain, one of my apprentice nephews is not very friendly to the flood dragon." Cui Dongshan had already entered the gate, but he stepped back and asked, "What did you say just now?" The little Taoist boy was stunned for a moment. He turned his head and frowned. "What is your state?" Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "If I say I'm in the ascendant state, would you believe it?" The little Taoist boy shook his head. The boy was full of himself and seriously discussed this boring topic with him. He continued to ask, "Then why are you asking me? If I say I'm in the nascent soul state, the Jade Roar realm, you will believe it? Do you believe me or do you believe yourself? How do I know if you believe yourself or the me in your heart? Then which one should I believe?" The little Taoist boy was stunned for a long time and asked, "Is there something wrong with your brain?" The boy really did not leave. He maintained the posture where his feet were already in the wilderness and his body was still in the vast world. If the trouble lies in the great path, not in you or me, then what will you do? Is taking medicine useful? The little Taoist boy was completely speechless. The boy smiled cheekily and said, "Seriously, you asked me if I was sick and then I asked if you wanted to take medicine. Now you're confused?" The little Taoist boy was puzzled and asked, "Are you tired of living?" The boy said with a straight face, "How can I repay the living of heaven and earth? In the end I have to repay with my life." The little Taoist boy frowned and closed the book. He planned to drag this guy back to the inverted mountain and give him a good beating. By then he would naturally find out what level he was at. He did not expect that the boy would run away when he saw that the situation was not good. After a while he leaned back again and said to the little Taoist boy with a smile, "The Central Pine collection, which seems to be sentimental for most of the book, is really not worth reading. That infatuated scholar died in the end, but the woman did not die for love. Instead she remarried and gave birth to a bunch of fat babies. Don't you think it's annoying? That's nothing. The most annoying thing is that the scholar reincarnated and became the son of that woman's son. Wonderful, wonderful." The little Taoist boy exhaled slightly and squeezed out a smile. He said slowly, "Come, let's have a good chat." The boy in white finally understood the situation and left. He did not intend to chat with the little Taoist boy any longer. After that bastard left, the little Taoist boy hurriedly flipped to the end of the book. Suddenly he widened his eyes. The book was about the happy ending. Cui Dongshan came back again and said worriedly, "I forgot to tell you something. Your book is a copy of the later version after the black-hearted bookseller had altered it. The original ending of the original flawless volume was not so beautiful. But because of this, the sales will not be good and the bookstore will not be able to sell the book. You don't believe me? Your book is a copy of the Jade Mountain Room of the Duanxi Lu family in Liuxiao Prefecture, right? Sai, it's not even a good book, yet you're still so interested in it. Even the Wen Guantong edition would be good. But there's a set of rouge books of unknown origin. Every time a man and a woman meet, the content is not deleted but given. It's really, really good. If you have money and time, you must buy it." The little Taoist boy asked, "You have it?" The boy in white said helplessly, "I'm a great cultivator of the middle 5 realms. Why would I spend money to collect these different editions of scholars and beauties?" The little Taoist boy sighed and put away the book. Looking at it for too long would make him worried. Finally, he talked about serious matters. "According to seniority, my martial nephew didn't seem to be able to find out about your background." That person smiled and nodded. "Then tell him not to investigate. He's tired of living. Be careful not to be struck by lightning. Do you think that with such a large territory like the inverted hanging mountain, you can be as carefree as I am, coming and going as I please between 2 worlds? Am I right?" The little Taoist boy finally stood up. In an instant, the little Taoist boy, who was only as tall as a child in the marketplace, suddenly towered between heaven and earth like a mountain. Cui Dongshan waved his hand and said, "Don't think about waiting for the rabbit to come out, and don't even think about closing the door and letting the dog out. I'm a great immortal of the middle 5 realms, and every move I make can shake the earth and the mountains." The little Taoist boy was about to make an exception and go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to drag this person back to the inverted hanging mountain. Unexpectedly, the great Lord of Heaven sitting on the lonely peak suddenly said indifferently, "Let him go." The little Taoist boy turned his head and looked at the figure on the lonely peak with cold eyes. "You want to stop me with the rules?" The great Lord of Heaven, who had a different Tao vein than the little Taoist boy, sneered. "Rules? The rules are set by me. You've been dissatisfied with this for many years. When have I ever used the rules to suppress you? It's just a Tao technique." The little Taoist boy was annoyed and walked away in circles. Suddenly, another head popped out and said bitterly, "I'm angry because of an outsider and my own people. I'm really angry. I'm really angry." After the little Taoist boy was really angry, he directly triggered a vision of heaven and earth in the sky above the inverted hanging mountain. The sea of clouds in the sky rolled and huge waves rose on the sea. The immortals fought and countless fairies that were docked at the shore were affected. Everyone was shocked, but they did not know the reason. The great Lord of Heaven, who had already set up a small world at the foot of the mountain, said indifferently, "Enough is enough." Cui Dongshan finally walked into the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Some small principles were separated from the biggest fist of the inverted hanging mountain. It meant that there was someone who would take the initiative to help solve all the problems in front of him. However, Cui Dongshan was still in a bad mood. The little Taoist boy's Tao techniques were just so, but he had an extraordinary background. Not to mention the little Taoist boy's master, there was someone who was deeply involved with the little Taoist boy. He was a big shot at the top of the Beko Keikyung building. Cui Dongshan had actually disliked him for many years. However, when he thought of how he could not immediately press him to the ground and teach him a lesson, he could only wait for the opportunity to come. Cui Dongshan felt that he was really a coward. He was a reasonable person who had friends all over the world. There should not be any overnight grudges in the world. When he thought of the old bastard Cui Dong's current realm, Cui Dongshan was even more annoyed. Therefore his expression was not good. Pei Qian asked worriedly, "You said something unpleasant and then got beaten up? When you are outside you will suffer losses. Bear with it." Cui Dongshan shook his head. It was rare that he did not tease the senior sister. The lineage of the literary saint, whether it was grudges or lessons between master and disciple, between senior and junior, no matter what anyone did, they should be punished behind closed doors. My lineage of the literary saint, from master to student, when have we harmed the world for our own selfish desires? Since when had he been reduced to the point where he could only allow others to gang up on him and order him around? How can the lineage of the literary saint talk about incense? Did I really say something wrong? No. Not to mention the entire vast world, even the smallest Aquarius continent. How many people know about that Luopa mountain? How many portraits are hung there? For 100 years the crime is Cui Dong. Of course, it is also me, Cui Dongshan. It is also that old Xiantian who is trapped in the meritorious forest. It is also that old Xiantian who is hiding in the sea. It is also that big idiot who only eats but does not put in any effort. In the end no one knows where he is. If in the future master of I, Cui Dongshan, and you the old Xiantian student, you too have cultivation but do not know how to share the burden of the sect, what will happen to your junior brother? Then what will happen? Will he still be the enemy of the world, standing alone, straightening his back, looking up at the people in the sky? Me, Cui Dongshan? In the future I will guard the Aquarius continent to the death. Once the continent sinks, that old bastard cannot die, but Cui Dongshan can die. Pei Qian asked softly, "What happened? Tell me about it and I'll help if I can. Even if I can't help you I can still cheer you on." Cui Dongshan laughed. "Thinking that I can see master again, I am so happy." Pei Qian nodded his head and then lectured him, "Then keep it in, you can't be happy once. You have to save today's happiness for tomorrow, the day after, the day after, the day after, so if you are sad in the future you can take it out to be happy." Cui Dongshan suddenly laughed. This time he was really happy. Because he suddenly remembered that his master seemed to be the best at one thing, and that was to survive. Cui Dongshan raised his head and looked around. It was his first time coming to the Great Wall of Sorqi. "I heard that the guy whose surname is Zhuo is currently staying at the top of the city wall and drinking the northwest wind? Hai Feng did not eat his fill and came here to drink the astral wind. How can his brain not be damaged?" Thinking about how he once had such a junior brother, it was truly a worry. Cui Dongshan squinted his eyes. "Let's go directly to the top of the city wall. There is a good show there." Pei Qian said angrily, "The biggest show, can it be compared to me meeting master?" Cui Dongshan said innocently, "My master is over there, from the looks of it he wants to fight with someone." Pei Qian stomped his feet and said with a sullen face, "What is wrong with the people here? They only know how to bully an outsider like master." Pei Qian took a deep breath. Holding onto the mountain traversing staff, he took the lead and ran. Cui Dongshan sneakily took out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeves. He turned and smiled to an old female disciple. "I borrowed it, I am actually very poor." A talisman boat appeared out of nowhere. Cui Dongshan leaned on the railing and shouted, "Big senior sister, what are you doing?" Pei Qian looked up and was stunned for a moment. The big white goose was so rich? She leaped up high, using the mountain-traversing staff to tap lightly on the railing of the ferry, and her figure immediately floated into the talisman boat. As they were getting closer to the city, Pei Qian took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, but after hesitating for a moment he still put it back into his sleeves. Master was over there, what was there to be afraid of? If master saw it, it would still be alright, he would just be given a chestnut, but if mistress saw it he would leave a bad impression of being wronged. How could he salvage the situation? Without a second word he would just kowtow to mistress. Most likely it would not be of much help. Cui Dongshan sat on the railing at the bow of the ferry, his legs swaying, his sleeves swaying. The young man was like the newest white cloud in this barren world. Swordsmen, they were all swordsmen. As far as the eye could see, there were swordsmen everywhere. These guys were the Qi refinement warriors with the greatest killing power and the fastest killing speed in the world. Pei Qian only dared to stick half of her head out of the railing, and still had to use both hands to protect her head, trying her best to cover her face, and then widen her eyes to search carefully for the figure of her master on the city wall. That set of crazy swordsmanship that she created should still be a little lacking in maturity. It was better to play with it later. There was no hurry, wait until she had that little donkey that her master promised to give her. And then she had brought Li Huai and the rest to the pugilistic world several times, and then save money to buy a really good sword. During this period she still had to fight a few rounds with a certain white-haired scholar. What was there to be anxious about? She would think about it later. On the city wall, all the gamblers, big and small, were dumbfounded. They had seen the black-hearted alliance, but they had never seen such a black-hearted second shopkeeper. The gambler who bet that Yu Zhuanfu would be defeated with 1 punch lost. Those who bet on 3 or 5 punches also lost. Those who bet on less than 5 punches or less also lost. Those who bet on less than 10 punches also lost. Those who bet on less than 100 punches also lost all their money. Not to mention those who were at the gambling table, even those who were the bankers also had a black face, not good at all. God knows where so many rich people with holes in their heads came from. There were not many of them and they could be counted with one's fingers, but they just had to bet that Qin Pingon would defeat Yu Zhuanfu after 100 punches. And it was not an ordinary heavy bet. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, those who bet on Alliance could at least win money, but now, except for a few sneaky people, those who bet on him were all defeated. That second shopkeeper did not throw a single punch from beginning to end. Instead, she allowed Yu Zhuanfu to throw out punches like a rainbow, and now she had already thrown out no less than 100 punches. However, the second shopkeeper did not have the slightest bit of conscience, and all the bets were taken away by the roadside dogs of the great world. As for the rest of them, if they did not have a conscience and were willing to tell the truth, then although the second shopkeeper only defended and did not attack and did not throw out half a punch, the fight was really good. The young martial artist of the Golden Body realm could dodge the fist aura, or take the punch head-on and fight so smoothly and powerfully. Just based on the posture and bearing, it was like a sword immortal striking out with a sword. The second shopkeeper could be considered unique. But they were here to make money. No matter how good your second shopkeeper Qin Pingon's fight was, could it be used as money? Could they drink 10 pots and 100 jars of Bamboo Sea Paradise wine for free? An old sword cultivator who had lost all his money began to urge his fellow sufferers. After this fight, let's find a chance to put Qin Pingon in a gunny sack and beat him up, okay? Someone helplessly said, this guy is really cunning and it's hard to say who will put the gunny sack on whom. We can pool money together and hire a sword immortal to secretly strike. It's more reliable. Therefore, someone tentatively suggested, I heard that sword immortal Tao Wen recently fell out with the second shopkeeper, and it seems that they did not divide the spoils equally. Moreover, Tao Wen is famous for not giving face to anyone, so why not pay him to strike? Otherwise, ordinary sword immortals would not be willing to strike for some immortal money. After all, this damned second shopkeeper has a great sword immortal senior brother. Another shrewd and experienced sword cultivator echoed, yes, an immortal will definitely not strike, and a nascent soul might not be reliable, so it has to be a jade unrefined realm sword cultivator. I think Tao Wen is a simple and honest jade unrefined realm sword cultivator with a straightforward temperament, and indeed does not get along with the second shopkeeper. Tao Wen will succeed. Moreover, Tao Wen has always been short of money, so the price won't be too high. Still, someone muttered, what if Tao Wen doesn't fall out with the second shopkeeper, then won't we all be wiped out by the second shopkeeper? For a moment, everyone was filled with righteous indignation and began to brainstorm. Soon someone suggested, then how about Hassa Continent sword immortal Yuan Qingshu? Hassa Continent is the territory of the quasi-sage, and they don't get along well with the second shopkeeper. Is it okay? Will it be safer than Tao Wen? Didn't they say that Yuan Qingshu disliked the wine shop for cheating people? I think Yuan Qingshu is still uncertain. I think Gao Kuei is a good person and he has a good relationship with Pang Yuanji, so I guess he has found the second shopkeeper an eyesore for a long time. Suddenly, someone grumbled, God knows if it's another big hole that has been dug waiting for us to jump into it. Someone sighed and gritted his teeth, I can't live like this anymore. Now when I walk around, everyone I see is the second shopkeeper's accomplice. Everyone else fell silent. Except for the last person who revealed the truth, and not to mention the others who blindly kicked up a fuss. At least half of those who offered suggestions were the second shopkeeper's accomplices. On the city wall, Qin Pingon. He was still unhurried and dodged everywhere. When he couldn't dodge, he would block Yu Zhuanfu's punches. He took 100 of her punches but didn't hit a single one. This was Qin Pingon's original intention. Then he would take the opportunity to compare the fastest and heaviest punches of his peers, except for Chao Ci. At the same time, Qin Pingon also had to check his own fist intent bit by bit and fill in the gaps. It seemed to be constantly changing, and it was about to break and it was about to lose, but in fact it was fast and slow and he could do it as he pleased. Everything was under his control. Therefore, the moment Yu Zhuanfu stopped hiding his strength and used his fastest speed to land a solid punch on Qin Pingon would be the moment when Qin Pingon would truly fight back. Similarly, he would use the fastest punch to deliver the heaviest punch. The Great Wall of Sword energy was fearless, and his punches and state of mind were unhindered. Sparring with Yu Zhuanfu was not the same as fighting with Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji. The latter had too many concerns, and it was inevitable that he had to be careful and work hard to pursue a small victory. The more he won, the more unexpected it would be for Qin Pingon to come from the top of the city wall in the complicated Great Wall of Sword energy. In fact, both of them were foreigners and they were both pure martial artists. Qin Pingon didn't need to think so much at all. Just like what he said to Qin Pingon before, even he, Qin Pingon, was very curious. With an opponent in front of him, his fist intent was condensed to the peak. Once he completely let go of his hands and feet, how fast could his punches be? A martial artist punch. Who doesn't want the martial artists in the world to feel that the heavens are above when they see my fist technique? They can only retract their fists and not dare to attack. A talisman boat that came late and was extremely eye-catching, like a nimble fish, shuttled through the crowd of sword cultivators hovering in the air. Finally, it was only dozens of steps away from the top of the city wall. The two martial artists above the city wall were sparring, and they could clearly see two wisps of ethereal figures that were like smoke. When Pei Qian really saw her master, she was not afraid of anything. She sat on the railing of the bow with the big white goose, and placed the mountain walking stick horizontally on her knees. As she watched, Pei Qian felt a little complicated. This was the first time she saw her master like this. Since she met her master again and again, her master seemed to have never been so high-spirited. It didn't seem like it just didn't. There was no worry in her master's heart. Her master was really just a pure martial artist. Her master at this moment was only Qin Pingon himself. Pei Qian was both happy and sad. She placed her fists lightly on the mountain walking stick. The slightly tan little girl's eyes shone with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Cui Dongshan smiled slightly. Unconsciously, he shook his sleeves. The ripples were small, but it was enough to cover her vision. Not far from the talisman boat, there was an old sword cultivator riding a huge sword. Behind him stood many small heads of different heights, left and right. A child shook his head and said, "This Qin Pingon, no, he can't even fight back after so many punches. He's definitely going to lose." There was a constant stream of children agreeing. Their words were all about the famous second shopkeeper, lamenting his misfortune and being angry at his failure to fight back. Your second shopkeeper is half a member of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the end, he lost to a foreign martial artist from the Central Divine Continent. Aren't you embarrassed? The old sword cultivator only watched the battle quietly, smiling and not saying anything. After all, he was not the only one who lost money. The gamblers on the city wall all had ugly expressions, and their gazes were as unfriendly as flying swords. It seemed like everyone had lost. A child turned his head and looked at a small charcoal on the strange little fairy. He didn't look very old. He asked, "Hey, who are you? I've never seen you before." Pei Qian turned his head and said timidly, "I'm my master's disciple." The child rolled his eyes. "Then who is this disciple's master?" Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled brightly. "My master is the one on the city wall who will win with a single punch." The child pursed his lips and muttered softly, "So he's Yu Zhuanfu's disciple? I think he's better off being the second shopkeeper's disciple." Pei Qian was stunned. Were all the children on the Great Wall of Sword Qi so stupid? He didn't look as good as that white-haired guy. Thinking of this, Pei Qian quickly looked around. There were too many people, and he didn't see the white-haired guy from the Tai Hui sword sect. That was good. It would be best if the white-haired guy had already left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Pei Qian didn't look anymore. He wanted to see his master's style of punching. It must be because his master was too outstanding and made many enemies on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was a pity that sword cultivators didn't have good eyesight. It was because his master was too invincible. On the city wall, some sword immortals riding on their swords in the sea of clouds were the first to look down at the battlefield. Then there were some Earth Immortal sword cultivators who noticed some clues. As for the other young sword cultivators, they were still in the dark and didn't know. Victory or defeat was only a thin line away. Yu Zhuanfu stepped on the ground and his figure was as fast as lightning. When he could no longer see her figure, a loud bang sounded and ripples appeared on the ground. Yu Zhuanfu's speed far exceeded his previous speed. In a flash he arrived in front of the guy who took her 331 punches. In fact, he didn't lose any battle power at all. A knee hit his chest and a punch followed, hitting Qin Pingan's forehead, causing his head to sway back. Yu Zhuanfu immediately retreated. With the help of the surging fist intent on the opponent's forehead and the recoil from his own punch, Yu Zhuanfu instantly retreated dozens of feet. Since her punch couldn't be considered a sword immortal's flying sword, then it was like a blunt knife cutting flesh. This was actually the original intention of her ask fist. He wasn't in a hurry and she wasn't in a hurry either. She only needed to accumulate the advantage bit by bit, and then she could successfully throw out such punches a dozen more times to win. When Yu Zhuanfu's feet touched the ground, he felt a loud tremor. After the punch, not only was Yu Zhuanfu's head punched back, but he also swayed back. In order to stop himself, Yu Zhuanfu's whole body leaned back and slid all the way, forcibly not falling to the ground. Not only that, Yu Zhuanfu had to rely on instinct to change his route to avoid Qin Pingan's powerful punch. But in the next moment Yu Zhuanfu did indeed dodge, but that green robe seemed to have been waiting for him. This was a feeling that Yu Zhuanfu was extremely familiar with but also unfamiliar. Because in the past the opponent would only wait in a certain place and not punch. But today on the city wall with a different opponent he wouldn't be the least bit polite. A punch fell, hitting Yu Zhuanfu, who hadn't completely straightened his back. His head hit the ground before his back and feet. On Yu Zhuanfu's face, blood bloomed like a flower. Yu Zhuanfu's eyes were still calm. His elbow touched the ground, his body spun and flew to the side. Finally he faced Qin Pingan's retreating posture, his knees slightly bent and his hands crossed in front of him. Another punch came straight at him. But Yu Zhuanfu's inconspicuous 10-finger gestures were definitely not the boxing style she learned. But Yu Zhuanfu specifically aimed to counter Qin Pingan's fist technique. These days he had been working on the immortal hand, which could break his fist intent without a single thread of connection. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "A little clever." But what he really cared about was not the battle without suspense, but the subtle changes in everyone's expression outside the battlefield. The more expressionless a person was, or the more tranquil a person's smile, the more interested Cui Dongshan was. After the punch, Yu Zhuanfu was no longer as stubborn as before. He leaned back, his hands on the ground and his body turned upside down. His ankles touched the ground and he bent his waist to move several zhang away. But he found that Qin Pingan was just standing in the same place. Where he stood, the sword chi retreated, the sword intent and fist intent collided, causing Qin Pingan's mountain-like figure to distort like a wrinkled painting. Yu Zhuanfu didn't retreat but instead advanced. "Then I'll exchange a punch with you, Qin Pingan." Yu Zhuanfu rushed forward and threw a punch, pressing forward with indomitable will. Unexpectedly, when that person approached, he seemed to suddenly change his mind. He didn't want to exchange a punch with her. His body turned, bent and turned. Not only did he avoid Yu Zhuanfu's punch, but he also came behind Yu Zhuanfu. One hand pressed on the back of her head, and then he ran all the way, pressing Yu Zhuanfu's face against the city wall. Cui Dongshan laughed softly and said, "Eldest senior sister, do you see? The peak of fist intent is not in punching without restraint, but in punching, stopping and then punching again. The fist follows the heart and the heart can follow the hand. This is the perfection of fist intent, the true fist technique. Otherwise, if Mister's punch didn't change its path and went with the flow, that woman would be half dead if not half dead." Pei Qian couldn't take her eyes off him and complained, "Don't be noisy." Cui Dongshan didn't mind. Don't look at her indifferent as if she didn't remember anything at all. In fact, she thought she saw many things but didn't remember. All the sounds of heaven and earth that she heard but didn't seem to hear were in fact in her heart. As long as she needs to remember, she can use them and she can instantly remember. Yu Zhuanfu sat on the ground with her back against the wall, looking up at Qin Pingan. "There's a third round." Qin Pingan shook his head. "There's no third round. You and I both know it. If you don't want to admit defeat, we can talk about it after you break through." Yu Zhuanfu swallowed a mouthful of blood, but didn't wipe the blood off her face. Frowning, she said, "When martial artists exchange pointers, the more the better. Are you afraid that Ning Yao will misunderstand?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I'm afraid." Yu Zhuanfu was speechless. Qin Pingon looked up at the seal boat, raised an arm, gently clenched a fist, shook it and smiled. "You're here." Pei Qian jumped up, holding the mountain walking staff under her arm, standing on the railing at the bow of the boat. Imitating Little Rice, she clapped her hands lightly. Chao Qinglang walked to the bow of the ferry. The youth also had a rare bright smile. Cui Dongshan still sat in the same place, her hands in her sleeves, bowed her head and saluted. "Student greets Mr." If you add the Great Wall of Sword Qi to the left and right sitting cross-legged on the city wall, then today's Great Wall of Sword Qi, regarded as a withered, negligible lineage of the sage of literature. Around the Great Sword Immortal, there was the 7th realm martial artist Qin Pingon, the 4th realm peak martial artist Pei Qian, the Jade realm Cui Dongshan, and the Cavern realm bottleneck Chao Qinglang. 604. Yu Zhuanfu was actually a very straightforward woman. A loss was a loss. She was neither reconciled nor resentful. She stood up graciously and did not forget to bid farewell to Qin Pingon and left. Yu Zhuanfu was thinking about the 3rd round of Q-asking fists that had been declined by Qin Pingon. "My fist is not as good as his. What else can I do? I just need to increase my fist intent and punch faster." She did not believe Chao Ci's words. She did not believe that she could not catch up with Qin Pingon after losing to him. Qin Pingon cupped his fists and bid farewell without saying anything. The talisman boat landed on the top of the city wall. The 4 of them floated down. Many sword cultivators dispersed, calling their friends and greeting each other. For a moment, the sky north of the city wall was filled with sword lights crisscrossing. However, there were many people who were cursing. After all, no matter how lively it would not be nice if one's wallet was dry. One had to buy wine on credit. Qin Pingon put on his boots and smoothed his sleeves. He first bowed to Mr. Zhong. Zhong Qiu returned the gesture and greeted him with a smile. Before leaving Lotus Root Blessed Land, Zhong Qiu had already asked the new emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom to resign as imperial tutor. Now that he had arrived at another Great Wall of Sword Qi, Zhong Qiu planned to be a pure martial artist. Fortunately, he could polish his fist intent in the place with the most sword qi. Maybe one day he would have a chance to meet Eugenie again. He was no longer the imperial tutor. Eugenie should be the immortal who had achieved the Tao. Both sides would not be reasonable. Qin Pingon had already exchanged glances with Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang understood and was not in a hurry to greet her teacher. She just stood quietly beside Zhong Qiu. At this moment, Qin Pingon looked at Pei Qian with a smile and asked, "Have you seen and heard anything along the way? Did you delay Mr. Zhong's study tour?" Pei Qian first pecked at the rice like a chicken and then shook his head like a rattle drum. He was a little busy. Master seemed to have grown taller again. How could this be? He was taller today and taller tomorrow. In the future, wouldn't he be taller than Luopa Mountain and Cloud-Splitting Mountain? Would he be taller than this Great Wall of Sword Qi? Qin Pingon rubbed her head. Pei Qian suddenly let out a cry of "Aya," and his shoulders shook as if he was about to fall. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Master, don't you think it's strange? I don't know why, but my legs have been unstable from time to time. It's nothing serious. Don't worry, Master. It's just a sudden stumble and it won't affect me from practicing boxing with old chef. As for copying books, it won't affect me at all." Pei Qian tiptoed and reached out to cover his mouth. He quietly said, "Shifu Nuan Shu and Mi Lier said that I often sleepwalk. Maybe I knocked myself one day like a table leg or railing or something." Qin Pingon suddenly understood. "I see." Pei Qian heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed a watertight reason. Everything was fine now. Then Pei Qian's body stiffened and he slowly turned his head. Qi Jinglong slowly walked over with his disciple. The white-haired old man was crying. Why did that money-losing guy come so suddenly? He had been praying for the Bodhisattva to show up at the Great Wall of Sword Qi every day, the heavenly official to bless him, and the names of the sword immortals to give him some luck, but it didn't work. Qin Pingon asked, "When are you going to have a martial arts competition?" "There's no time like the present. Today." Pei Qian's eyes lit up and the white-haired old man was relieved. They looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. The white-haired old man coughed and took the lead to say, Martial arts competition my ass. Pei Qian echoed, yes alas Whitehead is Mr. Lu's proud disciple, a cultivator on the mountain. I am the first disciple of my master, a pure martial artist. I can't fight with Whitehead at all. What's more, I haven't learned boxing for a long time, so I'm not good at boxing. Now I can only be fed by old chef and I don't dare to fight with others. If we really want to fight, it won't be too late to wait until I master the crazy devil sword art. The white-haired old man was anxious. Even if you master that sword art, you are still a pure martial artist. You are a swordsman, not a sword cultivator. The difference is like heaven and earth. You can't fight with each other. Pei Qian was also anxious. What did he mean? Did he look down on my sword art? He was looking down on Pei Qian. Did he look down on my Shifu? My Shifu has always been a swordsman. Did my left guardian of the riding dragon alley lend his guts to the white-haired old man? Pei Qian was furious. He heavily hit the ground with his walking stick. The white-haired old man, let's have a martial arts competition today. Now here. Qin Pingon bent his 2 fingers and hit the back of Pei Qian's head with a chestnut. He said, a pure martial artist punching non-stop is to use today's me and yesterday's me. Don't fight with your personal feelings. The truth is a bit complicated. If you don't understand, remember it first and think about it later. Pei Qian turned his head and said with grievance, but the white-haired old man looks down on a swordsman. Shifu has traveled thousands of miles in Jianghu and always regarded himself as a swordsman. It doesn't matter if the white-haired old man looks down on me. I don't know him. But he looks down on Shifu as a sword cultivator. I won't agree. The white-haired old man felt that he was more brainless than Yu Zhuanfu. He wanted to slap himself. Pei Qian's fist intent was turbulent and flowing. It was as if there were thousands of quiet and serene trickles, suddenly converging into a straight waterfall. In the past, Senior Cui of the bamboo house taught Pei Qian and occasionally said a few words about Pei Qian. Among them, there was the waterfall in the sky, the sound of flying falls on the world, to describe the sudden formation of Pei Qian's fist intent. There was also a dragon's 4 claws holding the 4 mountains, its back towering and its waist stretching horizontally, which was the foundation of Pei Qian's fist intent. Since ancient times, when the old dragon made rain, the rain fell from the sky. Qin Pingon. Pei Qian's fist intent suddenly dissipated. He obediently said, oh, and lowered his head. What else could he do? The master was angry, so the disciple admitted his mistake. It was a matter of course. Senior Cui taught Pei Qian the most, not Qin Pingon but Pei Qian. At least Qin Pingon thought so. Pei Qian learned Pei Qian's fist technique too fast and got too much meaning. As his master, Qin Pingon was both gratified and worried. The white-haired old man's eyes almost popped out. Fai, the great white-head sword immortal, was so partial to Lu and respected him as much as Pei Qian. I reckon that Lu would have gone to the ancestral hall of the Grand Hui sword sect to burn incense, and then secretly shed tears in front of the portraits of those ancestral masters. His lips trembled and he was extremely moved, saying that he had finally accepted a good disciple that was hard to come by in 100 years for the ancestors of his sect. What's wrong with Qin Pingon? Did he drink too much at the wine shop and his brain was not clear? Or was it because of the previous fight with Yu Zhuanfu and the solid punch on the forehead that hammered his brain? Qin Pingon said seriously, the white-haired old man is half a family member. It doesn't matter if you usually fight with him, but just because he said a few words, you have to be so serious about Pei Qian and formal martial arts? Then in the future when you travel alone in Jianghu, will you meet those who you don't know and happen to hear them say a few harsh words about Master and Luopa Mountain? Will you use a faster and heavier fist to reason with people? It may not be so. After all, no one dares to say what will happen in the future. Even Master does not dare. But tell me, is there such a worst possibility? Do you know, as long as it's really that one, then it's 10,000. If that's the case, there are so many cultivators in the world who go down the mountain to experience the world. One mountain will only be higher than the other. The Jianghu is deep and everywhere seems to be a pond, but in fact it's a deep pool. You are alone outside and suffered a big loss. Others made a small mistake, but you relied on your fist intent and handed out a big wrong fist. Then other people's relatives, friends and elders attacked you. Even if Master is willing to fight for you after the event, Master has that much strength, how many punches can he throw out with a clear conscience? When Master meets that person, he doesn't say a word and only punches with all his strength. How can Master knock him down with one punch and only say one sentence to him, saying that my disciple's fist is only small and the principal is big? Since that's the case, as a master I will use a new fist to talk about the old principle with you. Pei Qian lowered his head and did not speak. The white-haired youth's mind was blank. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The youth only knew that his life was over. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhong, shall we walk around? The group of people had a tacit understanding and left the place, leaving only the pair of master and disciple who had not been separated for too long, but who had been separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. Qin Pingon said, Master has said his own principle. Now it's your turn to say it. Master only listens to your heart. As long as it's from the heart, no matter if it's right or not, Master will not be angry. Pei Qian still did not speak. He clenched the mountain walking stick tightly. This was an unprecedented thing. Qin Pingon was a little helpless and could only say a little more. He said softly, if it was in the past, Master would not say these words in front of Cui Dongshan and the others. He would only tell you in private. But now you are the direct disciple of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. Master has not spent much time with you. Moreover, you have grown up a lot and learned fist techniques. Instead of taking care of your feelings, I would rather talk to you in private. If you did not take it seriously, then Master would rather you feel that Master has made you lose face in front of so many people. You would complain that Master is unreasonable in your heart, but you have to remember these principles. Everything in the world, surplus is a blessing. Only the principle cannot be surplus. If you can say it today, say it today. If you missed it yesterday, make it up today. If you do not teach well, it is the fault of the father. If you do not teach well, it is the laziness of the teacher. Master has told you so many troublesome rules, not because he wants you to walk the Jianghu by yourself in the future and have your hands and feet tied and not be happy at all, but because he wants you to think more when you encounter problems. Once you understand that there are no obstructions, then you can use your fists without fear. It is like this once in the Jianghu, and it is even more so 10 times or 100 times. Master does not need the disciple to fight for the master. Since the master is the master, he should protect the disciple. Pei Qian, do you know what the master wishes for? That is, the disciples taught by Qin Pingon, no matter if they are students, go down the mountain. No matter where they are in the world, their fist techniques can be inferior to others, their knowledge can be inferior to others, their techniques do not need to be very high. But there is only one thing. No matter who it is, they do not need to teach you how to be a person. Master is here. Master is here. One person is enough. Pei Qian had already been choked with sobs. She hugged her beloved mountain walking stick, which she got along with day and night and often whispered to it. She raised her arm, wiped her tears with her left hand, and wiped her face with her right hand. But she could not stop her tears, so she gave up. She raised her head, wrinkled her face hard and choked with sobs. Master, the reason why I said that before is that if it is a real fight, as long as the white-haired old man treats me seriously, I will definitely not be able to beat him. But I am really angry with him. Anyway, I can't beat him, but I must use my fists. I am the first disciple of the master. I will not allow him to look down on the master and the swordsman. Even if I can't beat him, I will not be able to beat him. Qin Pingon scratched his head. Then I am wrong. I want to say sorry to you. Qin Pingon bent down, stretched out his palm and helped her wipe her tears. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed. Why was there snot on his nose? He hurriedly turned his head. When he turned his head again, he was beaming with joy. How could Master be wrong? Master, take back the word sorry. Qin Pingon pinched her cheeks. You're so naughty. He almost couldn't help taking out the sword cultivating gourd to drink, but now he didn't want to drink anymore. He said, you know the weight of your fists, or you can think about it before you punch. This means that when you punch, you are always punching, not following the punch. Very good. So I am wrong. I am willing to sincerely say sorry to you. After that, you have to pay a little attention to what I say. Remember as much as you can. If there's anything you don't understand or feel that it's not right enough, just tell me and ask me directly. I'm not like some people, I won't feel embarrassed. Pei Qian shook his head and said leisurely, some people are really outrageous. They are too different from Master and me. Qin Pingon knocked her with a chestnut. Pei Qian rolled her eyes, held the mountain walking stick in one hand and stretched out the other hand. She swayed and wandered around Qin Pingon. It was unknown whether she was pretending to be drunk or sleepwalking, but she pretended to talk in her sleep. Whose master is he? He has such a powerful supernatural power. One chestnut can make people lose their sense of direction. Where is this? Is this Luopa Mountain? I really envy someone who can have such a master. I am so envious that I am drooling. If he is the first disciple, wouldn't he be smiling in his dreams? Qin Pingon took out the sword cultivating gourd, drank a mouthful of wine and didn't give her any more chestnuts. Maybe in a few years Pei Qian would be taller and no longer look like a little girl. Even her master wouldn't be able to knock her chestnuts casually. Thinking of this, he still felt a little regretful. So Qin Pingon knocked her again, and Pei Qian didn't dare to walk around in circles anymore. She reached out and rubbed her head, walked sideways beside her master and asked with a smile, "Master, the book said that immortals touched my head, tied my hair and made me live forever. Master, do you think one day I will suddenly be enlightened by you? At that time I will have to learn boxing and sword and I will be the kind of immortals on the mountain. Then I will have to copy books and take care of the shop business in the dragon riding alley. I will be too busy." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It seems that people who practice Taoism only look at the aptitude and rely on God and the ancestors to make a living. In fact, the most important thing is to ask your heart. If your heart is not calm and you don't pursue the truth, even if you learn thousands of skills, you will still be like duckweed." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "Master, although your current cultivation realm is temporarily, not the highest, this sentence can't be said without the foundation of the ascendant realm." Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "How do you know this? Are you in the ascendant realm?" Pei Qian said, "The truth is not about the height. Besides, now I am standing on the highest city wall in the world, so what I say now will be better." Qin Pingon took a sip of wine. "What is this?" Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. "If we count from the root of the ground, this may be the 4 highest city walls in the world. But if we don't talk about the border with the earth, then the White Emperor City in the central divine continent of the vast world may be higher. As for the height of the Beko Keikyung building in the Qingming world, there is no record in the book, and Master has never asked anyone, so it is hard to say whether it is higher than the city wall of the Great Wall of Sorqi. If there is a chance in the future, I will see it with my own eyes." Pei Qian asked curiously, "Is it the ancestor of the imitation Beko Keikyung building in the capital of Dali? Master, what are you going to do there? It is so far away. I heard from the big white goose that it is not the Great Wall of Sorqi here. Take a ferry, climb the inverted mountain and past the gate there is another world and then we can walk around as we want." The big white goose said that he once had the opportunity to go to the Qingming world with his own ability, but I didn't believe him. How can a student go before his teacher? Master, I can't persuade the big white goose. Master, later on you have to talk to him. In the future he has to change his bad habit of bragging. Master, can I know why you want to go to such a far place? It is said that the Beko Keikyung building is full of Taoist priests and nuns. If you go there alone without me it will be very boring." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I am not going there to travel." Pei Qian became more and more confused. "Looking for someone?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "You can say that." Pei Qian frowned and said, "Who is it? So arrogant, don't you know how to come to Luopa Mountain to find Master?" Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily. They really had the qualifications to be arrogant. One of them threatened, "You have to ask if my fist agrees." Punching the world, parting the sea of clouds. Then another one said with a smile, "Then let me play with you." 12 flying swords fell in the human world. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. He thought of the things that happened when he was young, which he only knew a little about many years later. However, he quickly remembered where he was now. He laughed softly and said, "Master has 2 wishes now. He has never told anyone. I may not be able to do these 2 wishes in my life, but I will always think about them." Pei Qian stretched out his hand and rubbed his ears hard, lowered his voice and said, "Master, I am already listening." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "If there is such a day, I will come and tell you when I am about to travel far away. It is not appropriate to boast too early." Pei Qian sighed, "Then I can only wait for 2 or 3 years." Qin Pingon murmured, "It can't be done in 200 or 300 years. Maybe after 2,000 or 3,000 years I can really live for so long, but the hope is still slim." Fortunately, even if the hope was slim, after all there was still hope. Qin Pingon put his hands in his sleeves and his steps were slow but firm. He smiled and squinted his eyes, looking up at the sky. Qin Pingan quickly withdrew his gaze. In the distance, Cui Dongshan and the others were overlooking the vast mountains and rivers in the south from the city wall. The white-haired man stood beside Qi Jinglong and winked at Qin Pingan. "Good brother, I am counting on you. As long as you can settle Pei Qian, I will call you Grandpa Qian in the future." Qin Pingan and Pei Qian turned their heads and said, "According to the customs of the world, swordsmen and sword cultivators are indeed worlds apart. You can't care too much about the white-haired man's words." Pei Qian was in a good mood at the moment. She didn't care what the white-haired man said at all. Was Pei Qian that kind of narrow-minded person? Was the small account book that she secretly hid very thick? It was very thin. At this moment she was beside her master. She was no longer as careful as before on the ferry. She swaggered when she walked. This was called walking arrogantly makes the demon panic. She even needed a hammer of yellow paper talisman to stick on her forehead. She looked up and said with a smile, "Master, I really don't dare to say that I am very promising when it comes to learning boxing and copying books, but I have learned at least 10% of my master's strength." 10% of his strength. Just how magnanimous was he to be? It is not a problem for him to hold those 2 dishes and 3 bowls of rice. Can't he tolerate a few words from a white-haired guy? "Master, you underestimate me." Only Cui Dongshan was sitting on the city wall, laughing. The only person who could make Pei Qian cry and laugh so happily was his own teacher. The key was that after Pei Qian cried and laughed, she really remembered things carefully. She thought about all the things she understood and didn't understand instead of being picky. Chao Qinglang saw that Pei Qian had returned to normal and was also relieved. The previous master, whether it was his words or his expression, was really her master. Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "Don't you want to say something?" The white-haired man asked tentatively, "If I admit my mistake, will it really be over?" Qi Jinglong said with a smile, "It's hard to say." The white-haired man hesitated. Qi Jinglong said softly, "Actually, this matter doesn't involve too much absolute right and wrong. What you need to admit is actually not those words. In my opinion, it can't be said to be offensive. Of course, this is the case logically, but it may not be the case emotionally. After all, when you talk to people in the world, it means that you are definitely not talking to yourself. Your mentality is not right. You went through Luopa Mountain, but you didn't really pay attention to see and think more. Otherwise, your relationship with Pei Qian shouldn't be so awkward. How can I pay attention? On Luopa Mountain when we met, I was knocked unconscious by Pei Qian's kick. It was rare for the white-haired man to be so sad on Lu's side. He glanced at little charcoal not far away and only dared to lower his voice, muttering, "Don't you know what kind of person my brother Qin is? Even if you don't know, the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi knows. If Pei Qian has learned 70 to 80% of Qin Pingan's true teachings, what should we do? Your relationship with Qin Pingan is so good. In the future you will definitely have to deal with him often. You go to Luopa Mountain and he comes to Tai Hui Sword Sect. In this way, can I hide from Pei Qian every time? The key is my relationship with Qin Pingan. On Pei Qian's side it won't help at all and it will be more troublesome. In the end it's still Qin Pingan's fault. He said that my mouth will easily attract the flying sword of the sword immortal. Now the flying sword immortal didn't come and Pei Qian is eyeing me. Look, Pei Qian is glaring at me. Isn't the smile on her face the same as my brother Qin Pingan's? Exactly the same. Lu, I can see that although Qin Pingan taught Pei Qian a lesson just now, in fact he cares about her the most. I'm afraid that the next time I go to the shop to drink, Qin Pingan will let people pour laxatives into the wine. A jar of wine and half a jar of laxatives. This kind of thing Qin Pingan will definitely do. Not only can he cheat me, but he can also save money. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "It seems that you really think a lot." The white-haired man lamented in his heart. What's the use of having a master like you who only knows how to gloat and not help? Pei Qian jumped in front of everyone and said to the white-haired man, "White-haired man, in the future we will only fight with words." What is face? Can a joke be eaten? Before she met her master, she had been in the Jianghu of Nanyuan Kingdom at a young age for countless years. At that time she hadn't learned martial arts, so she had no face in the Jianghu. When the white-haired man heard this, he was so excited that he almost cried like Pei Qian. But Pei Qian turned around slightly, her back facing her master, then pursed her lips, smiled and then remained motionless. The white-haired man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Qin Pingon reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. Pei Qian immediately laughed and said, "White-haired man, you are determined to be a great sword immortal. Alas, Mr. Lu has accepted such a good disciple. The master is a great sword immortal and the disciple is a little sword immortal. The master and disciple are two sword immortals. Next time I will accompany my master to your Tai Hui sword sect as a guest. I will bring a few bundles of firecrackers to celebrate." Qin Pingon said, "Speak properly." Pei Qian coughed. "White-haired man, I was wrong before, don't mind. I want to say sorry to you." Before his master said sorry to him. How heavy was the weight? There was no scale in the world that could weigh that weight. If he took out a little bit, it would be a gift to the white-haired man. It was nothing. The white-haired man's scalp was numb and his face was stiff. "I don't mind. I don't dare to mind." Pei Qian smiled and said, "I learned martial arts late and slow. Won't it take me a few days to reach the small fifth realm? So after a few years I will ask the white-haired senior brother for guidance." The white-haired man braced himself and asked, "Didn't we agree to only fight with words?" Pei Qian laughed, "Then we will talk about it in the future." Chao Qinglang looked at this scene and was actually quite happy. It turned out that he was not the only one who was afraid of Pei Qian. Qin Pingon asked Qi Jinglong through telepathy, "The white-haired man is so reserved with Pei Qian. Will something happen to his cultivation?" Qi Jinglong replied with a smile, "Just treat it as an essential cultivation of the mind." Previously on the Pianran Peak, the white-haired man could not bring himself to cultivate. Although he has changed a lot now, he really wants to learn the sword. It is just that he has been intentionally or unintentionally stubborn. He is probably deliberately angry with me. Now that he has you, the first disciple, to supervise him, I don't think it is a bad thing. Now that we are at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, he heard that Pei Qian was coming and was especially diligent in practicing the sword. Qin Pingon said, "The white-haired man is unwilling to do his best. Even if he has lost face and is very aggrieved, he still has not thought of using the trump card of the deer-cutting mountain. There is nothing wrong with that. Otherwise, both sides would have fought previously on the Luopa mountain." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Will my disciple be worse than yours?" Qin Pingon said, "That's still not enough." Qi Jinglong asked, "Then what about you, master?" Qin Pingon said, "How old am I this year? What's the point of competing with a sword cultivator who is almost 100 years old? If you really want to compete, fine. You are now at the Jade Roar realm, right? I am now a Realm 5 Qi Refinement Warrior. According to our ages, you can take me as a Realm 15 Qi Refinement Warrior. Isn't it 4 realms higher than your current Realm 11 Qi Refinement Warrior? Not convinced? Then let's talk about the future. When I am 100 years old, let's see if I have ascended to the 15th realm. If not, just take it that I am talking nonsense. Before that, don't talk about realms." Qi Jinglong laughed and said, "Not only do you have a lot of wine, but you also have a lot of logic." Qin Pingon felt a little guilty. "You flatter me." Qin Pingon did not talk nonsense with Qi Jinglong anymore. If this guy was really determined to reason with him, Qin Pingon would also have a headache. Qin Pingon looked at Cui Dongshan and asked, "Are we going to meet my senior brother first or the Ning residence first?" Cui Dongshan seemed to have a plan. He smiled and said, "Mister, you can go to the Ning residence first. I will meet your senior brother alone." Qin Pingon thought for a while and agreed. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "Senior sister, lend me a piece of yellow paper talisman to give me courage." Pei Qian was actually very confused at this moment. Since when did master have a senior brother? Qin Pingon did not have time to talk about this. After all, it was not appropriate to talk about this in the secret letter. Cui Dongshan couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He couldn't even remember whether that fellow's surname was Sua and his first name was Sua. If Mr. hadn't mentioned it just now, he wouldn't have known that such a great sword immortal was actually living in the open on the city wall, sitting there every day to show off his sword chi. Pei Qian took out a piece of yellow paper talisman from his sleeve. After handing it to Cui Dongshan, he reminded, "Master's senior brother, isn't that my senior uncle? But I did not prepare a gift for my senior uncle." Cui Dongshan said with a straight face, "Your senior uncle who fell from the sky is very fierce. His brain is engraved with 3 words. Everyone owes me money." Pei Qian turned to look at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Your senior uncle is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He has the highest sword skills in the world. Later you can show your crazy sword skills to your senior brother. Pei Qian was frightened and said, Master, have you forgotten? I couldn't walk steadily before and now my legs are aching. I don't know what I bumped into when I was sleepwalking. I can't play that insignificant sword skill. Don't let senior uncle laugh at you, right? Whitehead was inexplicably hit by the five thunders again. He bumped into something when he was sleepwalking. Qi Jinglong held back his laughter and took Whitehead to another place on the city wall. Whitehead was now going to practice sword skills with the disciples of Tai Hui sword sect. When he left for the first time in his life, Whitehead felt that practicing sword skills was so satisfying. Chen Pingon took out the talisman boat and left the city with Pei Qian and the other two, heading towards the northern city. Since the teacher was not here, Cui Dongshan had nothing to worry about. He swung his two sleeves and floated up and down like a crab on the city wall. He went up and down like this to find his former junior martial brother, who was now his senior martial uncle, to talk about the old days. 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 If it weren't for the fact that he, as the eldest martial brother, had some money in his pocket, wouldn't the old elementary scholar have been poor for thousands of years? Why do you care about the old elementary scholar's money? It was just that the old elementary scholar had a decent school, but it was not because of him. After all, the Aquarius continent was too far away from the central divine continent. The family would not send too much money to him at first. The real reason why the old elementary scholar was able to drink to his heart's content, buy books today, buy paper and brush tomorrow, and finally collect the 4 treasures of the study the day after tomorrow, was because the old elementary scholar had taken in a 3rd disciple. That fellow was the richest among his fellow disciples, and also the one who was most filial to the teacher. Little Qi, why do you suddenly want to learn chess? This is a good thing. Go find your eldest martial brother. His chess skills are barely enough to teach people. But there are no chess jars or chessboards in the school. The jars and chess pieces of Lu Lijai and the chessboards of Jiangzhou, although they are close to the school, but don't buy them. They're too expensive. Really, don't buy them. I'd rather walk 1,000 steps than waste money. Yes, teacher. Little Qi, I have been reading the tablets recently. With the help of the gods, my seal writing skills have improved greatly. Do you want to learn? Yes, teacher. I want to learn. Little Qi, have you read the 2nd edition of Miao Hua Anthology? Binding and paper are all trivial matters. It's fine if it's a little off. We scholars don't pay attention to these fancy things, so we won't talk about it. But the books of the ancient sages are a big matter of learning. If the words are out of place, it's not very appropriate. Many times, the difference of a single word is thousands of miles away from the purpose of the sages. We scholars must pay attention to this. Teacher is right. I understand. Of course, that fellow was the one who loved to complain the most, and every complaint he made was accurate. Teacher, senior martial brother Zhou is being unreasonable again. Teacher, help me see who is in the wrong. What? Did this bastard hit you again? Little Qi, wipe the blood from your nose first. Don't be in a hurry to reason with me. Let's go, I will take you to your 2nd martial brother to settle the score. Teacher, senior martial brother Zhou was analyzing the meaning of a book with me just now. He could not out-talk me, so, why is there a bump on your forehead? Rebellion, rebellion. Let's go. Shao Qi helps her get a feather duster and a ferrule. Oh right, little Qi, forget about the bench. It is too heavy. Teacher, let's go. Let's go to your senior martial brother Zhou. Teacher, this time senior martial brother Cui cheated. I don't want to learn from him. I think a person who retracts a move is not a chess player. Ah. Teacher, you retract a move to teach more chess to your students. Of course, it is not a chess player. Let's go. This time we will bring the bench too. You don't have to fight for real. It's enough to scare him. People who studied and learned, especially those who cultivated the Tao and lived a long life. There were actually many things that happened in the past. Cui Dongshan was not that old bastard Cui Dong. Cui Dongshan would often think about those trivial stories, especially the stories of his old friends. Especially every time that person complained that he had tricked his martial brother, or that he had been tricked by his teacher, that senior martial brother of his was always at the door or outside the window to watch the show. So he saw it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears. Cui Dongshan knew one thing better than anyone. All the seemingly insignificant things of the past, as long as he still remembered them, were not real things of the past. Instead, they were things of today and the things of the future. They would revolve in his heart for the rest of his life. Unknowingly, Cui Dongshan came to the left and right. The left and right were still resting with their eyes closed. They were sitting on the city wall, nourishing their sword intent. As for Cui Dongshan's arrival, they did not even look at him, let alone turn a blind eye. Cui Dongshan jumped off the city wall and walked to a place about 20 steps away from the city wall in the back figure. The young man in white jumped up and kicked his legs quickly. Then he threw a series of punches at the left and right figures. He moved to another place and continued. It was all the famous martial arts moves in Jianghu. His punches and kicks were domineering. Occasionally when he was in the air, he would bend his waist and stretch out his hand to tap the instep of his feet. His posture must be extremely elegant and unrestrained. Finally, he stood on one leg and spread out his palms. He did the action of qi sinking into his dantian. After finishing his work, he felt refreshed. After 100 moves, with his little unpolished jade realm cultivation, he was able to fight evenly with the great sword immortal. At the great wall of sword qi, it could be said that he had gotten a good start. The left and right did not even bother to turn and look at the young man in white. He asked indifferently, "Do you want to be chopped to death by my sword or chopped to death by a few more?" "Senior sister, someone is threatening me. It's too scary." Cui Dongshan slapped the talisman on his forehead and said, "I forgot that senior sister is not here." The left and right hand grabbed and congealed a long sword with his sword intent. He was not even willing to unsheath the sword. The person behind him was not worthy. You Cui Dong have a clear conscience of the Aquarius continent, have a clear conscience of the vast world. But you do not have the qualifications to say that you have a clear conscience. I am the disciple of teacher Cui Dong's junior brother. However, from that day onwards, I was the eldest apprentice brother of the sage of literature's lineage. Cui Dongshan shouted at the top of his lungs, "Show some respect to your own martial nephew." The left and right hands stood up with their swords. Compared to the little Taoist boy who was guarding the door on the upside-down mountain, the little Taoist boy who stood up was like a towering mountain. The little Taoist boy stood up calmly and casually. The sword qi was too heavy. How could the sword intent be lacking? It was close to the Tao of heaven and earth. Separated from heaven and earth. Cui Dongshan tilted his head. "You can beat me to death. I won't talk about serious matters. Anyway, you have never cared about the life and death of your junior brother. Come, chop here. Use more strength. If this head does not roll 7 to 8 miles away, I will reincarnate with your surname in my next life." The left and right hand turned his head. "Just chop half to death. You can still talk." Cui Dongshan changed his posture. With his hands behind his back, he looked up at the sky with a bitter expression. "Ooh, I am so sad." The left and right hand turned. Cui Dongshan hurriedly said, "I am not Cui Lao bastard, I am Dongshan." On this day, a young man who looked like a floating cloud was hit by a 3-foot-long sword condensed from a pure sword intent. He fell from the north side of the city and landed on the ground 7 to 8 miles away. The left and right hand sat cross-legged again and sneered, "This is because of my junior brother." The left and right hand frowned. The big boss sword immortal came to his side and laughed. "Did you notice the strange phenomenon just now?" The left and right hand nodded. If not for that, Cui Dong or the current Cui Dongshan would not dare to come and meet him alone. Qin Qingdu sighed. "That is your junior brother's voice. Your sword techniques are not high enough, so you can't hear it." The left and right hand said expressionlessly, "Senior is so good at talking. Then can I trouble Senior to say more?" Qin Qingdu shook his head and said, "I won't say it. If I say those words, it will involve the 3 worlds." Previously, Qin Pingon walked on the city wall with his disciple. He had thoughts, but he didn't say them out loud. They just kept surging in his heart. Actually, he only relied on his thoughts to create some interesting small movements. Qin Qingdu just sighed with emotion. "It's good to be young." The young man, who was really not that old, had just muttered to himself, "Everyone, don't worry. Let me reach the 10 realms of martial artist first and then fight for the 11 realms. Then I want to ask the fist beyond the sky. Let me reach the ascendant realm. Q Sword, Bekokikyung building." And the young man was standing at the gate of Ning Mansion with an awkward expression. There were 2 accidents. One was that Ning Yao actually interrupted his seclusion and came out again, standing at the gate to welcome them. The other was, when his first disciple saw Ning Yao, he kowtowed 3 times heavily without saying a word. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Pei Qian, isn't it a bit too much?" Pei Qian didn't get up, just raised her head and shouted, "Pei Qian greets master's wife." Qin Pingon immediately pulled a long face. It was not too much and the etiquette was just right. The most awkward one was actually not Qin Pingon. It was Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang bowed at this moment, but it seemed that it was not polite enough. Kneeling and kowtowing was even more inappropriate. Ning Yao pulled Pei Qian's ear and pulled her up. But when Pei Qian stood up straight, she still had a smile on her face. She wiped the dust on Pei Qian's forehead with her palm and looked at the little girl carefully. Ning Yao smiled and said, "Even if you are not too beautiful in the future, at least you will be a good-looking girl." Tears streamed down Pei Qian's face. He sniffled and said sincerely, "Master's wife's taste is so good. First you chose master and now you're saying this. If master's wife continues like this, I'll have to worry that master isn't worthy of master's wife." Ning Yao glanced at someone from the corner of her eye. Qin Pingon immediately nodded and said, "This worry is very reasonable." Ning Yao shifted her gaze and smiled at the young man in a scholarly robe. "You must be Chao Qinglang. You are more like a scholar than your master." Chao Qinglang then bowed, "Greetings, master's wife." Ning Yao nodded and then cupped her fist to Zhong Qiu. "Ning Yao greets Mr. Zhong." Zhong Qiu cupped his fist in return and smiled. "Zhong Qiu of Luopa Mountain, sorry to disturb you." Pei Qian suddenly remembered something. He took off his bag and carefully took out the small regular script writing brush and the colorful cloud letter. He stood on his tiptoes and presented them to his master's wife with both hands. Then he stood on his tiptoes and whispered to Ning Yao, "Mistress, I was the one who chose the iridescent cloud letter. Mistress, you don't know, but I walked a long way in the inverted hanging mountain. If I continue walking, I'm afraid that the inverted hanging mountain will fall into the sea." The other one was chosen by Chao Qinglang. "Master's wife, in all honesty, it's not that we are unwilling to pay more, but we really don't have much money on us. But mine is more expensive. 3 snowflakes cost money. His is cheaper, only 1 snowflake." Chao Qinglang scratched his head. Qin Pingon and Zhong Qiu looked at each other and smiled. Ning Yao glanced at the small regular script. It was obvious that the young lady had intended to give it to her master. Ning Yao rubbed Pei Qian's head and then smiled at the reserved young man. "Chao Qinglang, I owe you a greeting gift. Remember to make it up in the future." Chao Qinglang scratched his head and nodded again. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. Oh well. Master's wife's taste was better than a few hundred Pei Qian's flattery. No wonder master's wife could pick out his master from so many people in the 4 worlds. Master's wife's house was really big. Pei Qian followed beside Ning Yao and walked at the front. Pei Qian chattered nonstop. Qin Pingon and Chao Qinglang walked side by side. Zhong Qiu walked alone at the back, intentionally or unintentionally. Qin Pingon chuckled and said, "If you have some free time, do me a small favor and carve a seal together." Chao Qinglang nodded and agreed. Qin Pingon twisted his wrist. Pei Qian was temporarily unable to take care of him. It was fine if he forgot about his master because of master's wife. Qin Pingon secretly handed a small carving knife to Chao Qinglang and reminded him, "This is for you. It's best not to let Pei Qian see it. Otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences." Chao Qinglang smiled and said, "I understand, master." 605. Although the Ning mansion was not located in Taishang Street or Xuanhu Street, the mansion was not small. Qin Pingon helped the 3 of them choose 3 houses. Chao Qinglang was a chi trainer, so the location was the most important. The aura could not be thin, but the sword chi could not be too strong. Otherwise, Chao Qinglang, who was at the bottleneck of the cave realm and was about to enter the sea viewing realm, was the most unwilling chi trainer to be in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Fortunately, Qin Pingon knew everything about the Ning mansion. Where Chao Qinglang and the other 2 should live, and what were the details and the big things to pay attention to. Ning Yao let Qin Pingon make all these decisions. As the owner of the Ning mansion, she did not need to say anything, nor did she need to ask Qin Pingon, who was still half an outsider. Pei Qian was like a little oriole, making up his mind to hover around his master's wife. At first, Qin Pingon was worried that Pei Qian would delay Ning Yao's closed-door training. However, Ning Yao said that the path of cultivation was always closed-door training. Qin Pingon had nothing to say. Ning Yao then took Pei Qian to see the Ning Mansion's secret storehouse for treasures of immortals and mountain objects. She said that she wanted to give Pei Qian a meeting gift and let him choose one. Then she would choose one as a return gift for the gift she received at the gate. Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon asked about the rules and taboos of the Ning Mansion, and then he went to the pavilion on the Zhanlong Cliff alone. Chao Qinglang put her luggage in her house and followed Qin Pingon to the small house. Qin Pingon walked on the road with his hands in his sleeves. He said with a smile, "Originally I wanted you and Pei Qian to live in my house. Do you still remember when the three of us first met? But now you are at the critical juncture of cultivation. Cultivation is more important." Chao Qinglang nodded with a smile. "Sir, actually from that time I was very afraid of Pei Qian. I was afraid that you would look down on me, so I tried to pretend that I was not afraid of Pei Qian. But deep down I admired Pei Qian. I always felt that if I were her, I would not be able to survive in the capital city of the Nanyuan Kingdom. But at that time, there were many things about Pei Qian that I didn't understand. At that time I really didn't like him. But how would I dare to talk nonsense with Pei Qian? Teacher may not know, but when teacher left that year, Pei Qian told me a lot about her glorious deeds in the Jianghu. Of course, I understood the meaning behind her words." Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "Did Pei Qian secretly hit you when I wasn't at your ancestral home?" Chao Qinglang nodded vigorously but did not mention the details. Qin Pingon did not ask further. Qin Pingon could imagine how he and Pei Qian interacted when he wasn't at Chao Qing's ancestral home in Shabby Alley. Of course, when the three of them were together, Qin Pingon would also do things that Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian would not intentionally think about in the past. It might be words or it might be something trivial. But there were many things that Chao Qinglang could only face by himself, from the life and death of the elders to the trivial words that poked at his backbone. It was hidden in the gaps between eating melon seeds, chatting casually on a small stool, and hiding in the big pile of food on the neighbor's table. In fact, the child Chao Qinglang relied on the word endure to force the clouds to disperse and the moon to shine. At that time Chao Qinglang really could not beat Pei Qian. He did not even dare to fight back. The key point was that at that time, in addition to being unstingy, Pei Qian also hid an aura like that of a fierce bandit. He kicked an ant's nest and slapped a mosquito and fly. Chao Qinglang was not afraid. Especially one time when Pei Qian was holding a small stool and staring at him, but he didn't say a single harsh word. At that time Chao Qinglang, who was still a thin and weak child, was really scared. Many times when Qin Pingon wasn't in the house, Chao Qinglang could only be chased to the door by Pei Qian to be a door god. A lonely child sat gloomily on the steps, but did not dare to stay in his own house. The child could only stare at the corner of the street, waiting for the white-clothed young Master Qin with a sword on his back and a scarlet wine gourd at his waist to come home. As long as he reached the alley and saw that figure, Chao Qinglang would finally be able to go home. He would not be able to say anything, nor could he complain. That was because Pei Qian was really smart. That kind of intelligence was something that Chao Qinglang, who was of the same age, could not imagine at all. She had warned Chao Qinglang from the beginning that even though she had lost her parents, she was still something. If she dared to complain, she would beat her up every time she complained. Even if she was chased out by that bastard who had so much money but refused to spend it, she would still climb over the wall in the middle of the night and smash all the pots and pans in your house. That guy pretends to be a good person and helps you. You can stop me for a day or two, but can you stop me for a year or two? What kind of person is he and who are you? Will he really stay here forever? Besides, I know his temper better than you, idiot. No matter what I do, he will never beat me to death. So you better know your place. Otherwise, if you become my enemy, I will pester you for a few years. In the future, every new year when your family is going extinct and you can't afford to buy couplets for door gods, I will steal your bucket and fill it with other people's feces and piss. When I pass by your house every day, I will carry a big bag of stones. I want to see if you can spend money to mend the window paper faster or if I can pick up stones faster. What made Chao Qinglang feel most uncomfortable about Pei Qian back then was not the direct threats, not the words that Pei Qian thought were the worst and most frightening, but the other words that Pei Qian said with a smile. Your family is so poor that your rice jar is cleaner than your bed. The only use of a jinx like you is to get out of the house and be a door god. Do you know how much money 2 door gods cost? You can't afford it even if you sell yourself. Look at other families, the more people they have, the more money they have. Your family, on the other hand, didn't leave much money after you died? In my opinion, wasn't your father a peddler who sold goods on the streets? Isn't there a lot of brothels in Zhuan Alley not far from here? Your father's money is all spent on touching the little hands of those women. Where are the melon seeds? No more. Do you believe that I won't smash your jar of melon seeds? Tear your lousy books to shreds. When that Chin guy comes back to this shabby place, you'll kneel on the ground and cry. He has a lot of money, so what's wrong with buying you some melon seeds? He has to spend money to stay in the inn. You're stupid, he's bad. Both of you are not good people. No wonder you can get together. Consider it 8 lifetimes of bad luck for me to meet the two of you. Chao Qinglang, do you really think that guy likes you? He's just pitying you. Sai, he and I are the same kind of people. Do you know what kind of people we are? Just like when I was strolling on the street, I saw a baby bird that had fallen from its nest on a tree. I really felt sorry for it, so I went to find a stone and threw it down, killing it in an instant so that it would suffer less. Is there any reason for that? So, am I a good person? Do you think I'm staying at your house and not leaving? I'm protecting you. Maybe one day you'll be killed by him. With me around, he won't dare. Shouldn't you thank me? Why do you look so sad every day? Don't you only have a father and a mother? What's wrong? Another pair died? I forget it. Anyway, you've let down your parents who died first. You're sorry for the name they gave you. If I were your parents, I'd definitely be angered to death when I see you. Chao Qinglang, I think you should just die. If you die earlier and run faster, you might be able to catch up with your parents. But remember to die far away. Don't let that guy find you. Chao Qinglang took the initiative to fight with Pei Qian twice. The first time was for her parents, and the second time was for young Master Chen, who hadn't come back for a long time. Of course, Chao Qinglang was no match for Pei Qian. Pei Qian was used to seeing others fight, and he was also used to being beaten by others. Facing Chao Qinglang, who didn't even dare to be ruthless, Pei Qian didn't have the energy to deal with her. However, Chao Qinglang didn't have the energy to fight. Qin Pingon brought Chao Qinglang, who was no longer the thin and weak child from the shabby alley, to a room on the left with 2 tables. Qin Pingon asked Chao Qinglang to sit at the table where the seals and fan ribs were placed. He began to tidy up the maps and booklets. When it came to keeping accounts, his student Chao Qinglang and his disciple Pei Qian naturally learned more from the latter. Qin Pingon didn't tell anyone. In his heart, Chao Qinglang's life experience was just like his. In fact, her temperament was similar to his, but in fact they weren't. It was a very strange feeling. However, this didn't stop Qin Pingon from wanting to take Chao Qinglang with him when he left Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Even if he couldn't do it, he still missed the child from the shabby alley. He sincerely hoped that Chao Qinglang could become a scholar in the future. He hoped that Chao Qinglang could wear the clothes of a scholar and become a real scholar like Mr. Qi. He regretted that he left in a hurry and worried that he would teach the wrong things. Chao Qinglang was too young. Many things that were right for Qin Pingon were wrong for this child. Therefore, before Qin Pingon occupied one of the 4 parts of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Qin Pingon had been thinking about Chao Qinglang. When Pei Qian asked him that question in the inn at the border of the Great Spring Dynasty in Tongye Continent, Qin Pingon didn't hesitate to say yes. He admitted that he didn't want to take Pei Qian with him at all. If possible, he would only take Chao Qinglang away from his hometown and come to Qin Pingon's hometown. As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has anger. However, it was rare for Qin Pingon to get angry, especially with Pei Qian. This was the first time in Qin Pingon's life that a child like him got angry. Zhou Xian learned martial arts like him, but Qin Pingon saw his best friend Lu Xianying more in Zhou Xian. How did Zhou Xian protect Luan Luan when they first met? And how did Lu Xianying protect Qin Pingon when they became acquaintances and friends in the small town? And how did Lu Xianying protect Qin Pingon after they became best friends for so many years? What was more like Qin Pingon was Pei Qian's timid gaze as he secretly sized up the world. It was Sui Jingqing's guessing and gambling. Now there was another youth with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was also similar. It wasn't Zhang Jiazhen who was already helping out in the wine shop, but a poor youth named Jiang Chu in the Straw Hat Alley. In that alley, every time Qin Pingon was a storyteller, the youth spoke the least. Every time he squatted furthest away. However, he was the one with the most thoughts. He was the most diligent in learning martial arts, so he learned the most. There were a few times when they met face to face and talked. The youth was slightly uneasy, but his eyes were firm. Qin Pingon taught the youth the sword furnace stance of the mountain quaking fist. Every time Jiang Chu squatted there, seemingly listening attentively to the storyteller's story, the youth's eyes, expression, and the soft words he spoke to the people around him were all filled with a vague utilitarian heart. Qin Pingon didn't dislike it at all. He just felt a little sad. No one knew why Wei Pai talked about alliance in front of the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain. Why did the youth Qin Pingon cry? Why did he have such an unspeakable sense of shame, regret, and helplessness in his heart? This was an emotion that Wei Pai didn't understand at the time. Almost everyone thought that it was Qin Pingon's first trip, that he was escorting Li Baoping and the others to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to study. It was Qin Pingon who did his best to protect them. In the end, it seemed that Qin Pingon really couldn't have done better. No one could criticize him. But when the youth with straw sandals met Alliance for the first time, it was actually another big test in Qin Pingon's life. It was a quiet tug-of-war in his heart. Qin Pingon hoped that in the eyes of the man in the bamboo hat who claimed to be a swordsman, he was the one Mr. Qi had entrusted his hopes to. Qin Pingon hoped that an accident would happen, and he could guarantee that he wouldn't make any mistakes. Therefore, during the trip that started at the riverside and left at the courier station in Red Candle Town, Qin Pingon had been trying to guess Alliance's thoughts. He tried to imagine what a super-mundane master liked and disliked. He tried to guess what kind of junior or young man this friend of Mr. Qi who carried a saber but claimed to be a swordsman would like. Even if he didn't like or look down on him, he couldn't make him feel disgusted. Therefore, at that time, Qin Pingon's every word, action were all intentional. He had thought a lot about it. A young lad walking among the green mountains and clear waters, did he really have the mood to look at the mountains and rivers? Even if Qin Pingon's original intention was for him to successfully escort Baoping and the others to the academy safely, the eccentric man who led the donkey and carried a bamboo knife would not cause any harm to Baoping and the others. But when he looked back on his life afterwards, Qin Pingon would feel sad every time he thought about it, and he often wanted to drink. The road of life was really over. It was not his hometown, so he couldn't go back. How could he not drink when he looked back occasionally? The cautious Jiang Chu at the Great Wall of Sword Qi today was very similar to the thoughtful Qin Pingon in the past. Chao Qinglong's movements were gentle. After looking at some seals and fan faces, she suddenly found that her husband was just sitting at the table next to her, silent and lost in thought. Chao Qinglang did not dare to disturb her husband's thoughts. She took out the antique but sharp little carving knife and gently placed it on the table. He didn't know why his teacher would give this to him. Of course, Chao Qinglang wouldn't think that he wouldn't cherish the carving knife just because it was made of ordinary materials. On the contrary, the more worthless this gift was, the more valuable it was for him to cherish it. Qin Pingon stood up and smiled. I was thinking about the past. Chao Qinglang had also stood up. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and gestured, you don't have to be so formal in the future. Be at ease. Chao Qinglang smiled and nodded. But she still waited until her husband sat down at the table before she sat down. Qin Pingon folded his hands in his sleeves and leaned forward. He looked at the little carving knife on the table and smiled. This carving knife was given to me by the shopkeeper when I left my hometown for the first time. I bought the jade seal in a shop in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Do you still remember the bamboo slips I gave you before? They were all carved by this little carving knife. The thing itself is not valuable, but it is a very meaningful item in my life. Chao Qinglang stood up, took a few steps back and bowed. Qin Pingon said helplessly, a little meaningful is just a little meaningful. You don't have to be so serious. There are many things that are meaningful to me, but most of them are worthless. Since you care so much, I still have a lot of straw sandals. Do you want them? I give you a pair and you bow once. Who will lose and who will gain? It seems that both sides will only lose money. Student, if you don't gain, then don't do it. Chao Qinglang shook her head and said with a smile, Sir, forget about straw sandals. I can make them myself. Maybe I am better than my master. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, in terms of knowledge and cultivation, I may not be as good as you. But when it comes to making straw sandals, you have traveled all over the world and rarely met a match. Chao Qinglang smiled slightly. Qin Pingon joked, According to Li Tuanjing, the former owner of the Wind Thunder Garden, if weaving straw sandals is also a cultivation path, then you are just a fledgling in the lower 5 realms. You don't know what the upper 5 realms of weaving straw sandals is like. Chao Qinglang nodded and said, if you say so, then so be it. Qin Pingon was speechless. Then he thought about it. What kind of atmosphere was lacking in Luopa Mountain now? There was no shortage of fence-sitters, no shortage of ascendant realm flatterers. All of them were taken by his first disciple and Zhu Lian. Even Guizhujiu, who was half a disciple, was a self-taught fellow cultivator like Pei Qian. So he lacked Chao Qinglong's strength of character. So Qin Pingon smiled with relief. He had finally taken in a normal and good student. Chao Qinglang was a little uncomfortable. He reached out and picked up a bamboo fan with engraved words on the fan. The folding fan's nickname was quite elegant, and there was the saying "cool wind" in it. Naturally, the inscription on the fan was obvious. But what Chao Qinglang really liked was the line of small regular script on one side of the fan. It was like a small child who was hiding and didn't dare to see others. The writing was extremely small. Perhaps the careless fan buyer would mistake it for a bamboo fan that only had the face of the fan but no inscription. Months, years, or even a lifetime, one wouldn't know how long it would take. Chao Qinglang closed the folding fan and held it in the palm of his hand. He stared at the line of words and looked up with a smile. No wonder you like to drink. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. The words were engraved on the bamboo. Life is like a dream. Drinking wine is not afraid of getting drunk. If you don't get drunk, you will be a person in a dream. Qin Pingon smiled and said, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Chao Qinglang shook his head and smiled. It won't hinder you from making money. Qin Pingon casually picked up another fan and fanned it. He chuckled and said, your husband is not that kind of person. Chao Qinglang asked, teacher, shall we engrave the words together? Qin Pingon immediately put down the folding fan and smiled. Sure. Chao Qinglang held back his laughter as he twirled the snow-white stone seal that caught his eye. Holding the carving knife, he hesitated a little before asking softly, Sir, carving and writing are very different. I've never done this before. If it's my first time and I make a mistake, wouldn't it be a waste of a seal? Qin Pingon's mind moved slightly and the flying sword 15 flew out of his acupoints. He held it in his hand and said indifferently, the seal's material is just a common stone found in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's not worth mentioning. But if you really mind, you can engrave the words slowly. A slow hand and a fast mind will make fewer mistakes. Moreover, the sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi are easy to talk to. They don't care about the small flaws in the words themselves. As long as the meaning of the seal is there, it will definitely be sold. Qin Pingon held the carving knife 15 in one hand and the seal in the other. He planned to give one to Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian each. He thought about the content of the seal and did not engrave it for a long time. Therefore, Chao Qinglang, who had a draft in his mind for the first time, was the first to write. After he finished the first word, Chao Qinglang took a deep breath and rested for a while. He looked up and saw that his teacher was still deep in thought. Chao Qinglang lowered his head and continued to engrave. There was a sentence that had been in Chao Qinglong's heart for a long time after he returned with Pei Qian. However, he did not want to say it to his teacher. Otherwise, he would be suspected of being a tattletale. If you don't know how bad Pei Qian was before, you won't know how good Pei Qian is now. As for the Pei Qian who they had not seen for a long time, even if it was just about the height, why was there such a huge difference between him and Pei Qian? In fact, he was very surprised when he saw the elegant young man holding an umbrella at the corner of the street in the Blessed Land. After they met again, Chao Qinglang was even more puzzled. It was only when he followed Pei Qian to the Temple of Heart Reflection that Chao Qinglong's doubts were slightly dispelled. Later on, when he came to Luopa Mountain, his doubts were reduced and he gradually got used to Pei Qian's unchanging and change. As for now, although he had not completely figured out the reason, at least Chao Qinglang would not be like before, thinking that Pei Qian's body had been taken over by a cultivator or that part of his soul had been replaced. Otherwise, why would Pei Qian's temperament change so drastically? It was as if he had gone from one extreme to another. The young man was meticulous and careful. In fact, even after he left Luopa Mountain, he still had some worries. Then there was the lecture between his teacher and his disciple on the city wall. This made the young man completely relieved. Chao Qinglang held his breath and focused again, continuing to engrave. Unknowingly, the orphan of the shabby alley back then had become a scholarly young man. Chao Qinglang planned to give this seal to his teacher. Qin Pingon still had not thought of what to engrave. He could only put down the plain seal in his hand, put away the flying sword and returned it to his Qi residence, and turned to pick up the brush to write on the fan. Chao Qinglang raised his head, looked at Qin Pingon and did not retract his gaze for a long time. Qin Pingon did not raise his head, but he sensed the young man's strangeness. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did you engrave it wrong?" Then change to another seal and start over again. "It's just that the seal you engraved before was wrong. If you are willing you can keep it and don't lose it." "I did not engrave it wrong." Chao Qinglang shook his head, was silent for a long time and muttered, "I am very lucky to have met teacher." Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily, still did not raise his head, thought for a while and nodded. Teacher is also very happy to have met this student. Chao Qinglang continued to bury his head in engraving. Qin Pingon finished writing on the fan, turned his head and asked, "What words did you engrave?" Chao Qinglang hurriedly raised his hand to cover the seal. "I have not finished engraving, teacher will know in the future." Qin Pingon smiled. This student was not the same as the first disciple who was busy flattering him at the moment. Chao Qinglang sat upright, looked focused and meticulously engraved the words. His heart was calm and his hands were very steady. He used the carving knife that teacher gave him to write the seal words. The next time he left he would give teacher this seal. Chao Qinglang had not finished engraving and closed his eyes halfway. A beautiful picture that he had imagined for a long time appeared in his mind, and what he thought in his heart was what he wrote in his hands. Teacher sits alone, the spring breeze flips the book. 606. An unfamiliar young man came to the wine shop and asked for a pot of the cheapest wine. The shop's business was especially quiet today, which was rare. Therefore, the young man in white, who was as handsome as an immortal, was quite lucky to have a table to sit at. However, the young man's face was slightly pale, as if he was not feeling well. Zhang Zhezhen brought over a wine pot and a bowl, as well as a plate of pickled vegetables. She told the customer to wait for a while, and then there was a free bowl of yangchan noodles. The customer opened the wine pot and smelled it hard. Then he held the wine bowl and looked at the pickled vegetables. He raised his head and asked in the Great Wall dialect of Sword Qi, "Such a big wine bowl, such fragrant immortal wine and free pickled vegetables and yangchan noodles. It's really not a small piece of summer's money, but a piece of snow. Is there a wine shop in the world that does business like this? Let me tell you in advance, my cultivation is high and I have a powerful backer. There's no way you can play tricks on me." Zhang Zhezhen had heard many complaints from drinkers and drunkards, but this was the first time she heard someone complaining that the wine was too cheap. It should be those foreigners from the vast world. Otherwise, in her hometown, even if it was a sword immortal or a noble from Taishan Street or Xuanhu Street, no matter which wine shop or restaurant, they would only complain that the wine was expensive and tasted bad. Zhang Zhezhen smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's really just a piece of snow." The young man in white pushed the wine pot further away, covered his sleeves with his hands and shook his head. "I don't dare to drink this wine, it's too cheap, there must be a trick." An old sword cultivator at the next table took advantage of the fact that there were not many people around and sat beside the young man in white with an empty wine bowl. He said with a smile, "You foreigner, although you can speak our language, you look unfamiliar. If you don't want to drink, then forget it, I'll buy this pot of wine." The young man pressed down on the wine pot. "Do you think I'll buy it just because you say so? Do I look like someone who lacks money?" The old sword cultivator was a little helpless. The second shopkeeper had always been vicious and black-hearted. Why did he choose such a greenhorn who couldn't distinguish between good and bad? The old sword cultivator could only ask in his mind, "You're one of us, aren't you? Zai, look at how unhelpful you are. These words are too obvious. Was it your idea to act on your own? I'm sure the second shopkeeper wouldn't have taught you this." Sure enough, there was an old drunkard and old gambler who only liked to squat by the roadside and drink wine, who did not like to drink at the table. He sneered and said, "Where did that black-hearted second shopkeeper find such a fledgling helper? Is this your first time doing such a thing that goes against your conscience? Didn't the second shopkeeper tell you about it? That's right. Now that he's earning mountains of gold and silver, Who knows where he's hiding and counting the money? He can't be bothered to nurture that bar salesman for the time being. I'm curious. Our Great Wall of Sword Chi has always been a gambler. Now that the second manager is here, why don't you just start a sect? At this point, the old gambler, who had just lost a large sum of money today, turned his head and smiled. Xianxia, I'm not talking about you. If you weren't the head shopkeeper, Grandpa Lu wouldn't be willing to come here to drink even if he was so poor that he could only drink water. Xianxia smiled and did not fuss over it. In Qin Pingan's words, it was the customers who scolded him. The second manager could scold as much as he wanted, and it would waste his saliva and make it easier for him to drink more. However, those who scolded him once and did not come to drink again, purely spending Shue's money to make a scene. Then he would have to trouble the head shopkeeper to remember their names or appearances. In the future, the second manager would have to find a chance to make up for it in the future. He would be amicable and forget about the grudge with the other party. Soon, a customer at the table shook his head and said, I think our second manager is indeed immoral, but he's not that stupid. I reckon that he's just a salesman from another restaurant who purposely came here to discuss the second manager. Come, let me give you a toast. Although his methods are a bit clumsy, he's very brave at such a young age. He dares to arm wrestle with the second manager. You're a hero and deserve my toast. The head shopkeeper Xianxia just happened to pass by that table. He stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the table. That customer resentfully put down his wine bowl and squeezed out a smile. Lady Xianxia, we really don't have any prejudice against you. It's just that it's a pity that the head shopkeeper met the wrong person. Forget it, I'll punish myself with a bowl. This customer drank a bowl of wine and was wrongly accused by Lady Xianxia, wasn't he? This man was both sullen and sad. He had received the second manager's personal teachings and had secretly obtained the second manager's brocade pouch. He had only used the immortal's incantation. Too much white is black, too much black is white, too much black is white, and the conversion between black and white is difficult for immortals to predict. He was a genuine family member. However, this man thought again. Forget it. In any case, every time the second manager secretly acted as the banker, he earned quite a bit. After the event, the second manager would secretly split the spoils and give out money. It was a bonus. What spoils? As for how much money would be given out in the end, the rules were strange. It was all up to the second manager to decide. Fellow Taoist, like this man, only cared about receiving money. The second manager had made it clear from the beginning that if he gave too much, he didn't need to thank him. If he gave too little, he shouldn't complain. Splitting the money was a sign of friendship, but not splitting it was a sign of duty. If anyone didn't pay attention, then they should be careful when walking in the dark. Who wouldn't stumble in the dark when drunk? Now that they were drinking in this small restaurant, they really couldn't not fix their snacks. However, as time went by, one would develop a knack for drinking. In fact, one would find it extremely interesting. For example, the people drinking in this shop all liked to glance at each other. They were all looking for clues, trying to determine whether the other party was a friend or foe. This man felt that he should be among the second manager's many bartenders. He was one of those with high seniority, high cultivation, and better comprehension. Otherwise, the second manager wouldn't have hinted to him that in the future he would let a trustworthy fellow Taoist be the banker and specifically bet on who was a bartender and who wasn't. There was no reason for outsiders to earn this kind of money. As for whether it was real or fake, it wouldn't let some of his family members who had to temporarily stop work suffer a loss. It guaranteed that after his identity was exposed, he would receive a large sum of compensation money. At the same time, it would allow some of his fellow Taoists to hide deeper. As for how the banker would make money, it was actually very simple. He would temporarily discuss with some sword immortal seniors who weren't fellow Taoists. He would use his own face and incense to let them help him set up a trap. In short, it wouldn't ruin the banker's reputation and gambling character. The reason was simple. All the one-sided deals in the world weren't good deals. For cultivators like us, it was certain that we would become sword immortals. After a long time, how could we not have a good character? Other than the second manager's last sentence, when the man heard it, he didn't have the face to agree with anything else. However, he still deeply agreed with the first few words. The man drank and basked in the sun. He didn't know why, but at first he only felt that the wine here wasn't expensive and could afford it. Now he truly felt that the wine of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven tasted pretty good. Cui Dongshan took out a snowflake and gently placed it on the table. He began to drink. If one were to ask about the details of a person's heart, not to mention these drunkards and gamblers, even his teacher Qin Pingon wouldn't dare to say that he could compare with his student Cui Dongshan. In the human world, after a long time, only they could eat their fill. They couldn't feed their fill. His teacher's actions in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for more than a year seemed messy. However, in Cui Dongshan's eyes, it was actually very simple. He didn't drag his feet at all. It was nothing more than fake things and borrowing power. This was a different person from the teacher at the book slip lake. Fake things. It was the wine shop. Wine, pickled vegetables, Yangchun noodles, couplets, and a wall full of nameplates. 100 Sword Immortal Seal Manual, 1 Sword Immortal Seal Manual, folding fan. Borrowing power. It was the 4 gatekeepers including Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji. It was the descendants of Qin Sanqiu and Xianxia. It was the entire Ning residence. It was the title of the literary sage's disciple. Besides senior brother were all the sword immortals who came to drink and inscribed their names on nameplates. There were even more sword cultivators. It was the daughter of the Middle Plains grand family Yu Zhuanfu. It was the people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi who spent money to buy the seals and fans. After these 2 things were done, he could do more things besides protecting himself. To protect himself, he had to protect his own life. More importantly, he had to protect his own heart. Are you willing to think about whether my words and actions are harmless to the world? Regardless of whether I can do it in the end, whether I'm willing or not will make a difference. If you don't think about it, you might not hurt others. But if you are willing to think about it, it will naturally be better. However, from Cui Dongshan's point of view, his teacher was still stuck at the level of kindness and evil. After going around in circles, it seemed like a ghost going around a wall. He could only bear the worries, but it was a good thing. As for the possibility of kindness begetting evil and evil begetting good, his teacher had not thought about it. Back then, outside the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, why did his student mention the wedding dress ghost? He purposely made a simple matter complicated and made things difficult for his teacher? Cui Dongshan was not someone who had nothing better to do. Naturally, he had his own intentions. His teacher definitely knew that his intentions were not bad, but he did not know the deeper meaning. But it was fine. As long as his teacher walked steadily, it did not matter if he was a little slow. There would be a cool breeze in his sleeves and a bright moon on his shoulders. People could not just be given to others. There could not be any suspicion of charity. Otherwise, so what if it was given for free? Other people might not be able to keep it and it would increase karma. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, one could only rely on fate. Or rather, it depended on whether the wasteland agreed or not. Do not go against one's heart, grasp the propriety, proceed step by step, think through everything, do your best, take and release and do it with ease. At first glance, it was very chewy. Was teacher Qin Pingon more like Qi Jingchun or Cui Dong? Why did that old bastard Cui Dong later create a book lake questioning heart game and try to decide the true victor in a tug-of-war with Qi Jingchun? Wasn't it because his teacher had taken a fancy to him? In fact, as they walked, he seemed to have become the true comrade of Cui Dong. Wasn't this the most interesting thing in the world? Therefore, Cui Dong planned to make the dead Qi Jingchun unable to admit defeat. But in Cui Dong's heart, he could openly turn the tables. Did Qi Jingchun think that he could choose another, senior brother Cui Dong when he was alive? At that time, Cui Dong could mock Qi Jingchun for thinking about it for 60 years in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven. In the end, he felt that the person who could save himself and save others was not Qi Jingchun himself, but someone like Cui Dong. It was obvious who would win and who would lose. Why did the old scholar want to separate that bastard Cui's Dong from my soul? Wasn't that the same as giving him a taste of his own medicine? Letting Cui Dong know what he was thinking was still not completely right? This was probably the unique ghost skill that the old scholar had been hiding all his life and did not want to show it to others. And Pei Qian, who was born in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, was of course the old scholar's unreasonable hand. Cui Dongshan drank a bowl of wine and picked up some pickled vegetables. It was indeed a little salty. His teacher was too generous in doing business and wasted salt. In the Taoist temple. Did the old scholar hope that his last disciple would only see the good and evil in people's hearts? It was far more than that. So what if he knew about the good and evil in people's hearts? Cui Dongshan's teacher had already walked down the path of making himself an enemy. Knowing about it was just knowing. Of course, the benefits would not be small, but it was still not big enough. Old Xiu was the one who really put in a lot of effort. He still hoped to see the good and bad in people's hearts and the thousands of possibilities that extended from it. The good and bad in people's hearts actually involved the more complicated and seemingly more unreasonable concept of good begetting evil, and evil begetting good. This once again involved an old story from the early years. Back then, Qi Jingchun was no longer willing to play chess with his senior brother Cui Dong. He went to ask his teacher if there was a chess game in the world where both sides could win. At that time, the old scholar was drinking by himself. He had just secretly put down one of his legs from the bench and assumed the posture of a teacher. When he heard the question, he laughed and choked a few times. It was not known whether it was because he was happy or because the wine was too spicy, but he almost cried. At that time, a big fool was eyeing the wine on the teacher's table. He casually said, "If you don't play chess, you won't lose. If you don't lose, you win. This is the same principle as not spending money to earn money." At that time he was guarding against the big fool stealing the wine. His answer was, "If my chess skills are good enough, I can win. If I lose without anyone knowing, then it's a win." Cui Dong sat on the threshold and leaned against the door. He smiled and said, "Without breaking the rules, this is only possible if the chessboard is infinitely big. Otherwise, don't even think about it." At that time, the only young man standing in the room just looked at his teacher. The old scholar smiled and said, "This question is a bit big. If I want to answer it well, I have to think about it a little more." Qi Jingchun nodded and said, "Please finish the wine quickly." The implication was that the teacher should have an answer after drinking the wine. The old scholar smiled and nodded with confidence. As soon as he finished the wine, he began to stagger to his feet. He tried hard to hold back his blushing face and pretended to be drunk. He then took a nap. Cui Dongshan put down his chopsticks and looked at the square table like a chessboard. He looked at the wine pot and wine bowl on the table and sighed softly. He got up and left. When he arrived at the gate of Ning Mansion, a young man in white holding an ordinary green bamboo mountain staff gently knocked on the door. Nalan Yeshing opened the door. The young man smiled and said, "Grandpa Nalan, the teacher must often talk about me. I am Dongshan." Nalan Yeshing only knew that this person was his son-in-law's student, but he really didn't know that he was good-looking but not very smart. What a pity. The two disciples and students that the son-in-law had brought in earlier looked very good. After Nalan Yeshing closed the door, Cui Dongshan said with a puzzled look, "Grandpa Nalan is obviously an ascendant realm sword cultivator. Why is he in the jade unpolished realm? Could it be that you were attacked by that old monster who hasn't appeared for 10,000 years and seriously injured Grandpa Nalan? Why hasn't such a story been spread in the world?" Nalan Yeshing smiled and didn't want to lower himself to the level of a guy with a hole in his head. Cui Dongshan shook his sleeve, took out a round yellow ancient bead and handed it to Nalan Yeshing. "What a coincidence, I have a pill I picked up on the side of the road. It is difficult to help Grandpa Nalan return to the immortal realm, but it may be possible to mend the jade unpolished realm." Nalan Yeshing glanced at it and didn't see the depth of the pill. If the gift was too heavy, there was no reason to accept it. If the gift was too light, there was no need to be polite. So he smiled and said, "Thank you, but take it back." Cui Dongshan didn't take back his hand. He added with a smile, "I picked it up on the Kaiyun Road in White Emperor City." With lightning speed, Nalan Yeshing grabbed the pill from the white-clothed young man's hand and hid it in his sleeve. After thinking about it, he decided to keep it in his arms. The old man complained, "Dongshan, why are you still giving Grandpa Nalan a gift? Don't be so estranged." Cui Dongshan looked surprised and stretched out his hand. "Estranged? Isn't this Junior drawing legs on a snake? Give it back to me." Nalan Yeshing stretched out his hand and gently pushed the young man's hand away. He said earnestly, "Dongshan, look, you are even more estranged now." The young man seemed to be convinced by the old man. He turned and ran to the door of Ning Mansion. He opened the door and crossed the threshold. Then he turned and stretched out his hand. "Give it back to me." Nalan Yeshing took a breath of cold air. Good heavens, he must be right. He is really the proud student of that son-in-law. Maybe he has obtained all the true teachings. Nalan Yeshing pretended to be deaf and dumb, turned and left. He didn't care whether he entered Ning Mansion or closed the door. Cui Dongshan entered the door, closed the door and quickly caught up with Nalan Yeshing. he whispered. Grandpa Nalan, now you know who I am, right? Nalan Yeshing smiled. Dongshan, you are the most promising student of son-in-law, aren't you? Cui Dongshan said guiltily. I only picked up one on the Kaiyun Road in White Emperor City. In an instant, Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and blocked the side of his head. Nalan Yeshing smiled. In this way I can accept it with peace of mind. Cui Dongshan withdrew his hand and whispered, Grandpa Nalan, please don't tell anyone that I am an Ascendant Realm cultivator, lest the Sword Immortals think that my realm is too low and embarrass Mr. Nalan Yeshing was a little tired. It was not because of the pill itself, but because he didn't guess Cui Dongshan's words and actions after they met. He only said that he used the flying sword to scare this boy. Since the other party's realm was extremely high, he could completely turn a blind eye to it or try his best to block the flying sword. But this guy stretched out his hand to block it and deliberately slowed down a bit. When his 2 fingers touched the flying sword, it was not the tip of the sword but the hilt. Nalan Yeshing was worried. Cui Dongshan walked side by side with the old man, looked around and said casually with a smile, Since I am Mr. Student Grandpa Nalan, are you worried that I am too bad or that Mr. is not good enough? Do you believe that I, Cui Dongshan, am not smart enough, or do you believe that Mr. is right? Are you worried about me, a foreigner, or are you worried about the foundation of Ning Mansion? Are the flying swords of the Sword Immortals inside and outside Ning Mansion not enough to break through the sea of clouds? Should a sword cultivator in the upper 5 realms believe in the lethality of his flying sword, or that his sword heart is clear and pure enough? Could it be that after I said that, you no longer believe me even though you originally believed me? Nalan Yeshing looked dignified. Cui Dongshan sighed with emotion. People with great strength always think that they can save effort and worry. This is not good. Nalan Yeshing frowned. Cui Dongshan glanced at the dragon beheading cliff not far away. Mr. is here, so there's nothing to worry about. Brother Nalan, we brothers have to cherish it. Nalan Yeshing said nothing along the way. When they arrived at Mr.'s house, Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang were also there. Cui Dongshan bowed and thanked him, calling him Grandpa Nalan. Nalan Yeshing nodded with a smile and said to Qin Pingon, who got up in the house, Dongshan and I hit it off at first sight and he almost recognized me as a brother. Qin Pingon nodded with a smile. Okay, Grandpa Nalan, I know. Pei Qian secretly gave a thumbs up to the big white goose at the door. Cui Dongshan said with a blank face, Grandpa Nalan, I didn't say that. Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, Is it your husband who believes in me, Brother Nalan, or you, Brother Cui? Cui Dongshan covered his forehead with one hand and staggered. I drank too much at the shop just now. What did I say? Where am I? Who am I? The thumbs that Pei Qian had just put down were raised again. Moreover, both thumbs were raised. Now Annie left, feeling carefree and happy. Qin Pingon glared at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan sat on the threshold. Mister, let me sit here and enjoy the cool breeze to sober up. Qin Pingon sat back in his seat and continued to write the fan, and Chao Qinglang was also helping. Pei Qian wanted to help, but his master didn't allow it. He sat alone at the next table facing the door and the big white goose. He winked at him and pointed to the 2 items on the table that were given by his master's wife. Pei Qian didn't stand on ceremony with his master's wife. He picked 2 gifts generously. A string of prayer beads made of unknown material with 108 people engraved on it. A pair of chess jars. As soon as the lids were opened, the jar with white chess pieces looked like a cloud, while the jar with black chess pieces was covered with dark clouds. There was a vague scene of an old dragon making rain. There were many beads in the prayer beads and even more chess pieces in the jar. The quality was not important at all. Pei Qian always felt that his family should win with quantity. Next time he fought with Li Huai, how could Li Huai win? Cui Dongshan nodded with a smile, raised his hand and gently made a clapping gesture. Pei Qian and him had a tacit understanding, so he raised his hand and clapped from a distance. Pei Qian sat cross-legged on the bench, shaking her head and shoulders. Qin Pingon, who had his back to Pei Qian, said, Have you forgotten how to sit? Pei Qian immediately seemed to have been immobilized. Cui Dongshan leaned against the door and looked at the 3 people in the room with a smile. Pei Qian was laughing to herself. Now whenever she saw a temple she would kowtow to the bodhisattva. It was said that she often went to the Temple of Heart Image in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. But for some reason when she put her palms together, her palms were not tightly pressed together, as if she was carefully holding something. She also heard from Xianxia that she now had her first friend who was no longer a friend. Of course it was not Qin Wanshu and Zhou Mili who were still good friends, nor was it the old cook Wei Xiaobai. It was a girl born and raised in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom who had just married a few years ago. Before she left Lotus Root Blessed Land, she went to find her and apologized. But the girl didn't seem to accept or reject Pei Qian's apology. She recognized Pei Qian, whose height and appearance had not changed much, but the girl from a rich family just pretended not to know because she was afraid. After Pei Qian left, she secretly found Zhong Qiu behind Chao Qinglong's back. She asked Master Zhong to do something for her. Zhong Qiu agreed. Pei Qian then asked if it was right. Zhong Qiu said it was not wrong, but did not say if it was good or if it could really be corrected. She only said that she should ask her master herself. At that time, Pei Qian said that she didn't dare to say it now. When she was braver she would say it. When her master liked her more, then she would dare to say it. Chao Qinglang was writing attentively. It was very similar to a person. She was always serious about whatever she did. So she needed someone to teach her what she could not be serious about and what she should not be stubborn about. It was just that he didn't know whether Chao Qinglang now knew why his master was willing to be so serious when he was a burden dealer. In this seriousness, part of it was because of his guilt towards Chao Qinglang, even though Chao Qinglong's suffering in life had nothing to do with him. There were many things and many words that Cui Dongshan would not say. With master teaching and answering questions, the students and disciples just listened and watched. As for master, he was probably still thinking about how to make money at this moment. There were 3 people in the room. In fact, they were very similar in one thing. It was the time when his parents left for a faraway place and never returned. They were still children at that time. Master's parents were the first to leave. Then Pei Qian and then Chao Qinglang. The 3 people in the room probably did not want to grow up, but they had no choice but to. Therefore Cui Dongshan did not enter the room. He only wanted to sit by the door and lay the mountain walking stick across his knees. It was rare for him to be alone and to be in a daze. Qin Pingon slammed the table, startling Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian. Then they heard their master laughing angrily. The one who writes the best is the laziest. Chao Qinglang looked enlightened and nodded. That makes sense. Pei Qian slammed the table. How dare you? Cui Dongshan quickly got up and crossed the door with the mountain walking stick in his hand. Okay. Qin Pingon stood up and sat beside Pei Qian. He smiled and said, Master will teach you how to play chess. Pei Qian nodded vigorously and began to open the chess jar. He stretched out his hands and shook it gently. Okay. The big white goose. What's that? It's little senior brother. Little senior brother taught me how to play chess. I'm a slow learner. I can only beat him if he gives me 10 moves. Qin Pingon's smile did not change. He just sat down and stood up. Then we'll play next time. Master, go right. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring the small box here. Copy the book. Pei Qian nodded and ran out. He quickly carried the small bamboo box back. He saw his master standing at the door and looking at him. Pei Qian stopped at the door and looked up in confusion. Master, are you waiting for me? Qin Pingon smiled. I remember when someone went to fetch water with a bucket, it wasn't so fast. Pei Qian looked a little flustered. Qin Pingon rubbed her head and smiled. Master and Chao Qinglang could wait for you to come home. Of course they can wait even more now. Cui Dongshan looked up and complained, I'm the one who met Master the earliest. Pei Qian immediately smiled happily. I met you earlier than Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang turned to look at the door and smiled. Pei Qian immediately said to the big white goose, What's the point of fighting over this? Cui Dongshan raised his hands. Senior sister is right. Qin Pingon patted Pei Qian's head. Go copy the book. In the end it was Qin Pingon who sat by the door. He took out the blade's strengthening gourd and started drinking. The 3 people in the room looked at the back of the figure at the door and went back to their own business. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Chao Qinglang, I'll make you a walking stick later. Chao Qinglang turned and said, Master, I have one. Qin Pingon did not turn his head. He smiled and said, It's not a gift from Master. If you don't mind, you can take the one in the opposite room. Chao Qinglang thought for a moment. As long as it's not a straw sandal, it's fine. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes and muttered, Comparisons are odious. Pei Qian finished writing a sentence. When she stopped writing, she secretly made a face and muttered, "I'm so angry, so angry." Then Pei Qian glanced at the small bamboo box on the table. He was in a good mood. After all, she was the only one who had a small box. Qin Pingon had his back to the three people. He smiled and looked at the sky through the patio. Today's bamboo sea grotto heaven wine was still delicious. How could such good wine be bought on credit? Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine. He held the wine pot in one hand and patted his knee with the other. He muttered to himself, "I'm a poor man, but I'm good." Cui Dongshan smiled and also seemed to be talking to himself. You don't seek for yourself, but you count other people's treasures. It's useless to count other people's treasures. Please listen to me. Chao Qinglang smiled and continued softly, "Untainted, the light is self-evident. It's impossible not to be born from the heart. When you speak, it's like a lion's roar." Pei Qian stopped writing and pricked up her ears. He felt so wronged. She did not know what her master was talking about. She definitely had not read it in the book. Otherwise she would definitely remember. Pei Qian sighed. "Then I'll make the stinky tofu." Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. He patted his knee and laughed loudly. "Yangchan noodles can be free, but this stinky tofu has to be charged." 607. For the next 2 weeks, Pei Qian was not very happy because Cui Dongshan forced her to leave Ning Mansion and wander around with Blockhead Chow. The three of them wandered through the streets and alleys of the city. They went to look at the mirage from afar and then went all the way south. The big white goose liked to take a long detour and pass by the houses of sword immortals before they reached the top of the city on foot. If Master was here, they could even crawl, let alone walk. But since Master was not here, Pei Qian hinted several times for him to take out the fairy talisman boat so that they could see the ground more clearly from the sky. But Cui Dongshan did not agree, and Chao Qinglang was not interested either. He just acted like a mute, which made Pei Qian feel a little weak. Chao Qinglang originally planned to cultivate peacefully in the Ning Mansion. Just like Mr. Zhong, he walked slowly in the martial arts field every day. He could walk for several hours at a time. But when Cui Dongshan knocked on the door and asked him to come out, Chao Qinglang wanted to refuse. After all, Mr. Zhong specially chose this place for her to cultivate, and she could not let Mr. Zhong down. But Cui Dongshan shook his head and his meaning was obvious. Chao Qinglang thought for a while and agreed. Cui Dongshan reminded Chao Qinglang to bring the mountain traveling staff that the teacher had given him. Chao Qinglang brought the mountain traveling staff that had accompanied the teacher through thousands of mountains and rivers and walked through half of the North Continent. Cui Dongshan had one himself, but it was an ordinary green bamboo. Pei Qian's mountain staff was made of the best material and was the most valuable. After the big white goose explained, Pei Qian gave up the idea of carrying the small bamboo box. On the top of the city wall, Pei Qian walked on the southern side of the city wall and saw many interesting sword immortals along the way. There were sword immortals in colorful robes strolling, but they did not carry a sword at their waist. The sword had no scabbard and the sword tassel was extremely long. One end of the tassel was tied to the waist, and the long sword dragged on the ground. The sword's tip and edge rubbed against the city wall, and the sword's aura was clearly visible. Pei Qian wanted to look more but did not dare to. Chao Qinglang, who was walking on a higher ground, looked at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "In this great wall of sword aura, height depends on the sword." Only then did Chao Qinglang give up the idea of jumping down the city wall and landing on the horse path. Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian laughed and said, "There's no harm in taking a look. The glory of a sword immortal is a rare sight in this world. Lord Sword Immortal will not blame you." Pei Qian dared to look more. The sword immortal in colorful robes was deep in thought, and he did not mind that the three of them were walking on a higher ground. Cui Dongshan's bottleneck and his life's cultivation, his life flying sword. And the blood on the ground. Ground, blood. Wu Qingpei was a loner. Although he looked young, he was actually very old. His Dao companion had once had her head crushed by a great demon. He opened his mouth and swallowed the woman's soul. That great demon was severely injured on the battlefield and hid in a cave in the depths of the wildlands to recuperate. It was unwilling to appear on the battlefield again. Wu Qingpei once debated whether he would live the rest of his life alone or die a meaningless death. In the end, that great demon was killed and its head was thrown to the ground next to Wu Qingpei's feet. Wu Qingpei smiled and said, "Since it's on the way, why don't you treat me to a drink?" The three of them even encountered a sword immortal who seemed to be in the middle of fighting with his sword drawn. He sat cross-legged and was currently drinking wine with one hand forming a sword seal. The old man had his back towards the south and his face towards the north. Between the north and south walls, there was something that could be described as lightning or sword light. It was as thick as the mouth of the Iron Lock Well in Longquan County. The sword light was dazzling and sparks flew in all directions. Lightning constantly smashed on the horse path on the city wall, like thousands of snakes slithering before disappearing into the grass. Pei Qian was afraid and did not dare to move forward. The old man smiled. "I don't know the rules here. You can pass if you have wine. Otherwise, you can defeat me with your sword skills or ride your sword out of the city wall and take a detour." Cui Dongshan smiled. "My master is the second shopkeeper. The upper beam is so crooked but the lower beam is not crooked either." Strange. The old man then said angrily, "Then you'll need 2 pots of wine." Cui Dongshan smiled and threw 2 pots of wine to the sword immortal old man. The old man was called Zhao Jioga. The person facing Zhao Jioga on the north side of the city wall was Qing Quan, a nascent soul sword immortal who had fallen from the unpolished Jade realm. They were sworn enemies. Other than today when Zhao Jioga pressed on and clashed with Qing Quan's sword Qi, the 2 old men who were born in the same shabby alley would also curse at each other across the horse path. It was said that when they drank wine in private they would even spit at each other. After taking the wine, sword immortal Zhao Jioga raised his sword hand slightly. Like an immortal holding a river, he lifted the sword Qi that was blocking the road. Zhao Jioga said unhappily, "On account of the wine." Cui Dongshan and the other 2 jumped off the city wall and walked forward slowly. Chao Qinglang raised her head and looked at the river above her head that was as dense as water. The young man's face was illuminated by the light. Pei Qian hid beside Cui Dongshan and tugged at the big white goose's sleeve. "Let's go quickly." Cui Dongshan smiled. "Senior sister, don't embarrass your master." Pei Qian clenched the mountain-traversing staff in her hand and trembled in fear. She assumed the posture of an arrogant demon, but her limbs were slightly stiff. After crossing the river above their heads and walking far away, Pei Qian, who was scared half to death, kicked the big white goose's calf. Although she did not use much strength, the big white goose was kicked into the air and fell to the ground. Her body curled up and she hugged her leg and rolled around. Pei Qian and the big white goose were old friends and was not worried about this at all. Therefore Pei Qian turned to look at Chao Qinglang almost instantly. Chao Qinglang looked ahead. "I didn't see anything." Pei Qian heaved a sigh of relief and then asked with a grin, "Then did you see the fish in the river just now? They weren't big. One was golden and the other was green." Chao Qinglang shook her head. Pei Qian's mouth twitched. "Hee, so you're a cultivator." Chao Qinglang did not think much of it. Chao Qinglang was well aware of his own aptitude. Mr. Zhong had already explained to him in detail why the demon Ding Ying stayed in the house near Zhuyun Alley and why he chose to sit in Chao Qinglang's house. Ding Ying had long guessed that the few cultivators in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom were the hiding place of the female great-grandmaster from Mirror Heart Chamber. Chao Qinglang was one of them. At that time the spiritual energy in his hometown was thin. The only person who could be considered a true cultivator and become an immortal was the sword-controlling immortal, Yuzhini, who was second only to Ding Ying. However, since he could be regarded as a cultivator, Chao Qinglang would not belittle himself and of course he would not be arrogant. In fact, after the lotus flower-blessed land was divided into 4, the heavenly dew and spiritual qi fell on the human world like rain. Many of the cultivation seeds that were originally floating in the river of time began to take root and sprout in the soil suitable for cultivation, blossoming and bearing fruit. However, as Mr. Liu, who had secretly taught him the magic of immortals, had said, having the innate talent of being blessed by heaven and earth was only the first step. Being able to stand at the foot of the mountain was only the second step. After that, there were still thousands of steps to go up the mountain. As long as one walked steadily, there would be hope to find Qin Pingon and have the opportunity to thank him and ask him if Chao Qinglang would be able to walk the path of the Great Tao in the next 100 or 1,000 years. Cui Dongshan glanced at Pei Qian, the nominal senior sister. Pei Qian could rely on her talent to see other people's hearts, but Cui Dongshan was more than that. Not only could he see people's hearts, but he also knew the depths of people's hearts that others did not know. Pei Qian's memory was good. When she practiced martial arts, she stopped her sword energy for 18 times. Later, when she copied books and saw righteousness, she did not realize it at all. Then she learned to play chess with him on the cross-continent ferry. It turned out that as long as Pei Qian was willing to do something, she could do it better than anyone else. As long as it was something she wanted to learn and really wanted to explore, she would be able to do it very quickly. However, this was not Pei Qian's greatest ability. The most powerful thing about Pei Qian was that she could cut off her thoughts and set a barrier in her heart to not think too much. If I don't want to think too much, the thoughts won't come. The most intuitive manifestation was that after Pei Qian and the teacher recognized their master as their disciple, especially when they went to Luopa Mountain, Pei Qian began to stagnate. Whether it was her height or her temperament, it seemed to be fixed there. She was never tall and was always a small charcoal. Then Pei Qian's carefree attitude was truly carefree and carefree. However, as long as it was a path without barriers, Pei Qian's mind and thoughts were often like an amazing realm of unfettered heaven and earth, traveling thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Her mind was restless and unrestrained. Cultivators trembled with fear like weak scholars walking unsteadily. The path was full of dangers and there were many bandits hiding at the side. However, for Pei Qian there was no such concern at all. It was only after she started to practice martial arts that there was an earth-shattering change. She began to grow, to move forward courageously. This was obviously another extreme. This was very good, but it also hid a lot of trouble and hidden dangers. Because the Lord Pei Qian in Pei Qian's heart was only the disciple Pei Qian in her master's heart. Therefore, to a certain extent, Pei Qian was definitely not determined. Pei Qian's heart was not sincere. She walked too fast as if she was riding on the clouds. Above the lake in her heart, there was only a pavilion in the sky that had not yet been connected to the ground. If it was not for her master, intentionally or unintentionally, who had been bringing her on foot, trekking through mountains and rivers, each holding a walking stick and carrying a bamboo box, carefully placing one or two of the simplest principles and the simplest rules in her little book box in her heart, Pei Qian would be like a firecracker that could explode at any time. Then, in the future, the more she learned martial arts, the further she walked on the martial path, and the greater the power of the firecracker. There was a great possibility that Pei Qian would one day poke a huge hornet's nest, harming others and herself. Now that Pei Qian had changed a lot, Master was no longer afraid that Pei Qian would take the initiative to make mistakes. Even if she walked the Jianghu alone, Master was actually not too worried that she would take the initiative to hurt others. Instead, he was afraid that others would make mistakes, and if the mistakes were obvious, then Pei Qian would not be able to hold herself back and use her big mistake to crush others' small mistake. This was the most worrying result. How easy was it for Master to teach his disciple? The vast world was so complicated and there were so many life and death situations. If it was not the countryside where chickens crowed and dogs barked, there would be the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting, and there would be the overturning of rivers and seas. There were all kinds of accidents that even Qin Pingon could not determine good and evil. Once Pei Qian met with them, how could Qin Pingon dare to truly be at ease? For the sake of this first disciple of his, Master could be said to have cultivated a lot. They quickly passed by a group of sword cultivators who were sitting on the ground practicing their swordplay. Then Pei Qian's sharp eyes saw the woman from the central divine continent called Yu Zhuanfu, sitting on the road in front of the city. Yu Zhuanfu was not practicing her swordplay, but was sitting there chewing on a pancake. Cui Dongshan's hands were behind his head, his chest puffed out. His arrogant walking posture was not one bit inferior to first senior sister's signature posture. Pei Qian did not know what the big white goose was thinking. It was probably that after meeting so many sword cultivators at once, its heart was trembling and it was pretending not to be afraid. Pei Qian's impression of her was actually not bad. This Yu Zhuanfu was quite magnanimous. The reason was very simple. Back when Yu Zhuanfu lost in the grappling fist and had her head smashed against the wall, she was not angry. If only Tsun Yuanji and Bai Zicheng had such magnanimity. The city walls were wide enough. Yu Zhuanfu did not even raise her head, only looking at the vast land to the south. Pei Qian's group, each holding a mountain staff, walked past one by one. Not far from Yu Zhuanfu was a youth reading a book. Pei Qian frowned. Sitting on a cushion and listening to Sword Immortal Ku Xia's teachings, The Dragon Gate Realm sword cultivator Yen Lu glanced at the three people on the city walls, then turned away. It was said that he was on the same side as Chen Pingon, and it did seem like it. Cui Dongshan glanced at the book in the youth's hand and nodded with a smile. Very good, he could be considered half of his disciple and grand disciple. It was a small matter. Lin Junbai closed the book and raised his head to smile at the three people. Cui Dongshan returned the smile. Pei Qian pretended not to see it, and Chao Qinglang nodded in return. Chao Qinglang had naturally already recognized the person. The teacher had carved some words in the manner and casually talked about the two defensive battles. He did not talk about good or evil. He only described the thoughts of the attackers and defenders, as well as the speed of their attacks for the three students. The three people left. Lin Junbai continued flipping through the iridescent clouds manual. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, although he did not want to break through consecutively in one go, which was why his realm was not high, under Sword Immortal Wuxia's instructions, he still acted as half a teacher for his companions. Furthermore, he was the only sword cultivator who managed to capture a wisp of the ancient sword intent and leave it in his crucial Qi abode. Yen Lu, Jiang Guanqing and Zhu Mei, half of the innate sword embryos, had once captured a fleeting wisp of the sword intent. Yen Lu had even captured it more than once, but unfortunately he failed to keep it. Lin Junbai had never revealed the secrets of the heavens. Sword Immortal Wuxia knew this, but he did not expose it. Lin Junbai planned to wait until he had collected 3 wisps of the ancient Sword Immortal's sword intent. If no one succeeded, he would then say that he had received a gift. It could be considered as a way to encourage them so as to prevent them from losing their motivation to practice the sword. Every time the 3 of them reached a deserted area, Cui Dongshan would quicken his pace. Pei Qian could keep up with him. Her breathing was smooth and she was extremely relaxed. Chao Qinglang, on the other hand, was constantly suffering. Walking on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she still had to follow Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian. It was like flying. Naturally, it was more torturous than the slow breathing in the Ning manner. Cui Dongshan would occasionally stop and let Chao Qinglang sit down and meditate for a few hours. Pei Qian was bored to death. She would lie on the city wall and look towards the south with her hands on her cheeks. She hoped to see 1 or 2 so-called great demons. Of course, she only wanted to see 1 or 2. There was no need to greet them. After she returned to the vast heavens in her hometown Luopa Mountain, she would have a good talk with Nguan Shu and Millet. The big demons that they were talking about were standing right outside the city wall, right in front of her. They stared at each other, but she was not afraid at all. She even had to stretch her neck to see the big demon's head. In the end, she even held the mountain walking staff in her hand and performed a crazy set of sword skills, fiercely attacking it. It was a pity that after walking for a few days, she did not see any of the great demons of the desolate world. Pei Qian lay on the city wall and asked Cui Dongshan why the great demons were so cowardly. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "It's not that there aren't any great demons. It's just that some old sword immortals and great sword immortals' flying swords can reach places further than what your eyes can see." Pei Qian turned her head and asked, "Eldest martial uncle must be one of them, right?" Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes and made a face. He sat cross-legged and shook his body. Pei Qian said softly, "Did eldest martial uncle really hit you? I'll talk to eldest martial uncle later. Don't bear grudges. It would be wrong of us not to burn incense to be able to enter the same family and become a family." Cui Dongshan did not like to worship Bodhisattva. Even if he accompanied her to temples of all sizes, Cui Dongshan never pressed his palms together to worship Bodhisattva, much less kneel and kowtow. Pei Qian secretly helped him kowtow and secretly told Bodhisattva not to blame him. In fact, the city wall was already in the sky. The wind in the sky blew, causing Cui Dongshan's white clothes and hair to flutter. Unknowingly, he suddenly missed the study trip back then. When there were more people, everyone still carried bamboo chests. He remembered that Cui Dongshan had deliberately told Little Treasure Bottle and the others about the stories of the hermits in the books who were not hermits. At that time, Li Huai did not understand it all. He only remembered it. This was a child. At most, they would feel that the world was like this. However, their faces were full of sarcasm. This was the common thought of young boys and girls. They felt that the world was like this. In fact, it was still like this even when people were old. However, Lin Shi said that the real hermits were naturally not known by the world and would not appear in books. Why would they belittle all the hermits because of this? As for the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, she thought even further. She said that only by looking at the number of hermits and unknown hermits in the books could an accurate conclusion be reached. Then the straw sandals youth, who was not her teacher at that time, just sat by the bonfire and listened silently. Then he secretly remembered all the views of everyone and occasionally added a dry branch to the fire. Cui Dongshan pressed his hands on the mountain walking stick and smiled. Eldest martial sister, you have to keep the small wooden bead that my teacher gave you well. Pei Qian rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense. So annoying. Then Pei Qian suddenly smiled and turned around. With her back facing the south, she carefully took out her money bag and took out a small wooden bead that was not perfectly round. That day she made a great contribution and helped her teacher think of a new way to make money. Her teacher rewarded her and told her to keep it well. Her teacher had treasured it for many years. If she lost it, she would be full of chestnuts. She had to listen carefully to her teacher's teachings. Cui Dongshan asked, "Do you know the origin of this bead?" Pei Qian shook her head and opened her palm to hold up the slightly rough carved wooden bead. There were many crooked carvings. It seemed that the person who made the bead was not very good at knife skills and his eyes were not very good. However, it was a gift from her teacher and could not be bought with thousands of gold. Alas, if the carving was not a little bad in her mind in her little patriarch hall, this bead would have a high status as the mountain walking stick in the small bamboo box. Cui Dongshan said softly, "This little thing has been treasured by your teacher for much longer than the carving knife that Chao Qinglang got." Pei Qian curiously asked, "Does the small bead have a big story?" Cui Dongshan shook his head. "No big story. The small bead has a small story." Pei Qian said, "Don't be a hero. Finish it quickly." Cui Dongshan gently wiped the green bamboo mountain walking stick on his knee and said, "When your teacher was a child, he chopped a piece of wood and carried it down the mountain with a basket. When he reached home, he made a string of prayer beads for the Bodhisattva. Then he went to the immortal tomb to worship the Bodhisattva for the last time and hung it on the hand of the Bodhisattva statue. Later he didn't go there for a long time. When he went there again, the Bodhisattva didn't have the string of prayer beads in his hand. Your teacher only picked up this one on the ground. So, after so many years, this is the only one left with him. It has been hidden in a small pottery jar. Every time he went out, he was reluctant to take it with him for fear that he would lose it again. So he asked you to keep it carefully. You really have to keep it carefully." Pei Qian clenched her fists and lowered her head. The drawing of the river of time and the small story scroll were deliberately cut and hidden by Cui Dongshan, who deliberately did not want to show it to her. Cui Dongshan continued, "When you were a child, did you pray to the Bodhisattva? It seems that you didn't. You were so young at that time. Did you read books? Did you know how to read? But in this life, have you ever complained about your own gains, losses, and sufferings? When you traveled thousands of miles, have you ever had the slightest intention to harm others? I don't want you to learn from me. There's no need. Your you Pei Qian is Pei Qian. I just want you to know that in the world, there are still some beautiful things that people don't know. They are things that we can't see or know in our lifetime. So, we can't only see those things that are not beautiful." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Ordinary people pray to the Bodhisattva. Let me ask you, when the Bodhisattva holds the prayer beads, who is she praying to?" Cui Dongshan asked and answered his own question, "She's asking for it." Chao Qinglang suddenly said, "In a university square in your hometown, there is a plaque with the words 'Don't ask for it' from outsiders." Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "Many principles are fundamentally connected. Our Confucian learning also has a process of self-seeking and seeking deeper. There are also problems, and that is, in the past there was a big threshold to reading books. Those who could read books and study were usually from good families. They didn't need to deal with trivial matters like daily necessities, nor did they need to compete with the benefits and losses of those at the bottom. It's just that as time passed, there were more and more scholars in the past, and it wasn't enough. Because the sages only taught you to go higher, they didn't teach you how to earn money to support your family, they didn't teach you how to fight with bad people. I think the principle is really good, but it's not very useful. Almost every generation of scholars always feel that the world they live in is too bad. They curse the heavens and the earth, blame others and blame themselves. Is it because they have read more, are older and have a long life, seen more unhappiness and have a deeper understanding of suffering, that's why they have such a pessimistic view? Is it because the world hasn't changed for the better but it hasn't changed for the worse? Shouldn't we think about these possibilities? In fact, many sufferings are not mentioned in books, and even if they are, the number of words is not many. Compared to all the pain and suffering, it seems that the former has never been a match for the latter. Furthermore, the latter has always been outnumbered. Pei Qian was silent. Chao Qinglang stopped cultivating and began to cultivate her mind. Cui Dongshan looked a little tired for the first time. It's not that the principle is really bad, it's not right. It's because it's too good and too right that it's difficult to do. There are always many people who don't blame the unreasonable people around them, but blame the principle and the sages. Why? The principle in books can't speak, and if the sages hear it, they won't do anything. What to do? Then there are many old sayings of compromise as well as a lot of proverbs. For example, it's better to provoke a gentleman than a villain. Is it reasonable? It seems that when you think about it, you always feel that something is wrong. How could there not be? Almost everyone in the world is a person who truly needs to live their lives. All of their family assets and incense are accumulated one copper coin after another. Therefore, when I think about it this way, this sentence is simply priceless advice. Cui Dongshan leaned back. I hate those who are smart but not smart the most. Since they have broken the rules and taken advantage of others, they should just shut up and enjoy the benefits in their own pockets. But they just have to come out and show off their cleverness. Then I met Pei Qian. Chao Qinglang, do you know what little senior brother was thinking when he was at the other extreme in the beginning? Pei Qian shook her head. Chao Qinglang said, I don't dare to think about it. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, that is to drag all the living beings in the world to sleep with me. Pei Qian held the prayer bead with one hand and grabbed the big white goose's sleeve with the other. Her face was full of fear, but her eyes were serious. You can't do that. Chao Qinglang comforted her. Eldest senior sister, have you forgotten what little senior brother said? In the earliest days there are many ideas that you have. If you change them, you'll be missing that what if. My heart is full of morality, so I don't care if the world is unbearable. Cui Dongshan said self-deprecatingly, I have seen too many sinister people in my life. Not to mention looking at them, even if I hide in the distance and don't smell them, I will still smell them. And the problem is that I like to look and smell. I enjoy it. But my patience is not good, so I can't be a real teacher. Not to mention a teacher I can't even compare to Zhong Qiu. Looking back, it turned out that the old Xianxia had already hit the nail on the head. Perhaps you, Cui Shi, could be one of the people with profound knowledge. Perhaps you, Cui Shi, could also be one of the people who could help the people. But the only people who could teach and educate in the school and do a good job were Shaoqi and Mao Xiaodong. Cui Dongshan stood up. Continue to look at the scenery. There are great beauties in the world. Wait for me for thousands of years, don't let me down. Chao Qinglang knew the reason and immediately stood up. Pei Qian carefully put away the prayer bead and stood up slowly. Actually, she really wanted to go back to her master and his wife's house. She was probably the only one who was kept in the dark. This was also why Zhong Qiu would walk around the Ning Mansion martial arts field day and night. On the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, somewhere far away, a monk sat alone with his palms clasped together and silently chanted the name of Buddha. The only person who knew about this was probably the eldest sword immortal Chen Qingdu. Pei Qian walked and stopped. Along the way, she also saw the sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect who were practicing on the top of the wall. However, Mr. Liu was there, but the white-haired man was not. Pei Qian felt relieved. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one nearby, she happily performed a set of crazy sword techniques. Chao Qinglang was a little far from her, afraid of being accidentally hurt. Cui Dongshan was hit a few times. After that, Pei Qian and the other two saw a strange female sword immortal. She was on a swing on the top of the wall. Pei Qian felt that it was an eye-opener. The swing was very fun. There were only 2 ropes that reached into the clouds and a wooden plank that the female sword immortal was sitting on. The swing did not have a frame, but it seemed like it could continue swinging. Cui Dongshan ran over and asked with a smile, Sister, do you need me to help you push the swing? The female sword immortal's name was Zhou Xian. She seemed to be immersed in her own thoughts and ignored him. According to the legends of the northern cities of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, this female sword immortal had long gone mad. Every time there was a battle, she would never take the initiative to leave the city to kill the enemy. She would only guard the swing to death. not allowing any demons to come within 1,000 feet of the swing. As for the people of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, be it sword immortals, sword cultivators, or children playing around, Zhou Qing would ignore them as long as they did not disturb her. Cui Dongshan still did not give up. Sister Zhou, I'm Dongshan. This sister sword immortal was white and round. He was really beautiful. It would be good to chat more with him. Zhou Qing swayed along with the swing. When she turned her head, she was not looking at the white-dressed youth, but at the slightly tanned young lady. She said with a smile, "Do you want to sit for a while?" Pei Qian shook his head and said timidly, "Sister Zhou, it's best that I don't disturb you." Zhou Qing said with a smile, "I can take in a disciple on behalf of my master. You can be my junior sister. If you already have a master, it's fine. It's just a name. I can impart to you a sword art that is in no way inferior to yours. Both great Tao originates from the same source. It's just that my talent is lacking and I can't reach the pinnacle. However, you have great hopes." Even Cui Dongshan was surprised. This sister sword immortal sure was generous. Indeed, she did not disappoint him. It was reasonable and within his expectations. However, Pei Qian nearly burst into tears from fright. Could this senior sword immortal be so powerful that she could hear his joke on the ferry outside the inverted hanging mountain? I was really just bragging to the white goose. Zhou Qing suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. It's fine. Don't be afraid. Come often in the future." Pei Qian laughed as well. However, it was uglier than crying. Zhou Qing thought for a moment and extended her hand to pull one of the long ropes. Then, with a flip of her wrist, a clump of golden threads appeared. She gently threw it to the young lady who caught her eye. "After you accept it, don't return it to me. Also, don't throw it away. If you don't wish to learn it, just leave it. It doesn't matter." The actions of Sword Qi Great Wall's sword immortals were baffling. Cui Dongshan looked at the flustered Pei Qian who was crying miserably and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to thank Sister Zhou?" Pei Qian did not dare to cup his fists and could only bow in thanks. After walking far away with the female sword immortal and the strange swing, Pei Qian finally dared to wipe the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Are you really all right?" Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "If the teacher asks, just say that you picked it up from the ground. If he doesn't believe it, I'll convince him." Pei Qian was skeptical. Chao Qinglang held back her laughter. One night, Pei Qian suddenly looked up. Chao Qinglang followed his gaze and vaguely saw a sea of clouds condensed from the resplendent sunset glow high above the city walls. It was said that there was a sword immortal who slept all year round on a big bed. Cui Dongshan glanced at it and did not look anymore. The gaudy one was called Miyu. He was just a jade immortal who relied on a pile of immortals' money. Because he had a good brother, the sword immortal Mihu, whose flying sword was not weak. If Mihu did not give up his own opportunities and resources to cultivate his younger brother, Mihu should have been in the immortal realm. However, the gains and losses were meaningless to outsiders. After all, it was Mihu, the sword immortal's own choice. Mihu was addicted to killing enemies. Every time he fought, it was tragic. It was said that the most pitiful time was when his body and spirit were almost to the point of cracking mountains and rivers. However, not only did his realm not drop, but he also stood firmly in the realm and had the hope of breaking through the bottleneck and reaching a higher level. As for the most elegant sword immortal Miyu in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was still very popular among women. Not only that, many women from other places also had many unclear relationships with him. Cui Dongshan did not plan on staying. His destination was another blabbermouth great sword immortal, Yu Qing. His intrinsic flying sword was called 1,000 Feet Spring, and the second was called Skylark in the Sky. Be it in a fight or on the battlefield, their killing power was great. Cui Dongshan was naturally no match for the famous 10 candidates. However, he had Mr. and Mr. had eldest senior brother. It was rare that Cui Dongshan did not cause trouble for others. Instead, trouble came to him. This made Cui Dongshan extremely happy. Miyu, who was sleeping on the clouds, sat up and stretched out his hand to push aside the mysterious clouds. He said with a smile, "Are you Qin Pingan's disciples and students?" Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand to block Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang. Then he scratched his head with his other hand. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Miyu said with a smile, "It's nothing much. I'm not your Tao preacher. I'm just feeling gratified. The literary sage's lineage has withered, but now so many have appeared. Qin Pingon is quite capable. He is indeed worthy of being Mr. Literary Sage's last disciple. Congratulations. With so many disciples, it's no wonder he can do so well in our Sword Qi Great Wall. Cui Dongshan whispered, Senior, if you continue speaking in such an eccentric manner, I will have to speak in such an eccentric manner as well. Miyu laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He flicked his sleeves and immediately, colorful clouds appeared around him. Just say it. I'm not going to take you kids seriously. Cui Dongshan asked timidly, Is that Yu Qing your father? Miyu leaned forward slightly and said with a smile, What do you mean? The white-dressed youth said aggrievedly, Do you need a reason to speak in such an eccentric manner? You should have said so earlier. I wouldn't have said it. Pei Qian was sweating profusely. He was planning to yell at the top of his lungs to call his eldest martial uncle. He didn't care if his eldest martial uncle could hear him, but he could at least scare him. Chao Qinglang smiled and agreed, Little senior brother is right. This was the first time Pei Qian felt that Blockhead Chao was quite promising. He didn't think he was brave before. He always thought he was more timid than Meili. Miyu stretched out his finger and tapped it lightly in the air. He seemed to be hesitating on how to reason. The white-dressed youth said, All right. I was wrong. Yu Qing is not your father. I sincerely admit my mistake. Senior's sword skills are heavenly. You said it yourself. You won't go back on your words and argue with me, right? Miyu smiled but didn't say anything. He, Miyu, his brother Mihu, and the powerful great sword immortal Yu Qing. Was that enough? Miyu felt that it was enough. Moreover, his brother and Yu Qing had a lot of friends. After all, there was only one of them. As for Qin Pingon, this group of lowly brats from the Sage of Literature lineage, what were they? Miyu stood up. He wanted to find an excuse to teach these little ants a lesson. Whether the words of a sword immortal were pleasant or not, they had to listen and shut up. Pei Qian took a step forward and said to Cui Dongshan through telepathy, Big White Goose, quickly go find eldest martial uncle. Chao Qinglang and I are at a lower level. He won't kill us. She then whispered to Chao Qinglang, No matter what I do later, don't attack or say anything. Don't give him a chance to hit you. Cui Dongshan scratched his head. Eldest martial sister. You really don't know what kind of person your eldest martial uncle is. This fellow had beaten him and Qi Jingchun quite badly back then, and this was his own family. If he was dealing with other people and drawing his sword with them, how could he be merciful? In an instant, thunder rumbled above the great wall of sword qi. Miyu narrowed his eyes. His mind shook. He summoned his flying sword but did not dare to assume a killing stance. He only defended. The sword qi arrived in an instant and easily broke through sword immortal Miyu's sword formation. There was a person standing on the mostly ruined clouds. The sword at his waist was still unsheathed. Miyu did not move. He did not dare to move. At this moment, Jade Plain Realm Miyu realized that watching this person go deep into the hinterland and fight two great demons with one sword was completely different from fighting him personally. The person who had retracted all of his sword qi stood beside Miyu. He did not even look at Miyu. He only looked forward and said indifferently, The Sage of Literature lineage is too heavy. That broken sword of yours can't handle it. Trash like you, do you deserve it? Chao Qinglang bowed. Luopa Mountain's Chao Qinglang greets eldest martial uncle. Pei Qian quickly made up for it. He followed suit and bowed. Luopa Mountain's Pei Qian greets the greatest eldest martial uncle. After getting up, Pei Qian felt that he had not had enough. So he clenched his fists, tiptoed and stretched his neck. He waved his hand at the back of the figure high above. Eldest senior brother, you have to be careful. This fellow has a black heart. Left and right turned to look. The sudden appearance of two martial nephews made him feel a little awkward. When Cui Dongshan tactfully scooted a little further away, left and right nodded to the azure-clothed youth and young lady. It was equivalent to saying that their eldest martial uncle was aware. Left and right said, Miyu, do you want to call Yu Qing and Mihu to take action, or do you want me to greet them for you? Miyu's face turned pale. This was because he was deep in a small world. Not only that, any slight movement would cause extremely pure sword intent to point at him like thousands of flying swords. Cui Dongshan covered his mouth with both hands and suppressed his voice. He said slowly, one word at a time, eldest. Marshal. Uncle. Once. When. Then Cui Dongshan hid behind Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang. He was really worried that his eldest martial uncle would give him another sword strike. When it came to the matter of killing demons, when had he ever brought up his full attention? Other than a handful of existences before the Great Wall of Sword Qi, even sword immortals did not know about it. Cui Dongshan revealed a benevolent smile. As expected, left and right were bastards with some minor swordsmanship. They did not attack him but others. It was very satisfying. Pei Qian held the mountain traveling staff under his armpit. He placed his hands in front of him and clapped lightly. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "After today, the literary sage's unreasonable lineage will spread throughout the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Pei Qian said, "Why?" Chao Qinglang sneered, "Others will feel that a lot of reason is in the hands of the weak after the strong become weak. This is because they do not feel the same way." Cui Dongshan chuckled, "Don't learn from me." Chao Qinglang shook his head, "I only know this. I will only learn from you." Left and right ignored Cui Dongshan. He retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. He continued with an indifferent expression, "Mi Yu Qing. Follow me out of the city for a battle. If there is only victory, admit defeat. If you are willing to fight to the death, die." Sword immortal Mi Hu said telepathically, "I admit defeat and apologize to you." Yu Qing did not reply. Left and right flashed and went to find Yu Qing. "Yu Qing, do you only know to be a mute now? Before this, did I use my sword to pry open your mouth and spout nonsense?" Cui Dongshan took out the talisman boat fairy and smiled. "What are you looking at? There's nothing to see. Let's go home. When you martial uncles fight, you are the most careless. It is the most humiliating." Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian sat on the left and right of the ferry. They each held a mountain traveling staff and rowed the boat. Cui Dongshan swore to his senior sister that this way, the ferry could fly faster on the way home. Chao Qinglang was a little helpless. She looked at Pei Qian, who was rowing the boat with all his might and laughing. She did not know if she really believed it or just thought it was fun. Cui Dongshan was more refreshed now. He leaned on the ferry and held his butt up as if he was holding the wormwood with both hands. He rowed the boat with all his might. Previously, when he suffered a sword strike, he also told his martial uncle about the great sword immortal Yu Qing's achievements. This deal was indeed worth it. They returned to Ning residence in the middle of the night. Pei Qian was a little disappointed that he did not see his master's wife, who was in seclusion. Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan went to the dragon-slaying cliff pavilion to talk. Chao Qinglang went to her residence to cultivate. The battle between the two great sword immortals on the city wall spread quickly throughout the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that great sword immortal Yu Qing was forced down the city wall and fell to the south. This meant that Yu Qing had no choice but to fight to the death. In the end, it was said that several sword immortals stopped him. Late that night, the sword light in the south was as bright as the sun, making the city as bright as day for a long time. After that, there was no matter of life and death. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was used to big scenes. There were more people drinking. The business of the folding mountain shop was especially good. Recently, Nalan Yeshing suddenly felt that the old woman by Lianshuang's eyes were a little scary. He counted with his fingers and found that the number of times she called him old dog Nalan had decreased a lot. Her momentum was also much weaker. This made Nalan Yeshing a little creepy. Then he saw the young man in white who called him Grandpa Nalan with a bright smile. Walking side by side with him, Nalan Yeshing asked, "Dongshan, did you say something to Bai Momo recently?" Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "Yes, Bai Momo is an elder of Ning Mansion. Of course I have to say hello." Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, "Besides saying hello, what else did you say?" Cui Dongshan stomped his feet and said with annoyance, "I should have said something. How could I forget it? I don't hold grudges and I don't remember things. It's really bad." Nalan Yeshing stopped in place and looked at the young man in white who was jumping forward with his big sleeves swaying. He missed the early days when they called each other brothers. Early in the morning, Pei Qian called Cui Dongshan to escort her. Then she walked on the secluded street outside the high wall of Gua Mansion with the mountain walking stick in her hand and a small bamboo box on her back. He was too presumptuous and impolite. He didn't even come out to greet his senior sister. Could he be regarded as half a disciple of his master? He couldn't be. Forget it, in this case he and his senior sister were not destined to be together. In the future there would be no place for him in Luapa Mountain. Don't blame his senior sister for not giving him a chance. He couldn't catch it. Miserable and pitiful. Unexpectedly, a head popped out from the top of the wall. With her hands on the wall and her legs in the air, she asked, "Hey little guy on the road, who are you? Your mountain walking stick and small bamboo box are so beautiful. Alas, they make you look a little dark." Pei Qian stood in place and turned her head. Guizhujiu opened her eyes wide and stared at Pei Qian. She asked tentatively, "You wouldn't be the big senior sister who is as beautiful as a flower, whose fist art is invincible, who is 8 feet tall, right?" Pei Qian withdrew her gaze and looked at the big white goose bitterly. The big white goose didn't care about loyalty and pretended to be deaf and dumb. So after arriving at Ning Mansion, Pei Qian was a little listless as she lay on her master's table. Qin Pingon put down the engraved seal in his hand and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You've seen that little girl Lu Duan and you're not happy?" Pei Qian nodded. "Master, I'm not complaining to you behind your back. I just don't like her." Qin Pingon smiled. "Our Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall doesn't have a rule about how much we have to like each other. As long as we each abide by our own rules, it's enough." Pei Qian immediately sat up and nodded. "That's good. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to pretend to like her." Qin Pingon nodded. "You don't have to do it deliberately. But remember not to look at people with prejudice. Whether or not we can become friends depends on fate." Pei Qian smiled like a flower. "What, Guizhujiu, even if she became a disciple of Luopa Mountain, wouldn't she still have to call me senior sister?" Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and sat up straight. "Next, Master's going to talk about something that involves right and wrong. Even if Master asks you, you don't have to say anything. But after being sad, if you think of something, you can come and tell Master. At the same time, remember that since Master is willing to say some harsh words to you, it means that I feel that you can bear it. I recognize Pei Qian as my first disciple. Also, it's not that Master doesn't know who Pei Qian was in the past, but he was still willing to accept you as his disciple. That means that he definitely didn't just see your good side. You've changed for the better, right?" Pei Qian's face was pale. He also sat up straight and still. His hands were clenched into fists, but his eyes were firm as he nodded gently. Qin Pingon then continued, "Master is talking to you about the past today. It's not to bring up old scores, but it can also be said to be bringing up old scores. Because Master has always felt that right and wrong has always existed. This is one of the most fundamental principles in Master's heart. I don't want you to think that today's good things can cover up yesterday's mistakes. At the same time, I also believe from the bottom of my heart that the good you have today was not easy to come by. I will not deny the good you have now and any good you will do in the future because of the mistake you made yesterday. I cherish and care about everything." Pei Qian's eyes reddened. He raised his hand to wipe his eyes and then put it down immediately. "Master, please continue." Pei Qian is listening. Qin Pingon's face was firm. He didn't deliberately lower his voice. He just tried his best to be calm and said slowly to Pei Qian, "I asked Chao Qinglang privately if he took the initiative to fight with you in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Chao Qinglang said yes. I asked him again, did Pei Qian tell him that she saw the things in the hands of Ding Ying's men on the street? Do you know what Chao Qinglang said? Chao Qinglang didn't hesitate to say that you didn't. I then told him the truth. Otherwise Master would be angry. Chao Qinglang still said no." Pei Qian frowned hard, his lips trembling. Suddenly, his face was full of tears. "Yes, Master, I did. I told him." Then that day Chao Qinglang was heartbroken. He went crazy and fought with me on the spot. I even hit him with a bench. Qin Pingon sat there and said, "Pei Qian, think about what you should do and do it yourself. But Master will tell you that in our lives it's not just you. Master's the same. Not all mistakes are made when we know that we're wrong and have the chance to make up for it. There are even many mistakes that we know we're wrong and want to correct, but we don't have the chance. Besides, I also want you to understand that it's not that Chao Qinglang doesn't hold grudges. It's not that he doesn't care about it. He's just willing to forgive you. But the forgiveness of others and our mistakes are two different things. The world is so complicated. We may have done good things, but many mistakes are still there. Even if everyone doesn't remember them, we will still remember them. It's not that you have a lot of reasons. If you really have a lot of reasons to do something wrong, then it's not wrong." Pei Qian sat there and wailed. Qin Pingon got up and sat on the bench beside her. Your master made you sad today. If you make a mistake in the future it will be the same. What will you do? Pei Qian stretched out a trembling hand and carefully tugged at her master's sleeve. She sobbed, "Master, do you not want me anymore?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Of course not. It wasn't easy to teach the Pei Qian of yesterday to become the Pei Qian of today. I can't bear to throw you away." Turning around he gently rubbed Pei Qian's head. Qin Pingon laughed hoarsely and said, "Because master's life is sometimes very difficult." Pei Qian cried heartbreakingly again. She thought of her parents who fled on the road, the little beggar in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, the summer days when she lay on the stone lion and counted the stars. She thought of Grandpa Cui who left without saying goodbye to her. He suddenly remembered everything. All the things she didn't want to think of, things she wanted to think of but didn't dare to think of, all rushed to her heart. In the corridor outside the house, there was a small world that had been formed silently. Chao Qinglang changed from standing to sitting on the ground with her back against the wall. Little senior fellow apprentice Cui Dongshan was sitting next to her. And this little senior fellow apprentice maintained the small world and quietly left the house with Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang said, "I feel much better. Thank you, little senior fellow apprentice." Cui Dongshan said, "It's not a matter of course to be able to meet our master. You and I should work together." Chao Qinglang took a step back and bowed for a long time without getting up. Cui Dongshan suddenly shouted, "No way, no way. Once we're here we'll either be knocked down by eldest martial uncle's sword or be bullied by Grandpa Nalen. I have to act like a little senior martial brother and find someone to play chess with. You just wait, soon you will hear of little senior fellow apprentice's glorious deeds. It's not difficult to beat him. Winning 3 or 5 games in a row is nothing. Only when he wants to keep losing will it show that your little senior fellow apprentice's chess skills are not bad." A wisp of white cloud floated to the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It went to find Lin Junjilin. On the way, Cui Dongshan had even thought of the opening remarks. "Young Master Lin, what a coincidence, you are reading the colorful cloud manual again. To tell you the truth, I also know how to play chess. Your chess skills are so good. How about giving me 3 pieces? Is it too much? Who am I? I am Dongshan." "608. The wine shop was overcrowded with drunkards and gamblers today. The atmosphere was harmonious, and they were all praising the second shopkeeper. It wasn't that the second shopkeeper was so handsome and had the style of his senior brother. They were saying that the second shopkeeper's bamboo grotto heaven wine paired with pickled vegetables and yangchun noodles should be the best in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and that those who didn't come here to drink were not sword immortals. This made some people panic. As they drank they felt uncomfortable all over. They wondered if this was a trick of some enemy forces. Was this the second shopkeeper's so-called clumsy flattery trick? Therefore these people silently noted down the names and appearances of those who were the most talkative and boastful, so that they could claim credit from the second shopkeeper later. As for whether they would wrongly accuse good people or accidentally hurt allies, the second shopkeeper could make the decision himself. They were only responsible for reporting. After all, there were a few among them who had only received the second shopkeeper's hint and had not really become fellow Taoists who could gamble with others to make money. On the city wall, Yu Zhuanfu was gnawing on a pancake and holding a kettle in one hand. He looked at a certain battlefield south of the city wall. There were many small potholes on the ground. To be able to see the potholes on the ground from such a high city wall, one could imagine that the potholes were as big as lakes and people were as small as mustard seeds. Yu Zhuanfu often came to the city wall now and could be considered half a friend of the young girl Zhu Mei. After all, among the sword cultivators in the Shaoyuan dynasty, the most pleasing to the eye was Zhu Mei, who had a clear distinction between love and hate. Next was the gold core sword cultivator Jin Zhimeng. As for the rest, he didn't like them very much. Of course, Yu Zhuanfu's dislike was only expressed in one way, and that was by not interacting with them. If you greet me, I will nod and greet you. If you want to continue with the pleasantries, you can forget about it. When I meet a senior, I will take the initiative to greet him. It's that simple. I, Yu Zhuanfu, am only here to practice my fist technique, not to help my family expand its connections. Besides, the Yu family only has a little relationship with the inverted hanging mountain. It has nothing to do with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for Zhu Mei, she probably already thought that she and Yu Zhuanfu were long-lost sisters with different fathers and mothers. Yu Zhuanfu was a little worried. He had eaten too few pancakes and the pancakes in his bag had long been eaten. There wasn't much left in the bag. It was just a small worry not worth mentioning. This time he came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to pursue Chao Ci's martial arts path and strengthen the gold body realm. He did not expect to meet the second shopkeeper who was also a martial artist of the golden body realm. He also did not expect that compared to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in his mind, the sword immortals here were even more fascinating. Even if Yu Xifu was not a qi cultivator, let alone a sword cultivator, he still felt that compared to the vast land and abundant resources in the vast world, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had some unique merits. Yu Zhuanfu finished eating the pancake and drank some water. He planned to rest for a while and then get up to practice his martial arts. The youth was destined. Of course. Senior's swordsmanship was indeed the best. Sword Immortal Sun Jian had witnessed the beginning and end of the battle. According to Sword Immortal Sun Jian, Zhu's first strike was unreasonable. He chopped Yu Qing off the city wall. Then he didn't restrain the sword qi. From the beginning to the end, the number of times Yu Qing fought back could be counted on one's fingers. It wasn't that Yu Qing wasn't strong, but his natal flying sword 100 feet spring was weaker than Zhu's sword Qi Lake Sea. His natal flying sword Skylark in the sky didn't even have many chances to land. But Sun Jian also joked that Yu Qing held back. It wasn't because he was polite but because he didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would be chopped to death by Zhu's sword. At the same time, it also gave the other sword immortals an excuse to stop Yu Qing. Unfortunately, Yu Qing ignored the two sword immortals who tried to persuade him. He just stared at Yu Qing, who was smashing his sword qi randomly. It was not really a mess. On the contrary, it was just that there was too much sword qi and the sword intent was too heavy. On the battlefield, sword immortals fought for life and death. They could not see everything clearly. Did not matter. They just wanted to be able to dodge, defend, and break through. Many sword immortals who used their swords in dangerous situations were just following their hearts. Zhu didn't say a word at that time, but his meaning was obvious. Other than Yu Qing, the other sword immortals were fine from afar. Only those who were close to him were enemies. The two sword immortals were embarrassed to death. One of them was chopped down by Zhu's unsheathed sword. The ground cracked and a gully appeared. If Zhu hadn't deliberately moved 10 feet away, that sword immortal would have had to use all his strength to resist the sword. He could only call for his friends and call for 2 more sword immortals to help him. But still no one dared to attack. What if Zhu abandoned Yu Qing and changed the target? When Yu Qing had no choice but to attack with all his strength, the figure of the eldest sword immortal appeared on top of the city wall. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the battlefield in the south and seemed to say something to Zhu. Zhu then sheathed his sword. In the end, Sun Jian sighed with emotion to Yu Jifu. His swordsmanship was so high, but he wasn't afraid of fighting a group alone. Zhu, could it be that he wanted to reach the heavens in a single bound in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Yu Jifu then asked curiously what it meant to reach the heavens in a single bound. Unfortunately, Sun Jian smiled and didn't say anything. Yu Jifu stood up and slowly punched along the wall. His punches were slow but his body was fast. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, he met a young man in white who was walking towards him. Yu Jifu didn't want to know this person's name, but he first had to ask the chattering ear god Zhu Mei if she agreed. Zhu Mei said that this young man was Qin Pinggan's student, a native of the Aquarius continent. His surname was Cui and his name was Dongshan. According to seniority, he could be considered a third-generation disciple of the sage of literature. But Cui Dongshan's brain didn't seem to be very good, sometimes good and sometimes bad. It was a pity that he had such a beautiful appearance. The other party walked straight ahead, so Yu Jifu moved slightly to let the two sides pass by. She didn't expect that the other party seemed to have the same plan. Coincidentally, their paths met, so Yu Jifu changed again. Coincidentally, the other party also moved. After a while, Cui Dongshan stopped and said with a sad face, "Sister, you just tell me if you want to go left or right. I don't dare to move, otherwise I'm afraid you'll misunderstand me and think I'm up to no good." Yu Jifu didn't say anything. Seeing him stop, she took a detour and passed by him. She didn't expect that the other person also turned around and walked side by side with her, but there were only 5 or 6 steps between them. Cui Dongshan whispered, "Sister Yu, have you heard of the 100 Sword Immortals imprint scroll and the Phantom Sword Immortal imprint scroll? Is there anything that caught your eye? I'm the most useless of my family's teachers and I'm the one with the most money. Cultivation costs a lot of money and I don't want my teacher to worry about it. I can only earn some money by myself. Relying on the water, the pavilion gets the moonlight first. I stole a few imprint scrolls, a few folding fans and a few seals from the Yen family's young master's silk shop. Sister, you just think of me as a bag dealer. I have 2 imprint scrolls, 3 folding fans, 6 silk fans and 6 seals. Sister Yu, do you want to take a look?" Yu Jufu stopped and smiled. "If I'm not wrong, your symbol boat fairy is a mountain treasure from the Wuxia continent. You rely on selling imprint scrolls, folding fans and other odds and ends. Even if your business is prosperous in 100 years, would it be enough to buy that symbol boat? I think it's difficult. Just say it, why are you looking for me?" The youth's face was full of sadness, helplessness and bitterness. He said in a daze, "In my mind, Sister Yu was originally the kind of woman from a rich family. But now it seems that you still look down on the hard work of making money. That's right, in a rich family, how much immortal money would it cost to casually buy an inconspicuous document on the table, even if it's a broken bird food jar that can't be mended?" Yu Jufu shook his head. "You still don't want to say it? Either you use your hidden strength to make me stop, or don't expect me to say another word to you." Just as Yu Jufu was about to move forward, Cui Dongshan hurriedly said, "I wholeheartedly want to make money, and at the same time let Sister Yu remember who I am. Sister, you didn't believe me and hurt my heart. It's also my own fault. I can't bear to be angry with Sister Yu. Since that's the case, I'll make a bet with Elder Sister Yu. I bet that among these items, there must be something that Elder Sister Yu not only likes, but is also willing to pay for. Only then will I win. If I lose, I'll leave immediately and never see Elder Sister Yu again in this life. I can't lose more than that. If I win, Sister Yu will spend money to buy it. What I win is the size of a grain of rice. How about it?" Yu Jufu smiled. The youth seemed to have guessed her thoughts and also smiled. "How can I not know what kind of person Sister Yu is? The reason why I'm willing to accept defeat is not because I'm from a rich family and have a good temperament, or because I'm a disciple of a rich family. It's because Sister Yu has always thought that even if she loses, she will be able to win it back. Since you can win tomorrow, why not admit defeat today? There's no need." Yu Jufu's face was gloomy. "Who are you?" The youth felt wronged. "I told Sister Yu that I'm Dongshan." The corner of Yu Jufu's mouth twitched. "I don't want to accept defeat. I also dare to bet. Take out your things." Cui Dongshan's face was flushed with embarrassment. He lowered his head and quickly pressed his hands on his belt. Then he turned sideways, bashful, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Yu Jufu's fist landed on the youth's temple. However, the youth didn't move at all. He was like a wooden person who was scared silly, or as if he didn't even notice. Yu Jufu immediately restrained the fist intent of a 6th realm martial artist's punch and suppressed it to a 5th realm fist aura. Finally, the fist landed on the youth's forehead. The fist intent decreased again, but it was only the strength of a 4th realm martial artist. Moreover, the fist fell and landed on the youth's cheek. Even so, Yu Jufu was still surprised by the next scene. Originally, Yu Jufu couldn't see through the youth's depth. However, he had a guess in his heart. The highest was nascent soul realm, the lowest was cave realm. Otherwise, the youth's footsteps and breathing wouldn't be so smooth on the great wall of sword chi. Even if he was cave realm, he was still in the middle 5 realms. Therefore, the youth could dodge the fist of a 5th realm martial artist. The youth could also withstand the fist of a 4th realm martial artist. He definitely wouldn't be injured. Of course, there would still be some physical pain. However, Yu Jufu didn't expect the youth to be sent flying countless times after taking a punch. He fell heavily a dozen steps away, his hands and feet twitching again and again. Could this be considered a 4th realm martial artist killing someone with one punch? Yu Jufu took a step forward and squatted beside the youth. The nosebleed was real and not fake. Then the youth hugged Yu Jufu's calf. "Sister Yu, I almost thought I wouldn't see you again." Yu Jufu frowned. His fist intent shook and immediately bounced the youth away. The latter instantly slid a dozen steps away. Cui Dongshan sat up and wiped the blood from his nose. He wanted to rub it on his sleeve, but as if he was afraid of dirtying his clothes he wiped it on the wall. Yu Jufu's frown deepened. Zhumei wasn't wrong. This person's brain really was sick. Just as Yu Jufu was about to leave, unwilling to be entangled with this kind of person, Cui Dongshan had already taken out 2 seals from his sleeve and placed them neatly on the ground in front of him. However, the 2 seals weren't placed horizontally. Instead they were placed vertically, blocking all the seals and folding fans behind them. Cui Dongshan grinned and beckoned, "Sister Yu, let's make a bet." Yu Jufu hesitated for a moment before striding towards this small gambling table. He was probably worried that she would catch a glimpse of the scene behind the 2 large doors of the seals. Knowing that she would lose, she would go back on her word and not gamble. Cui Dongshan even raised his hands and quickly covered the seals and fans. His 2 drooping snow-white sleeves seemed to form a roof that blocked out the wind and rain. Yu Jufu sat cross-legged and reached out to push away the 2 seals. Obviously he wouldn't pay for them. But before Yu Jufu moved, Cui Dongshan stretched out his hands again to cover the 2 seals. All the folding fans were moved away by Yu Jufu's hands. She picked up the seals that Cui Dongshan didn't hide. Looking at the seal she smiled. It was Yu Hualong. Your homophone. It was a good sign. But Yu Jufu still didn't feel very moved. I Yu Jufu have never liked the name Yu Jufu since I was young. Naturally I would be grateful for the surname Yu but not too obsessed. As for whether Yu Hualong or not, she wasn't a qi cultivator. Even if she had seen the magnificent scenery of the Dragon Gate in the central region, she didn't feel much excitement. Scenery was just scenery. Therefore Yu Jufu still just put it aside and said with a smile, "Only the last 2 seals are left." Cui Dongshan pressed his palms on the seals like an immortal's 5 fingers covering the mountains. "Sister Yu, do you dare to bet a little more? The previous small bets are still there. Let's bet again on whether you like the seal on the left or the seal on the right. Or sister, you can bet a little more and bet that neither side is good enough for you. Even if you are moved, you won't pay for it. How about it? Sister Yu, you used to have the heroism of a woman when you punched my family's master. I wonder if you still have that heroism today?" Yu Jufu asked, "What are the stakes for the 2 bets?" Cui Dongshan used telepathy and said with a smile, "The stakes are slightly higher than the previous one, which is that sister you will pass a message to the Yu family for me in the future. The bigger one is that you will pass a message to Zhou Xian for me. Still just 1 sentence. Don't worry, sister, you will just pass on the message. I won't ask you to do anything extra. Otherwise the bet will be voided or I'll just consider it as my loss." Yu Jufu's expression instantly turned solemn. She used martial arts telepathy and said, "Can I not bet?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Of course you can. How can there be a banker who forcibly drags others to the gambling table? How can there be a gambling house in the world that wants others to buy their own things? It's just that Sister Yu's current state of mind is no longer the same as before, so I don't trust you that much anymore. After all, Sister Yu is a member of the Yu family, and Zhou Xian is Sister Yu's respected elder and also her savior. Therefore, going against your conscience and doing things against your heart is to not go against your greater conscience. Of course it's pardonable. But a gambling table is a gambling table. In the end, I'm the banker because I want to make money. For the sake of fairness, I need Sister Yu to accept her loss and pay for all the items." Yu Jufu sighed in relief. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. That's because Yu Jufu believes he can win. It's just a pity that if you admit defeat today, you may not be able to win it back in this lifetime. Of course, in the end, it's just a small matter. In life, how can one ignore the great rules and customs of the world for one's own little pleasure? If the fist is noble, then so be it. If the fist is not high, then so be it." Yu Jufu raised his head. "Are you deliberately using Qin Pingan's words to provoke me?" On the street in front of the Ning residence, in Yu Jufu's first match, Qin Pingan had said that if a martial artist spoke harsh words, he had to have a great fist intent. Cui Dongshan smiled and narrowed his eyes. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not? So what if I retreat today? Tomorrow I'll take 2 more steps." Yu Jufu is not a qi cultivator but a pure martial artist. The path of martial arts is always sailing against the current, not striving for the speed of day and night. Yu Jufu asked, "Do you already know that if I lose and help you pass on a message to the family, I, Yu Jufu, will integrate into the Yu family for the sake of my own heart, and will no longer have the courage to travel the world. Cui Dongshan nodded and smiled. Of course. If I don't know the character and heart of the gamblers, how would I dare to be the banker and welcome guests from all directions? It's just that Yu Jufu doesn't like the name bestowed by the old ancestor. As a woman, I have to be treated like a man. What kind of woman would like this name when she grows up? But I believe that Yu Jufu has a good impression of his own family name. Yu Jufu smiled bitterly. Jume Yufu. No matter if I win or lose, I'll scold you later. But while Yu Jufu's mood was complicated, he had been carefully observing the subtle movements of his opponent's hands, hoping to identify which side of the seal it was. This would make Cui Dongshan even more confident. But the more he looked, the more uncertain Yu Jufu became. Yu Jufu took out a small coin and gently flicked it. When it landed, it was the reverse side. Yu Jufu said, "The right hand. I bet that the right hand covers the seal. I won't pay for it." Cui Dongshan bent down and was about to take the money. Yu Jufu angrily said, "Cui Dongshan." Cui Dongshan looked up with a blank face. "If I win and don't take money, why would I be the banker and a bag dealer? My family's master is the child of wealth, I'm not. I'm just earning some hard-earned money and conscience money." Yu Jufu glared at him. Cui Dongshan smiled and retracted his hand, raising it to reveal the seal. "Sister Yu looks even better when she's angry." Yu Jufu reached out and grabbed something in the air, collecting the seal in his hand. It wasn't the seal of the 100 Sword Immortals or the Phantom Sword Immortals. He looked down. Order. Sure, in the stream, how can it not be a mainstay? Qiyun in the sky, fist in the sky. The seal, female martial god by Qin Chao's side. Yu Jufu clenched the seal tightly. After a long silence, she looked up. "I lost. Speak, I'll pass on your message to the family." The other party was powerful. Not only did he know the pseudonyms Zaishi and Yu Qiyun, but he also knew the relationship between her family and old Mr. Zhou. This was nothing. The other party's true strength lay in his ability to read people's minds. He had calculated that she, Yu Jufu, would wholeheartedly approve of Qin Pingan's words. He had calculated that once she lost, she would be willing to promise the family that she would no longer wander around. She would begin to truly serve the family as a Yu disciple. What did this mean? It meant that the other party needed her to pass on a message to the ancestor. No matter what the Yu family's reaction would be, they would at least pinch their noses and accept this kindness. He had also calculated that Yu Jufu's greatest wish on the path of martial arts was to catch up with Chao Ci and Qin Pingan. He would definitely not just watch the backs of those two men go further and further away. Yu Jufu's expression dimmed. After waiting for a moment, he found that the other party still hadn't spoken. He looked up and said with a determined expression, "I'm willing to accept my loss. Please speak." Cui Dongshan looked at the girl and smiled. In the end, she was still a cute little girl. He said a few words. Yu Jufu was surprised. Just these words. This person's words just now were very strange, extremely strange. "Old man, you hurry up and find a place where there's no one around. Loudly shout 3 times, if I'm not a bad chess player, who is? I like to regret my chess moves. Who have I won against?" Could it be that Zhu Mei's words had hit the nail on the head and were absolutely true? After all, he was just passing on the message. As for whether the ancestor would do it or not, it didn't matter. Cui Dongshan picked up the small summer coin. The seal script was extremely rare and it was very likely to be the only one left in the world. If a small summer coin was sold as grain rain money, it would be fought over by the immortals who were obsessed with money. Sister Yu was indeed a lady from a noble family. When she married in the future, her dowry would definitely be large. It was a pity that Huai Qian's life wasn't good enough. He didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. The worst fate was that he didn't die, but he could only watch helplessly as Sister Yu, who used to look down on each other, got married. He liked her now, but she still didn't like him. Thinking of this, Cui Dongshan recorded a small merit for himself. If there was a chance in the future, he would brag about it to eldest senior sister. Cui Dongshan's left hand was still holding onto the last seal. He smiled and said, "Sister Yu, do you want to make one last bet? If I win, Sister Yu will speak with Zhou Xian again. But if I lose, my words with the Yu family will not count, and I'll return this small sum of money to you. Anyway, I've made a careless move and lost the whole game. I'll lose all the bets. What do you think?" Yu Jufu thought about it. Even if he was almost certain to win the last game, Yu Jufu still didn't want to bet. Yu Jufu shook his head. I won't bet. The person opposite laughed. Sister Yu's gambling luck seems bad, but it's actually very good. As for why I said that, Sister Yu will soon know the answer and it will be today. Yu Jufu said angrily, still trying to provoke me? Are you done yet? Cui Dongshan grasped the seal that he had been hiding and gently tossed it to Yu Jufu. This is for you. Consider it my apology to you on behalf of my teacher. Yu Jufu caught the seal, dumbfounded. She muttered, impossible, this seal has already been bought by an unknown sword immortal. Even sword immortal Sun Jian couldn't find out who bought it. You've only been at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few days. And how could you know? Can only be this seal, it can only be this. Cui Dongshan acted like a little child pretending to be profound. He sighed and said, in the great gambling world, winning depends on luck. Cui Dongshan put away all the items that Yu Jufu didn't care about and stood up. These odds and ends are Sister Yu's generous gift to me. When I think about how I will be acquainted with Sister Yu in the future, I'm happy, really happy. Yu Jufu still sat in place. She looked up. Senior, who are you? To be able to address her old master as Old Man Yu and rotten chess player, and even directly address Old Master Zhou as Zhou Xian, the white-clothed youth smiled and said, I am Dongshan. Cui Dongshan strode away to find someone else. After Cui Dongshan took a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. He smiled and said, Sister Yu, in the future don't throw money in front of others to make a choice. I don't dare to say everything, but most of the time, you think it's an illusory matter of luck. In fact, it's luck because your realm isn't high enough. Whether your luck is good or bad, it's not up to you, nor is it up to the heavens. Today you can accept it with me, but what about in the future? Today you're just a martial artist, Yu Jufu, but in the future you'll be Yu Jufu of the Yu family. Sister Yu, please think about my master's words day and night. Yu Jufu was silent. The seal in her hand was boundless, only the seal. Wild goose hitting the wall. Yu Jufu turned to look. The white-clothed youth was walking on the wall and practicing martial arts. He made a lot of noise and his voice wasn't soft. It was a set of martial arts that could probably be considered a tortoise's fist. Sword immortal Wuxia was teaching the children of the Xiao Yuan dynasty swordsmanship. According to the rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, once on the wall there were no rules. If one wanted to set the rules, one had to speak with the sword. Sword immortal Wuxia was a foreigner. His swordsmanship wasn't bad, but he had a gentle temperament. In addition, he and this group of young geniuses had an average reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Naturally, he wouldn't target a white-clothed youth who was sitting in the distance and watching them practice. Moreover, the youth had only glanced at them a few times before he quickly went back to reading. Sword immortal Wuxia glanced at the title of the book. It was a chess manual called Fast and Leisurely Pavilion. It was widely circulated in the central divine continent, especially in the Xiao Yuan dynasty. It specialized in solving problems of life and death. There was a sentence in the preface that was highly respected. The level of my skill depends on the opponent's skill in chess. Wait for a strong opponent, then use an even stronger opponent to win step by step. Isn't that fast? Sword immortal Wuxia smiled. This person's cultivation realm shouldn't be low, but he hit it well. Even Sword immortal Wuxia found it difficult to see through him. He couldn't be a sea viewing or dragon gate cultivator. As for whether he was a Jin Dan or Yuanying Earth immortal, it was hard to say. Could it be that he wanted to use chess to ruin the scene? Could it be that this young man, whose real age was hard to tell, had come to the wrong place? Apart from imparting swordsmanship, Sword immortal Wuxia also allowed these future pillars of the Xiao Yuan dynasty to cultivate by themselves and search for opportunities. The young man, who was a disciple of the literary sage's lineage, was quite patient. He sat there and read the chess manual. Not only that, he even took out a chess set and a chess drawer and began to play by himself. During a break, all the young sword cultivators intentionally or unintentionally avoided the young man in white. They weren't afraid of him or his teacher Qin Pingan. Instead, they were afraid of Qin Pingan's eldest senior brother. As for left and right swords, they had a tacit understanding and didn't mention a word about it on the city wall. However, in Sword immortal Sun Jiuan's Sun residence, they talked a lot about it in private. Great sword immortal Yu Qing only casually said a few words about the literary sage's lineage. Does that mean left and right swords have to fight to the death with others? Just because his swordsmanship is better he's right? No wonder he's a brilliant disciple of the literary sage's lineage. His swordsmanship is really high and his logic is really great. Great sword immortal Yu Qing has outstanding military exploits at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How many battles has he experienced and how many demons has he killed? Left and right swords are just sword immortals who have only participated in one battle. If they seriously injure Yu Qing or even kill him, wouldn't the savage lands give left and right swords a golden plaque to express their gratitude? Fighting and killing over such trivial matters? How is great sword immortal Yu Qing wrong? Isn't the withered lineage of the sage of literature asking for it? Fortunately, the literary sage's lineage's knowledge was banned. Fortunately, our Shaoyuan dynasty banned and destroyed it the fastest. It's really fortunate. Otherwise, if the vast lands were ruled by this lineage of knowledge, it would be really fun. What a petty person. Fortunately, this is the narrow Great Wall of Sword Qi. Otherwise, if they stayed in the vast lands, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause by relying on their swordsmanship. However, while these youths were filled with righteous indignation, they did not know that sword immortal Wuxia was sitting beside Sun Jiyuan. His naturally bitter face was even more bitter. Sun Jiyuan was sitting in the corridor in his loose robes. He held a wine cup in his hand and drank. He smiled and asked, Wuxia, do you think these fellows truly feel that way or are they just pretending to be fools? Wuxia did not give an answer. This was because neither of the two answers was good. Sun Jiyuan seemed to be more resigned to his fate than Wuxia. He could not even be bothered to be angry. He only smiled and said, a mob. Noisy and bothersome. Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. At least he could still stay in Sun Manor. However, Sun Jiyuan's final words left Wuxia feeling helpless. In the vast lands you can't eat anything but you can speak whatever you want. On our side it's the opposite. You can eat anything but you can't speak whatever you want. That's all I have to say. In the future if you have any problems don't look for me to plead for you. I Sun Jiyuan, am just a mere unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator. I can't even withstand a few strikes from others. Besides it's pointless to be hacked to death. Why bother? I find it strange. The Shaoyuan dynasty should be a place with a lot of culture. Why is it that this bunch of brats should have read quite a bit? They should have eaten some of the principles in the books. After eating delicacies they poop to fill the latrine. At the very least they have some use for it. However, even if they eat the principles they still poop. Does their own mouth stink, or does other people's mouths stink? Can't they smell it? Let me say this first. If they say such things in my Sun Manor then forget it. After all, my Sun Manor's reputation has already been ruined by you. If you go out and make a fuss my Sun Manor will not help you collect the corpses. Sword immortal Wuxia still remembered Sun Jiyuan's cold eyes at the end of his words, as well as his last sentence. After all, our Great Wall of Sword Qi is a remote place. Learning to read is even more rare. If you don't know how to control your strength, you will die without an intact corpse. It will be very difficult to piece together. After sword immortal Wuxia said to rest for an hour, Xu Mei immediately ran to find Yu Zhuanfu. She wanted to tell him that Cui Dongshan had come here to cause trouble. Jin Zhenming was still sitting alone on the praying mat in the opposite corner, silently searching for the threads of sword intent hidden in the sword qi. Lin Junbai was sitting on the praying mat, answering the questions of several sword cultivators. Only Yan Lv got up and walked towards Qin Pingan's student named Cui Dongshan. He jumped onto the wall, turned his head to look at the chessboard and asked with a smile, "Is this the life and death problem of Mr. Shilu's fast and leisurely pavilion?" Cui Dongshan raised his head and glanced at Yan Lv. He didn't speak, lowered his head and continued to solve the problem alone. Yan Lv smiled and said, "Who do you want to play chess with by staying here? Do you want to ask Junbai about chess? I advise you to give up, Junbai won't come here." Cui Dongshan didn't raise his head and said, "Jiang Guanqing, if you want to build a relationship with me and get familiar with my eldest uncle, I also advise you to get lost quickly." Jiang Guanqing? Yan Lv laughed involuntarily. Cui Dongshan raised his head and said, "What, you, a disciple of the secondary saint, want to fight with me on the chessboard?" Yan Lv shook his head, his smile was tranquil and his expression was calm. "You've got the wrong person. Although I, Yen LV, am not a disciple of the secondary saint, I know very well that the disciples of the secondary saint follow the rules and follow the teachings of the sages. They never engage in meaningless disputes. The truth is in the book and in the heart, not in the sword or the fist, and of course not on the chessboard. I am not a disciple of the secondary saint, but I know this truth, let alone the thousands of students of the secondary saint. What do you think? Cui Dongshan asked doubtfully. You're called Yen LV, aren't you that Jiang Guanqing whose ancestral grave emitted the wrong smoke and whose two elders were once gentlemen of the academy? You're a disciple of the Yen family of the Central Plains? Yen LV put on a stern face and said in a deep voice, please be careful with your words. Cui Dongshan waved his hand, one hand twirling a chess piece and the other holding the chessboard. He looked at Yen LV from the corner of his eyes and said seriously, then let's not talk about that Jiang Guanqing whom you say you care about but don't care about in your heart. I'll just talk about you. Your ancestor is that Xianxia who doesn't receive an invitation every time at the banquet of the god of Green Mountain, the famous big dog Yen of the Central Divine Continent. Every time he drinks, even if he can only drink with the last seat and no one pays attention to him, he still likes to drink with all his might. After leaving the bamboo sea grotto heaven, he immediately puts on a face that says I've not only drunk at the god of Green Mountain, but I've also drunk with who and who's that. Fortunately, there was a fellow who was not tactful and did not understand the rules of the banquet table. He accidentally revealed the heavenly secret and let it slip. Otherwise, I reckon that the title of Big Lackey Yen would not have spread. Young Master Yen, what do you think? Yen LV's face was ashen. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes. It's just words so light as a feather. Where is the tolerance of a scholar? Why do you want to kill me? Moreover, you have a clear conscience and think that killing me is absolutely reasonable. How did you do it? Aren't you afraid that I'll be scared to death because of my cowardice? Are you really not afraid that my eldest martial uncle will chop you into mincemeat? Or is it because you can't see through my cultivation level and you're afraid of my family's higher cultivation level, plus you're a piece of trash so you're holding back and thinking that revenge is never too late? Think about it. Based on this logic and your rules, wouldn't you be the same type of person as the eldest martial uncle you speak of? It's just that you, Yen LV, are a piece of trash taught by that old dog. Therefore your swordsmanship is in the cesspool, while my eldest martial uncle's swordsmanship is in the sky. This is just a small difference. Yen LV gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, but in the end he smiled slightly. Cui Dongshan put down the chess piece and chess manual, took a deep breath and made a gesture of qi sinking into his dantian. He smiled brightly and said, look, I know your logic too. As expected, it's simpler and more comfortable to talk about your logic. Cui Dongshan waved his hand and said with a face full of disdain, little dog of the Yen family, quickly retreat and go home. Lick your old dog's butt. Your ancestor's cultivation level is high, so the leftovers on his butt will be enough to feed you. Why did you come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and follow behind Lin Junbai and wag your tail? Practice your sword, my ass. Why don't you think about who our eldest young master Lin is? He's noble and upright and immortal. Yen LV was about to summon his flying sword. Lin Junbai just stood up. Alright Cui Dongshan, I'll play chess with you. There's no need to talk about this little exchange of words. Cui Dongshan pinched his nose with one hand and beckoned with the other. Young Master Lin, quickly sit down. I can only rely on your immortal qi to help dispel the stench of urine. Yen LV still wanted to draw his sword, but was stopped by Sword Immortal Ku Xia's voice. Swazwa won't draw his sword for himself, but he'll draw his sword for the sage of literature's lineage. He won't care who you are or what realm you're at. Yen LV's face paled slightly. He jumped off the city wall and returned to the prayer mat. When he brushed past Lin Junbai patted Yen LV's shoulder and said with a smile, there's me. My sword skills are bad but my chess skills are passable, right? Yen LV, who had been wronged and humiliated, nodded heavily. Lin Junbai shook his sleeves and sat down on the opposite side of the chessboard. Cui Dongshan rubbed his hands lightly and said with a face full of surprise and envy, young Master Lin's words and actions are so ethereal. You must have been brought out from your mother's womb, right? Otherwise, how can you do it so smoothly and with such majestic immortal qi? It's impossible. It's definitely a formless innate ability. Lin Junbai said with a smile. I said arguing with words is boring. Let's just play chess. If you keep pestering me like this, I won't play chess with you anymore. Cui Dongshan sat up straight. What shall we bet? Lin Junbai shook his head. No, there's only victory and defeat on the chessboard. Cui Dongshan also shook his head. Is there any point in playing chess without stakes? I'm here to make money. At this point, Cui Dongshan turned his head. The white-clothed youth who had a bit of the style of a chess player just now waved his hand and said with a smile, Sister, you over here, over here. I'm going to play chess with young Master Lin. Watch how I beat him. Lin Junbai also raised his head. But compared to Cui Dongshan's outspoken mouth, Lin Junbai, who was also a handsome immortal, was elegant and graceful. He smiled helplessly at Yu Zhuanfu. Yu Zhuanfu was expressionless. Zhu Mei couldn't help but laugh. She affectionately called Yu Zhuanfu, Zai-shi, and then lamented, You really are an idiot. All sorts of feelings welled up in Yu Zhuanfu's heart. Sure enough, the other side had predicted that Zhu Mei would talk to him about this, and also predicted that he would appear. And the appearance of a daughter of the Yu family would naturally arouse a trace of competitiveness in someone like Lin Junbai. For cultivators, even the slightest bit of a mustard seed was no small matter. Everything was still within Cui Dongshan's calculations. Yu Zhuanfu didn't approach the two playing chess. He sat cross-legged and began to nibble on pancakes. Zhu Mei wanted to go to the chessboard to join in the fun, but she was stopped by Yu Zhuanfu to chat with him. Cui Dongshan looked at Yu Zhuanfu's back and sighed softly, If only this sister Yu of mine could look at me more. It could help my chess skills soar and increase my chances of winning. Lin Junbai held his breath and didn't speak. Cui Dongshan turned his head. A small bet for fun. 1 copper coin. Lin Junbai asked, Copper coin? What else? Spending money on a piece of snow is a small bet? Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue. Young Master Lin is really rich. Lin Junbai laughed. Where am I going to find a copper coin for you? That's right, I don't think you'll lose much. If you win, it'll be even bigger. After all, winning a copper coin from me is more meaningful than winning a piece of grain rain money. It'll be more memorable in the future. Cui Dongshan was shocked. I've hidden my unfathomable thoughts so well, but young Master Lin still guessed it. Wouldn't the copper coin in my pocket run the great risk of running away from home and remarrying someone else? Lin Junbai had to admit that he was disgusted by the person in front of him. Of course, compared to Yan LV, who was destined to become a joke, he was still a million times better. Today's conversation would be heard by many people in the Shao Yuan dynasty. It was hard to say whether Yan LV would gain anything from practicing swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the future. Cultivators had grudges in their hearts that couldn't be erased, and it involved the more troublesome reputation of their families. At the very least, it would cause Yan LV to lose some of his gains. Lin Junbai said, It's settled. Win or lose, you'll get a copper coin. Who'll go first? Cui Dongshan asked. Young Master Lin's chess skills are outstanding, but you're not willing to give me 3 pieces? Don't you want to return with a copper coin with a big victory? Lin Junbai had already reached for the chess pot. He held the chess pieces in his hand and said helplessly, Can't we talk about the rules? You and I are from the mountain, but when it comes to guessing, we still have to talk about the rules of the mountain, right? Because the young man opposite the chessboard had already raised his butt, widened his eyes and pricked up his ears. It wasn't that Lin Junbai couldn't hide the sound of the chess pieces, but he didn't know the cultivation level of the opponent. If he did this and the opponent was in the Earth Immortal realm, he would still be at a disadvantage. But playing chess was a two-sided defense. Lin Junbai couldn't let Sword Immortal Wuxia keep an eye on him. Cui Dongshan sat back and nodded. He said in a sickly voice, You've won. It's hard to say how good young Master Lin's chess skills are, but your chess skills outside of the chessboard are really impressive. Compared to that lackey Yen who almost used his own logic to smash his own face, you're much, much better. Lin Junbai let go of his hand and picked up another chess piece. The impressive one was Lin Junbai, who was originally at a disadvantage. Because he played by the rules first, he was able to force the opponent to play by the rules, even if the opponent was a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Not everything in the world was like this, but it should be like this in the vicinity of the chessboard. Jiang Guanqing and the other young sword cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were full of admiration. When it came to guessing, Cui Dongshan took out a small piece and threw it on the ground. He looked at both sides and his luck was pretty good. He guessed first. Yu Zhuanfu, who was pulled by Zhu Mei to face the other side, saw this scene and rubbed his head. He had a headache. Both sides placed their pieces one after the other. Lin Junbai's expression was calm. This person was using an extremely rare ancient manual, the Little Peach Blossom Spring Manual, to go first. It was ingenious in that it could end the battle quickly. The essence was in the words, "Follow the rules, make the first move without reason." However, it couldn't withstand a little bit of deliberation from the top national players, especially since Lin Junbai had already seen this manual. So who was the first move on the chessboard? It was very obvious. Lin Junbai placed his pieces neither too quickly nor too slowly. His opponent placed his pieces as if they were flying, as if victory was already in his grasp. Lin Junbai deliberately hid his incompetence in a few key moves. He still played more than 230 moves before losing. It was only a copper coin. Moreover, did he really think that he would make someone like Yan LV shed tears of gratitude if he won? Then it wasn't Yan LV who was bad, but Lin Junbai himself who was stupid. Since when did the great Yan family's reputation need to be saved by a youth from the Xiaoyuan dynasty? Only when Lin Junbai lost and lost by a hair's breadth, using his own loss, would Yan LV truly feel some gratitude. Of course he wouldn't feel too much gratitude. For someone like Yan LV, in the end an empty reputation was just an empty reputation. Only practical and immediate benefits would move his heart, and he would be willing to remember that forming an alliance with Lin Junbai was profitable. After Lin Junbai conceded, he smiled, "I really don't have a single copper coin on me right now. Don't worry, when I reach the city I will personally borrow this copper coin from someone. In any case I'll wait until I borrow it. At that time whether I'll send the money to your door or ask for help will be up to the winner." Cui Dongshan exhaled softly, gazing at the dangerous game on the line for a moment. Then he immediately raised his head and looked away, smiling, "No wonder, no wonder. Young Master Lin must have secretly read the Little Peach Blossom Spring Manual. Like I said, my godly opening has always made my opponent concede in the middle of the game." Lin Junbai smiled, not taking it to heart. Pretending to be innocent after gaining an advantage, that was all there was to it. Cui Dongshan thought for a moment. Whether or not young Master Lin will personally borrow the money, I can't just follow behind young Master Lin's butt. After all, I haven't learned the essence of the Yan family's style. However, whether or not young Master Lin will personally send the money, I do have an idea. If I win the second game, the prize will be mine. I'll take out a bit of the style of a national player for the first time. If young Master Lin wins. How is that possible? When I play chess, I definitely don't have any hidden skills. After all my chess techniques and moves are the hidden skills of others. Others' godly moves are all unreasonable moves in my eyes. Lin Junbai put away the chess pieces and was about to stand up. Then with a glance, Lin Junbai suddenly realized that the Pleasure Pavilion chess manual had unknowingly been placed on the white-clothed youth's butt. Lin Junbai's expression still didn't change. The person who wrote this manual was the second national player of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. The first was naturally Lin Junbai's disciple, the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. However, this national player had exchanged a lot of chess techniques with Lin Junbai. Therefore, this Mr. Shilu could be considered half a teacher and half a friend of Lin Junbai's in chess. Cui Dongshan put away the chess pieces in the chess jar beside him, tilted his shoulders, raised his butt and took out the chess manual. He chuckled softly, life and death questions, I almost died laughing. It's obviously a life and death question, a life and death question. If you read too much you'll really kill the living chess pieces. Our Mr. Shilu is so thoughtful and kind. He didn't hesitate to ruin his own reputation to let the world's chess players see what a negative example is. It's admirable and lamentable, inspiring and moving. Young Master Lin, you must introduce him to me later. There hasn't been such a national player with such noble character and unquestionable integrity in the past, and I don't think there will ever be one in the future. Lin Junbai raised his hand, indicating that those family members in the distance should stop talking about their family. Once they opened their mouths, the one who would be truly disgusted wouldn't be Cui Dongshan, but Lin Junbai. Of course, half of those people were probably really angry and wanted to stand up for him and Mr. Shilu. However, the remaining half had come with this goal in mind. Once they succeeded in fanning the flames, they could watch the show from the sidelines. Lin Junbai didn't give them the chance to do so. If they dared to open their mouths after he stopped them, they would naturally be too stupid. They probably wouldn't do it. As expected, no one said anything. Cui Dongshan casually tossed the chess manual out of the city, nodding to himself. If the beasts of the wilderness picked it up, they'd definitely understand it with a single glance. From then on, it would be like everyone was seeking death. The Great Wall of Sword Qi would have no worries and the world would have no worries. Lin Junbai returned to his seat and smiled. You've won this time. Let's play another round. What shall we bet? Cui Dongshan smiled. Let's bet a bit more this time. A piece of snow will cost money. We'll each come up with a question of life or death. How's that? Until the one who can't solve it loses. Of course, I'm the one who won, so there's no need to guess. I'll just let you go first. You come up with a question and I'll solve it. As long as I can't solve it, I'll just take things too hard and jump off the city walls. I'll risk my life to snatch back that priceless chess manual from the hands of those great beasts who treat it like a treasure and only think that chess is actually so simple. If I win, young Master Lin will obediently give me another piece of snow to spend money. Lin Junbai shook his head. If I can't solve the question of life or death, it's still chess. The other party had clearly come prepared. Don't be led by the nose. Cui Dongshan was astonished, as if he was rather surprised. Lin Junbai did not dare to let his guard down. The other party's chess skills were definitely incomparable to Yen Lu's. His chess skills were definitely no weaker than his senior brother's. As for where his chess skills were the highest, it was hard to say for the time being. He would have to lift him up by the collar. Lin Junbai couldn't be bothered to look at the other party's face. He extended his hand. It's your turn this time. I'll go first. In the next game he would see more of the other party's depth. After all, he had been pulled in by Mr. Shilu as well as the famous Pleasure Pavilion. However, winning or losing on the chessboard was still secondary. He didn't care about the reputation of winning or losing. If he lost, would Mr. Shilu no longer be a first-rate national player of the Central Plains? Would the Pleasure Pavilion be chased out of the list of the world's famous books? The second game. Lin Junbai had a lot to think about. The other party's white-clothed youth thought about it for an even longer time. Finally, he no longer deliberately scratched his head or occasionally frowned slightly. Victory and defeat were still separated by a fine line. This time it was Lin Junbai's turn to stare at the chessboard for a long time. His opponent's last 3 moves were all ingenious. His chess skills skyrocketed, the style of the game changed greatly, and the logic was reversed. This caught Lin Junbai unprepared. He could only concede after the longest game of chess between the two sides. The white-clothed youth's expression was somewhat strange. Have you studied the 6th game of the Cayenne chess manual deeply? Since you have a countermeasure, even if victory or defeat is still hard to say, you still have a chance to survive the current situation. Why not play? Hiding your incompetence and suffocating yourself to death is called hiding your incompetence? Young Master Lin, if you continue to play like this, it's the same as giving away money. I really will have to call you for another game. Lin Junbai sighed. Do you really not know, or are you pretending to be stupid? The other party suddenly laughed loudly but said telepathically, of course I know. You young Master Lin want to use 2 losses to make me feel that your chess theory is fixed. Then when I open my mouth for the 3rd game, you will place a heavy bet and make me bankrupt, right? Young Master Lin, you great national players who are adept at chess have black hearts. Today I have learned a lesson. Lin Junbai opened his mouth and laughed. The 3rd game, a small sum of money. I will play with all my strength. Cui Dongshan clenched his fist and waved it lightly, shaking his head. Sister, you can't lose this small sum of money to you for my fan. As for the other small sums of money, you can choose as you wish. I don't have any in my pocket anyway. Cui Dongshan turned his head and shouted, Sister, you don't worry. Even if I lose everything, I will keep this small sum of money as a sign of brother-sister affection. Yu Zhuanfu turned a deaf ear. Zhu Mei muttered, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud. Little girl, speak louder. We literary saints don't mind being scolded in front of our faces. If there is a reason, we will give you a thumbs up and say that you scolded well. But scolding behind people's backs is fine as long as we don't hear. Otherwise, flipping through books is like eating shit. If you spout shit while eating, you will be struck by lightning. Zhu Mei was somewhat flustered and sat closer to Yu Zhuanfu. Lin Junbai laughed. Any small sum of money is fine. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, let's add some extra stakes. If I win, you can give me that iridescent cloud manual. Lin Junbai nodded. All right. The third game. Lin Junbai went first. In the end, Lin Junbai, who had taken the first move and was only a hair's breadth away from victory, was almost forced into a cycle of 3 tribulations. Although Lin Junbai's expression was calm throughout, she was finally starting to feel annoyed. Both sides had played nearly 400 moves. To both sides, this was an astonishing conclusion. No one could see the exact trend of victory between the two players. Lin Junbai let out a sigh of relief after placing down a piece. Cui Dongshan's expression turned serious. He picked up a piece and leaned forward, stretching out the hand that was holding the piece. His other hand was tucked into his sleeve so as not to disturb the piece. Just as the piece was about to be placed, Lin Junbai's heart settled. He had won. Cui Dongshan suddenly raised his hand and shook his shoulder at the startled Lin Junbai. Pa, are you angry? Are you angry? I won't be playing here. Oh my, I'm such a clever little devil. My brain really isn't big, but it's damn clever. This was probably equivalent to being possessed by the eldest senior sister. Zhu Mei and even Jin Zhenming, who didn't really like playing chess, were all dumbstruck. Cui Dongshan pondered for a moment, still bending down to pick up a piece. However, the piece was placed elsewhere on the chessboard. He then sat back down and tucked his hands into his sleeves. I won't play. I'm perfectly satisfied to be able to beat Lin Junbai of the Xiao Yuan dynasty 3 times in a row. The white-clothed youth looked up at the sky. Today's moon is round and full. Yes, how could there be a moon in broad daylight? The youth was thinking of Sister Zhou Cheng. Lin Junbai smiled. I lost. 1 copper coin, 1 snow coin, 1 summer coin. I'll give it to you with both hands later. Cui Dongshan suddenly sneered. Oh, from your tone it sounds like you're indifferent to victory and defeat. What, do you really think that I've played 400 moves with you and that we're evenly matched? I'm just messing with you. Can't tell? Do you believe that we won't bet anything in the 4th round and only bet that I can beat a frog at the bottom of a well who's flaunting her prowess in the Xiao Yuan dynasty within 80 moves? Lin Junbai smiled. Cui Dongshan smiled mischievously again. Do you really believe that? I won 3 rounds of chess and earned a lot of money. It's not much. Can't you let me boast a little to satisfy my cravings? Cui Dongshan stopped smiling and looked at the complicated chess game that was densely packed with chess pieces. He clicked his tongue and said, You and I are good brothers. We played such a godly game together. The fast pavilion is about to explode because it's just too fast. Actually, at this moment, no one dared to underestimate this person's chess skills. Yan Lv was even more so. Apart from the borders, his chess skills were the closest to Lin Junbai's. Therefore, he was more aware of the white-clothed youth's chess skills. Therefore, he started to change from pure hatred to fear. It was still hatred and even more so. However, in the depths of his heart he couldn't help but feel fear. Cui Dongshan waved his hand at young Master Lin, who was squatting in the latrine, and said with a sincere look in his eyes, Give me the money later. It doesn't matter if you give it to me yourself. Young Master Lin, I'm going to clean up the chess game. Why, do you still need help? You've already helped me 3 times. I think you should just forget about it. If you continue to be like this, my conscience will feel uneasy. It's the will of the heavens that makes it impossible for me to be friends with a magnanimous person like you. I'm tossing and turning and I can't sleep at night. Lin Junbai sighed. Since the 3rd game had been played, it could be considered a famous game in the history of the Xiao Yuan dynasty. Therefore, the result was still acceptable. Cui Dongshan packed up the chess pieces without any style. He casually threw the pieces into the chess jar and muttered to himself, winning 3 games in a row. Comfortable, really comfortable. It's just that it's boring to rely on the disparity in chess skills to crush the opponent. If both sides were equally skilled, winning or losing would depend on luck. Luck is on my side and winning would be the most satisfying. I guess young Master Lin has been too successful on the chessboard in this life and is used to suppressing others with strength. You can't understand my feelings. What a pity. Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled and asked, What? Do you think my chess skills are too high, or that luck is on my side? Both are false. I know very well whether my chess skills are high or not. But whether my luck is good or bad, young Master Lin, you have to admit it. Then let's play another game and use a different method. How about it? It's not all about chess skills but more about luck. Do you dare? It can even be said that we're only competing in luck. Young Master Lin, you might not have the chance to play this game again in this lifetime. Since it's all about luck, we won't bet on money or anything. Lin Junbai asked, What do you mean? Cui Dongshan smiled. You decide the outcome of this game. Whether you win or lose, you have to discuss it with Sword Immortal Wuxia first. As long as the outcome is as you say, it's your win regardless of whether I win or lose. What we're betting on is whose luck is better. Do you dare? Lin Junbai laughed involuntarily. Cui Dongshan smiled. Let's not talk about chess or sword skills. Let's just talk about Sword Immortal Wuxia's character. I believe in young Master Lin's gambling integrity. Lin Junbai shook his head. I won't play this game. Cui Dongshan actually nodded. Indeed. Because it's not interesting enough, I'll add another explanation. The third game of the iridescent cloud manual you've flipped through so many times has reached the mid-game. Alright, it's actually only the 56th move and someone has already admitted defeat. Why don't we help both sides finish the game? Then you can still decide the outcome outside the chessboard. Does winning or losing on the chessboard matter? It doesn't matter at all. You help the city lord of White Emperor City, and I'll help the person playing against him. How about it? Look at Sword Immortal Wuxia. He's already impatient. As a Sword Immortal, he's working hard to protect the Tao. How he wishes that young Master Lin can turn the tables. Lin Junbai was speechless. This person was a madman. The reason why the iridescent cloud manual was viewed by all chess players in the world as I observe the iridescent clouds of the mortal realm, high and unreachable, was because the winner was invincible. Even more frightening was that as long as the loser left the chessboard and left White Emperor City, he would be invincible outside beneath the clouds. Countless chess players had studied the aftermath of the third game of the iridescent cloud manual. Even Lin Junbai's master was no exception. That Cui Dong had admitted defeat neither too early nor too late. It just so happened that this person was truly worthy of the title of number 2 in the world of chess. Therefore Lin Junbai shook his head. I won't play this game. As chess players we shouldn't insult the chess pieces on the chessboard. Cui Dongshan sneered. Do you have the right to insult the iridescent cloud manual? Lin Junbai, has your chess skill reached such a high level? It's only been 56 moves. Both sides of the iridescent cloud manual must have reached a certain level of cultivation to be able to see the outcome. As for the other chess players under the iridescent cloud manual, do they really know what both sides are thinking? If it were you and I playing, would you really have the ability to maintain the advantage of being the city lord of White Emperor City? Who gave you the confidence? Did you lose 3 games in a row? Lin Junbai said solemnly, let's not talk about victory or defeat outside the chessboard with Sword Immortal Wuxia. I'll play this endgame with you. Cui Dongshan laughed. Alright, then let's add a wager. If I win, you and Sword Immortal Wuxia will have to decide on the outcome of the next game. Lin Junbai said, we'll talk about it after you win the iridescent cloud manual. Cui Dongshan laughed. Fortunately, young Master Lin didn't say, we'll talk about it after you win. Otherwise, even someone who admires young Master Lin's immortal demeanor would spit on the chessboard. Sword Immortal Wuxia was extremely worried. The other young sword cultivators, even Jin Zhenming, were filled with anticipation for this game. Cui Dongshan suddenly turned his head and said, unrelated people don't have the right to watch this game. Of course it's fine if you really want to watch. It's not much, just 1 grain rain coin per person. Be more magnanimous and take it out. Zhumei raised her hand. I want to watch. I'll help pay for Sister Yu's grain rain coin. Cui Dongshan's expression immediately changed. He straightened his back and said righteously, what kind of joke is this? Sister Yu's friend is my Dongshan's friend. Talking about money? Are you trying to slap my face? Do you think I'm a wild chess player who only plays chess to earn money? Jiang Guanqing and many others were willing to fork out the money, but Sword Immortal Wuxia began to chase them away. Furthermore, there was no room for negotiation. Therefore, only Yu Zhuanfu and Zhu Mei, who had Yu Zhuanfu's support, were left on the city walls. Both sides placed their pieces on the chessboard. Looked like a replay of the game, but in fact they were playing another game after the third game of the iridescent cloud manual. An hour later, Lin Junbai, who was constantly pondering, was inexplicably struck in the upper right corner. There were only 36 beginners on the chessboard. Lin Junbai's face turned pale and he refused to admit defeat. Cui Dongshan said indifferently, "According to the agreement, the next game will be the second-to-last game of the iridescent cloud manual. There is too little space on the chessboard and the accidents are too small. You will continue to place your pieces on behalf of White Emperor City's city lord. Remember, first discuss the outcome of the battle outside the chessboard with Sword Immortal Wuxia. It's only a battle of luck. Don't pay too much attention to the outcome of the chessboard. If I win again, I'll be asking for an exorbitant price. I beg you to play another game with me." Lin Junbai and Sword Immortal Wuxia discussed the outcome of the battle outside the chessboard. Then both sides gathered their pieces and placed them again. Compared to the previous game, there were many more pieces on the chessboard this time. After a short incense stick's worth of time, the white-clothed youth said with a smile, "Don't worry. In the next game I'll discuss the outcome of the battle with Sword Immortal Wuxia first. You and I will play. Luck is a matter of luck. Since I've gambled too much on luck every time, I'll kneel and beg for a loss. I'll take the initiative to change the direction of my luck. If I win again this time, so what? It will only show that my luck is too good today. Does young Master Lin's chess skills have anything to do with it? It doesn't. It doesn't." Sweat seeped out of Lin Junbai's forehead. He was speechless. He wasn't willing to concede, but he didn't say anything either. It was as if he just wanted to take another look at the chessboard and know how he lost. The white-clothed youth spoke politely, but his face was full of mockery. Yu Zhuanfu sighed and pulled Zhu Mei away from the place. As expected, Cui Dongshan was right. Yu Zhuanfu's luck, from before, was actually considered good. Zhu Mei also knew the severity of the situation. She silently followed Yu Zhuanfu away from this troublesome place. Sword Immortal Wuxia was about to speak. Cui Dongshan pinched a chess piece between two fingers and gently turned it. He didn't even raise his head. "Don't speak while watching the game. Can't you be a little more polite?" A dignified Sword Immortal of the Central Plains, as well as Zhou Xian's martial nephew and the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. "Is this how you protect a junior? Young Master Lin and I are friends at first sight, so I'm easy to talk to. But if Sword Immortal Wuxia relies on his status and swordsmanship, then I'll have to call for reinforcements. Don't you understand such a shallow principle? If you don't, I can ask someone with high swordsmanship to teach you." Sword Immortal Wuxia's hesitation turned into determination. Ignoring the white-clothed youth's words, Sword Immortal Wuxia said solemnly, "Lin Junbai, you may rise." Lin Junbai hesitated as he clenched his fists. Cui Dongshan pinched a chess piece and gently pressed it on the chessboard. With a casual swipe, it slid to the edge of Lin Junbai's chessboard. The tiny chess piece happened to be half on the chessboard and half in the air. Cui Dongshan smiled. "Rise? Sure. Throw in the chess piece and admit defeat. Admit defeat and lose half of it." Sword Immortal Wuxia said angrily, "Don't push your luck. How dare you spoil Lin Junbai's Dao heart?" Cui Dongshan covered his sleeves with both hands and laughed. "A cultivator is a proud son of heaven. To have his Dao heart spoiled by such a trivial Dao like chess is worse than Yen Lu." I'm dying of laughter this time. Cui Dongshan raised his head and looked at the infuriated Sword Immortal Wuxia. He asked with a smile, "Do you think I can help Lin Junbai win?" Lin Junbai said with a trembling voice, "If I admit defeat before the game is played, I will only lose half of it?" Cui Dongshan nodded. "Of course. However, there's a small condition. You have to promise that you will never touch a chess piece again." Lin Junbai was sweating profusely. Cui Dongshan yawned and did not rush Lin Junbai to make a decision. He only appeared bored. The world only knew that the iridescent cloud manual was the iridescent cloud manual. They did not know that the two sides who played the iridescent cloud game were sitting opposite each other. But outside the chessboard, there was no bottomless scheming going on. That was what a true game of chess was like. You little bastards who learned a little from the iridescent cloud manual are worthy of calling yourselves national chess players? Cui Dongshan seemed to be chatting with an acquaintance as he said slowly, "My master's works. Other than your master's study in your Xiaoyuan dynasty, how many books are left in the marketplace?" "Two. Not a single one. This is nothing. It's a small matter. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. However, I seem to remember a small matter. Back then, there was a scholar from your Xiaoyuan dynasty who went all the way to the Confucian temple and smashed the dilapidated statue by the roadside, right? I heard that after returning home his official career was smooth and he had a meteoric rise. Later on, that person was not only a chess friend of yours, but he was also a good friend of yours. Oh, that's right. It's the owner of the chess manual lying at the bottom of the city, the famous Mr. Shi Lu. Sword Immortal Ku Xia's heart stirred slightly. He still wanted to say something to dissuade Lin Junbai, but he could not open his mouth now. Miyu, the unpolished Jade Realm sword cultivator, was a native sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he encountered that person, he did not dare to move. Then Ku Xia was the same. However, Lin Junbai was in a daze. Moreover, his realm was too low. He might not be aware of the awkward situation he was in. Cui Dongshan sneered at Lin Junbai. Wager? From now on, every time I win, I'll force you to play another game. Even if I only charge you a small sum of money each time, I can make you lose all of your future cultivation and even half of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. I'll make you wish you could reincarnate now and never touch a chess piece again in your next life. Do you think you can play chess with me just because you don't want to? Do you know who you're playing chess with? Cui Dongshan's sleeves fluttered as he narrowed his eyes. Remember, I'm Dongshan. Chao Qinglang met Pei Qian in the corridor. Pei Qian wanted to say something but stopped. Chao Qinglang pointed at his heart and waved his hand. He did not say anything and only smiled slightly. Pei Qian remained silent. Chao Qinglang asked with a smile, I have a carving knife. Shall I give you a seal later? Pei Qian left in a huff. Chao Qinglang scratched his head. In order to wait for him to appear, he had been waiting for a long time. On this day, a sneaky young man in white secretly knocked on the door of Ning Mansion. Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, Brother Dongshan, what's the matter? You don't need to knock on the door to be a thief. Cui Dongshan said with annoyance, Brother Nalan, I went to the city wall for a long time today and only earned a little money. I'm so angry. I don't have the face to see Mr. Nalan Yeshing felt a little pity for the person who earned money, although he didn't know who was so unlucky. Just when Nalan Yeshing was about to close the door and part ways with this little bastard, Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled and said, Let's go to my room to drink. Nalan Yeshing was of course unwilling. He just glanced at the eyes of the young man in white and nodded. When they got there, Cui Dongshan took out 2 pots of wine. Nalan Yeshing hoped to drink the wine he had painstakingly hidden. But the following conversation made Nalan Yeshing gradually lose that little thought. Because what the other party said was too big for him, a raw jade sword cultivator who had fallen in realm. The reason was simple. What the other party said was how to walk Nalan Yeshing's path. That was nothing. Soon there was a knock on the door. Grandma Bai quickly left. It was the golden core sword cultivator who was no longer Nalan Yeshing's anonymous disciple, Cui Wei. After Cui Wei closed the door, he cupped his fists and bowed without looking up or speaking. Nalan Yeshing wanted to get up and leave, but was stopped by Cui Dongshan with a smile. Then Cui Dongshan turned and asked, Do you want to break through again and die, or follow me to the vast world and struggle at death's door? Today and tomorrow may not matter and you may only feel lucky. But I can be sure that one day you Cui Wei will have a heartache. Cui Wei kept his head down and cupped his fists. Cui Wei is willing to follow Mr. to the Aquarius continent. Regret tomorrow, we can talk about it tomorrow. Cui Dongshan smiled. Okay. I agree. But I want to hear the reason. Don't worry, no matter what, I will not change your future stability. Cui Wei was silent for a moment. Why should I die here? Nalan Yeshing sighed, but he didn't fly into a rage like last time. He almost couldn't help but slap Cui Wei to death. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, Good question. When you go to a foreign place in the future when you are free or old, you might as well answer this question yourself. Go, you have worked hard all these years. Cui Wei didn't leave immediately. Instead, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Nalan Yeshing. Master doesn't recognize disciple, but disciple recognizes the second master on his path of cultivation. Cui Wei will never look back. Master, take care. Nalan Yeshing raised the white bowl, took a sip of wine, nodded and said, Since you have chosen to go to the vast world, you might as well go all the way. Don't die casually and live for hundreds or thousands of years. Cui Wei left and returned to his residence. Cui Dongshan drank the wine and quickly left the house. Only an old man who had no children and no disciples was left drinking alone. There seemed to be no dishes on the table. At dusk on this day, Qi Jinglong took his disciple Bai Hegu to visit Ning Mansion. Bai Hegu showed the courage to die generously. It was just a big surprise. First, Pei Qian was said to be practicing martial arts with an old maid of Ning Mansion, and now she was lying on the hospital bed. But after the joy of beating gongs and drums, Bai Hegu couldn't help but worry. Pei Qian was a little girl after all. The young man asked for the way and went to Pei Qian's house. Of course, he didn't dare to knock on the door and just took a walk outside. As for the young man's master, he had already gone to the house of his good brother, Qin Pingon. There were 3 people in the house: Qin Pingon, Cui Dongshan, and Qi Jinglong. Each of them took out a booklet. The information in Qin Pingon's booklet was the most mixed. Cui Dongshan's booklet was the thickest. The source of the content was from the spies of Dalixiu who placed in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Inverted Mountain. There were not many of them, but they were all useful. Some were newly obtained, but more were from Dali's top-secret files. Of course, Cui Dongshan had also roughly walked around the city not long ago. He didn't really want to rely on himself to find more clues. Cui Dongshan had never thought of himself as some kind of immortal. The premise was to see. After all, the time was too short, and the identity of the disciple of the sage of literature would be more troublesome. Otherwise, Cui Dongshan could have grasped many details closer to the truth, or even directly the truth. Qi Jinglong had indirectly asked the sect master and the disciples of Taihui sword sect for the information. Cui Dongshan waved his sleeve, and a snow-white rice paper appeared out of thin air slightly higher than the 2 tables. Cui Dongshan's mind moved slightly, and on the rice paper, the big and small mansions and streets in the city rose from the ground one by one. Then Cui Dongshan gave each of the master and Qi Jinglong 3 brushes. The rice paper was fine and recovered on its own, but it could be written with the brush. Different brushes wrote different colored words: black, white, and gray. The 3 of them didn't speak and each wrote down a name. If the name was the same but had a different color, Cui Dongshan would use the unique brush in his hand to circle the name. There were 3 books on the table. When someone stopped writing, they could flip through the other 2 books. In the twilight of this day, Qi Jinglong and Whitehead left Ning Mansion and returned to the Taihui sword sect's armory. Qin Pingon only brought Cui Dongshan to the wine shop. However, they didn't really go there. After a slight detour, Qin Pingon asked Cui Dongshan to help pay attention to the surroundings. Finally, they came to a house in a shabby alley. There was no greeting, but it was definitely not luxurious. Cui Dongshan didn't enter but stood outside. After the master entered, Cui Dongshan went to the corner of 2 alleys and squatted there in boredom. Only Pei Qian didn't know that in this long journey to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, students and disciples like them wouldn't be able to stay for long. His master only hoped that they could personally see what kind of place the Great Wall of Sword Qi was, and see the magnificent scenery that they were destined to never see again. Tao Wen sat back at the table and asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to be the banker in the future?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's fake and real. The more tricks there are, the more traps there are. Those gamblers who aren't good at gambling can forget about playing tricks with me." Tao Wen said, "Qin Pingon, don't forget what you promised me. To you it might be a small matter, but to me it's not a big matter, but it's not small either." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I may not be able to do many things that I promised myself. However, I will usually do what I promised others." Tao Wen nodded. When this young man first asked him to be the banker, he said that he wouldn't spend money on a single snow at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Tao Wen joked, "Did the second manager say this, or did the martial artist Qin Pingon say it?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It was the swordsman Qin Pingon who said it." Tao Wen was silent for a long time. Qin Pingon smiled and took out 2 pots of bamboo sea paradise wine. Of course, they were the cheapest ones. Tao Wen didn't use the heaven and earth sleeve spell. He just got up and took 2 wine bowls from the kitchen. Naturally, they were much bigger than the wine in the wine shop. Tao Wen drank a mouthful of wine and poured the second bowl. He said, "Qin Pingon, don't learn from me." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I won't." Tao Wen nodded and said, "Then there's only one thing left. Don't die. Don't forget, this is the Great Wall of Sword Qi, not the vast world. This isn't your hometown. Qin Pingon said, I will fight for it. Tao Wen raised his bowl and Qin Pingon followed suit. They clinked their bowls and drank. Tao Wen asked, Are there many people like you in the vast world? Qin Pingon thought carefully and shook his head. There aren't many people like me. But there are many people who are better than me and many who are worse than me. Then Qin Pingon asked, Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Tao Wen smiled. This question was a little redundant. He didn't seem like the thoughtful and meticulous second manager who was always digging holes for him. He just drank silently. When it was almost the last bowl of wine, Qin Pingon raised the bowl but then put it down again. He took out a pair of seals from his sleeve and gently placed them on the table. He smiled and said, I wonder if Uncle Tao is willing to accept this little thing. Tao Wen shook his head. I don't like this. You scholars are pretentious and pretentious. I'm a sword cultivator. Forget it. I have no use for it at home. What's the point of eating dust? You should take it to earn money and return the money. It's more meaningful than leaving it here. Qin Pingon put away the seal and raised the wine bowl again. People who sell wine usually don't drink much. People who buy wine can't hold their liquor well and aren't good at drinking. Why buy wine? Isn't that the logic, Uncle Tao? Tao Wen smiled and said, I don't reason with scholars. You drink yours and I'll drink mine. It's immoral to persuade people to drink at the table. They each drank the last bowl of wine. Qin Pingon stood up and smiled with cupped fists. I don't know when the next time will be. Tao Wen waved his hand. It's acknowledged that drinking with me is the most boring. It's fine if you don't drink. I won't send you off. Qin Pingon left the house and walked alone in the alley. He clenched his fists. 2 seals. I want to get drunk. Don't get drunk. Lush flowers. As Qin Pingon walked, he suddenly became absent-minded. It was as if he was walking in the clay bottle alley in his hometown. Tao Wen missed his wife and daughter so much in the mortal world. His parents were no longer in the mortal world. Would they also miss little Pingon so much? Qin Pingon stopped and fell into a daze. Then he continued walking. Moments later, Tao Wen suddenly appeared at the door and asked with a smile, I still don't want the seals. However, I want to know what was engraved on the 2 seals. Qin Pingon did not turn around. He shook his head. Uncle Tao, it's nothing. It's just some words copied from a book. Tao Wen smiled and said, You scholar. The young man in green robes with a jade hairpin did not say anything. He did not seem like the second in command at all. Tao Wen leaned against the door and stood there looking at the empty house. The words in the book were painful to the eyes. The wine in the bowl was spicy. It was as if it could make one cry. Then it made sense. The young man's back gradually walked away in the alley. Sword Immortal Tao Wen sat on the doorstep and faced the table in the house. He muttered, Father was late that time and made the 2 of you wait for so many years. Green onions, green onions. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Father has always been good here. I can eat Yangchun noodles and drink with good people. Don't feel bad. First set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. (609). Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan, as well as the teacher and student who were also in a foreign land, walked towards the wine shop that could be considered half of their home. Cui Dongshan asked softly, You didn't succeed? Tao Wen is still unwilling to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and wants to die here? Since the Great Wall of Sword Qi had sword cultivator Cui Wei who didn't want to die, there would naturally be sword immortal Tao Wen who wanted to die in his hometown. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were many people on both sides. The top few old sword immortals and great sword immortals, regardless of whether they were still alive or had died in battle, why were they unwilling to let the knowledge of the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought take root in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and spread too much? Of course, there was a reason, and it definitely wasn't as simple as looking down on the knowledge. However, the answer for the Great Wall of Sword Qi was simpler, and there was only one answer, which was that with too much knowledge and too much thinking, people's hearts would be mixed and it would be difficult for sword cultivators to be pure. The Great Wall of Sword Qi wouldn't be able to hold on for 10,000 years. Regarding this matter, the ordinary local sword immortals knew very little. Many years ago, on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the eldest sword immortal Qin Qingdu personally held the fort and isolated a world. Then there was a gathering of sages for a deduction, but the outcome wasn't good. After that, the sages of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Secondary Sages visited the Great Wall of Sorchi. Before they left, regardless of whether they understood it or not, they would receive instructions from the academy, or rather strict orders. They were mostly in charge of supervising the battle. During this period there were people who wanted to do more for the Great Wall of Sorchi, even at the risk of being punished. The Sword Immortals didn't purposely suppress them, but these Confucian students were all disheartened in the end. Qin Pingon said, "At the wine table we were only focused on drinking and didn't try to persuade them. As expected, drinking messes things up." Qin Pingon didn't walk quickly and Cui Dongshan wasn't in a hurry either. The two of them walked slowly and weren't in a hurry to drink new wine at the wine table. In the streets and alleys, there were many stories with bad endings. Cui Dongshan consoled him, "If you give away the seal you'll feel better. But if you don't, it's actually better because Taowen will feel better. Mr. Why do you have to do this? Mr. Why do you have to do this? Mr. You shouldn't do this." Qin Pingon changed the topic. "What's the result of your chess match with Lin Junbai?" Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves. Ripples appeared around the two of them, as if there were faint golden lotuses opening and closing life and death. However, Cui Dongshan had used a unique mystic art as a smoke screen. He had to first see the flower. Those below the upper 5 realms could forget about it. Only then would he be able to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two parties. However, seeing the flower was equivalent to forcefully breaking the array. Cui Dongshan could then follow the path and return the favor. He could ask the Sword Immortal if he knew who he was. If he did not know, he would have to tell him who he was. The bait was to find out who Cui Dongshan was, what had happened to Lin Junbai, and whether the Xiaoyuan dynasty would undergo a drastic change. Then they would use these as evidence to determine who Cui Dongshan was. In any case, those who were willing would take the bait. Cui Dongshan did not ask for anyone to bite the bait. Great Sword Immortal Yu Qing had already given him an example. If Cui Dongshan still did not give up and still wanted to consider the power of the literary sage's lineage, then he could not blame Cui Dongshan for calling for reinforcements and calling his martial uncle to support his martial nephew. Cui Dongshan smiled. "Lin Junbai is a smart person. It's just that he's young, thin-skinned and too inexperienced. Of course I'm smarter than him. It's not difficult to completely destroy his Dao heart. However, there's no need for that. After all, I don't have a death grudge with him. The one who really has a grudge with me is Mr. Shilu, who wrote the Quasi-Pavilion Chess Manual. Seriously, his chess skills are so bad, yet he dares to write a book to teach people how to play chess. It's said that the chess manual's sales are not bad. How can I tolerate it? Of course I can't tolerate it. This is a real hindrance to me in earning money. Cutting off one source of income, how big of a grudge is that, right?" Qin Pingon was puzzled. "Cutting off your source of income? What do you mean?" Cui Dongshan blushed and said, "Let's not talk about rare cases. Generally speaking, every time Vast World sells a copy of the Colored Clouds, I get a share of the profits. However, White Emperor City has never mentioned this. Of course, he has never taken the initiative to make such a request. It's all calculated by the booksellers on the mountain for the sake of stability. Otherwise, if they lose their heads while earning money, it's not worth it. Of course, I've given some hints. I'm worried that White Emperor City's city lord is magnanimous, but the people around him are narrow-minded. If they aren't careful, they could cause the bookseller who printed the chess manual to be punished by White Emperor City. People of the demonic path have unpredictable temperaments. In the end, it's better to be safe than sorry. Besides, to be able to give money to White Emperor City openly is a rare favor." Qin Pingon was speechless. If Cui Dongshan had not mentioned it, he really would not have known that there was such an inside story to earn big money. He laughed angrily. "When we drink later, you'll pay for it. You're so black-hearted when it comes to earning money. You should drink a few jars of Bamboo Sea Paradise wine to wash your heart." Cui Dongshan nodded in agreement. He said that the wine was too cheap, the Yangchun noodles were too delicious, and the teacher was too generous in doing business. Then he continued, "Then there's Lin Junbai's teacher, that imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. However, many of the grievances of the older generation should not be passed down to the disciples. What others think is never important. What's important is whether we, the literary sage's lineage, can persist in this kind of laborious but unrewarding understanding. Pei Qian doesn't need to teach too much about this matter. Instead, it's Chao Qinglang who needs to look at a few more things and say a few words of reason. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "So what happened to Lin Junbai?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Therefore Lin Junbai was painstakingly advised by me and pointed out the right path. He suddenly came to his senses and happily volunteered to be my chess piece. His Dao heart was firm and he reached another level. Peter, don't worry. I didn't change his Dao heart in the slightest. I only helped him to become the imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty faster and become the most worthy person beside the emperor. The student surpasses the master. Not only in Dao teachings and knowledge but also in worldly authority. Lin Junbai can obtain more than his teacher. What I did was nothing more than icing on the cake. Lin Junbai carries the fate of the Shao Yuan dynasty and has the right to think this way. The crux of the problem is not what I said or did but Lin Junbai's teacher. He didn't teach enough. He mistakenly thought that by guiding Lin Junbai patiently year after year, he could make Lin Junbai become another him and eventually grow into the stabilizing force of the Shao Yuan dynasty. Little did he know that Lin Junbai's heart was loftier than the heavens, and he was unwilling to become anyone's shadow. Therefore, I had the opportunity to take advantage of this situation. Lin Junbai obtained the full pot he wanted and I obtained the small profits I wanted. Everyone was happy. In the end, it was because Lin Junbai was smart enough that I was willing to teach him the true art of chess and how to conduct himself." At this point, Cui Dongshan said, "Teacher, you shouldn't have asked such a question. You've let these unimportant matters affect your mood to drink." Qin Pingon shook his head. "Teacher's business is the student's business. How can the student's business not be teacher's business?" Cui Dongshan raised his sleeves, wanting to pretend to cry bitter tears. Qin Pingon laughed. "Save the flattery. Remember to buy a few more jugs of wine later." Then Qin Pingon reminded him, "Madame Yu Kuang is a good person. Don't lie to her." Cui Dongshan laughed. "For her and the Yu family it may not be a good thing but at least it's not a bad thing. My relationship with old Yu, who's better at playing chess than chess, has never been bad. Peter, don't worry. I still have a sense of propriety when doing things. Yu Kuang Fu being able to become a good person in your eyes today is, of course, related to her own hard work and the imperceptible influence of her family's style. As for the literary style of the Shao Yuan dynasty, of course it's similar. As long as you pay attention not to the exceptions but to the majority, the logic won't be bad." Qin Pingon was silent for a moment. He turned to look at the big white goose that his first disciple spoke of. Chao Qinglong's little senior brother in her heart. He smiled knowingly and said, "With a student like you by my side I'm very relieved." Cui Dongshan regretfully said, "It's a pity that I can't always be by your side. I can't do my best to relieve your worries." Qin Pingon shook his head. As for Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang, whether it's their state of mind or cultivation as their little senior brother, you have to take care of them. Even if you feel wronged in your heart, I will pretend not to know. Cui Dongshan laughed. In the world there's only one's own heart that's not cultivated enough. If you think about it deeply, there's no grievance that can be grievance. Qin Pingon turned his head and said, "Is it to teach you how to be a person?" Cui Dongshan felt wronged. "I feel wronged." Qin Pingon said, "For those who are good at calculating people's hearts, the closer they are to heaven's heart, the easier it is for heaven to calculate. You have to be more careful. Take care of yourself first, then you can take care of others for a long time." Cui Dongshan nodded his head. "I have my own plans and considerations." In truth, both parties' final words had their own meaning, but they did not say it out loud. For the literary saint to take care of himself, of course, it was under the premise of not harming others and not hindering the way of the world. But it was hard for Cui Dongshan to say such words. Qin Pingon was not willing to use his own principles that he did not understand, to use his own morals to suppress others. Cui Dongshan's reply was also not a promise to his teacher, because he could not guarantee that he would take care of himself, and could not guarantee that he would take care of himself for a long time. In the way of the world, to reason with others, one had to pay a big or small price. Thus, to protect the people who were reasonable and unreasonable, the price one had to pay would be even bigger. For example, Cui Dongshan had to temporarily put aside all the important matters in the Aquarius continent, and rush to the inverted suspended mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi, thus he had to pay a price. In truth, Cui Dong did not say anything and did not bargain, he only said the words to quickly return, which could be considered as agreeing to Cui Dongshan's laziness. But Cui Dongshan knew that he was willing to do more. Since you Cui Dong are willing to let me take a step, then I Cui Dongshan am not you Cui Dong and can take 2 more steps. Cui Dongshan knew of his teacher's actions at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Not only that, he was able to pull in Qi Jinglong of the Tai Hui sword sect. Cui Dongshan only did things that were interesting, meaningful, and at the same time profitable. So by his side he could only pull in intelligent people like Lin Junbai, and would never be able to become people like Qi Jinglong and Zhong Kuei. But teacher was not like that. If teacher was not like that, students would not be able to persuade him and would not do so. Because teacher was teacher. Many disciples in the world always wanted to obtain something from teacher, be it knowledge, reputation, protection, status, or money. Cui Dongshan was too lazy to talk about the good and bad. Since he was not and had nothing to do with him, he would just stay outside his house and hang it up high. When they arrived at the wine shop, it was filled with people. Qin Pingon brought Cui Dongshan along with him, carrying 2 flasks of wine. They squatted by the roadside, and there were many unfamiliar sword cultivators around them. Cui Dongshan was now quite famous in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His chess skills were excellent, and it was said that he had won many matches against Lin Junbai. In one of his matches he had made more than 400 moves. There were native sword immortals who were proficient in chess. They all said that the literary sage's 3rd-generation disciple Cui Dongshan was invincible in the Great Wall of Sword Qi due to his superb chess skills. As a result, the gamblers and drunkards felt much better. Presumably, Mr. Cui Dongshan's second manager must be better at chess. Therefore, they were cheated of some money by the second manager. Wouldn't that be considered not shameful? At the same time, many people felt that they had wronged the second manager. Although there was no doubt that his drinking and gambling behavior was bad, his chess behavior was good. Despite his excellent chess skills, he did not show it on this matter. He still had some conscience left and had not been eaten by the dogs of the world. Now that the wine shop's business was so good, the head manager planned to buy the 2 shops next door. At first he was afraid that he would do something superfluous, so he was mentally prepared to be lectured. He carefully told the second manager his idea, and he did not expect the second manager to nod and agree. Then Stack Zhang felt that he was quite smart when it came to business. With such a plan, Stack Zhang discussed it with Zhang Jiazhen, who was a temporary worker. The youth agreed to be a permanent worker at the wine shop. Besides Zhang Jiazhen from Lingxi Alley, there was another youth of the same age, Jiang Chu from Straw Hat Alley. He also took the initiative to find Stack Zhang in private, hoping to work at the wine shop. He also said that he did not want a salary as long as he could eat his fill. Of course, Stack Zhang did not agree. He said that he would still be paid a salary, but it would not be too much at first. If the wine shop's business became better in the future, he would pay more. Therefore, Jiang Chu would often find Zhang Jiazhen and ask about some odd jobs at the wine shop. Zhang Jiazhen also told the youth who she was familiar with in full detail. The 2 youths, who came from different poor alleys and had similar backgrounds, became closer and closer. After drinking, they returned to Ning Mansion. On the way back, Cui Dongshan carried 2 jugs of Azure Immortal Mountain wine, which cost 5 snowdrops per jug. Of course, he would not buy on credit with the wine shop. Seeing this, the drunkards all felt their scalps go numb and their hearts turn cold. The second manager would even cheat his own student of his immortal money? Would he be lenient when cheating outsiders? It was said that there was a nascent soul stage sword cultivator who claimed to be the #1 gambler in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who had not lost a single snowdrop to Alliance. He had already begun to study how to make money from the second manager. When the time came, he would write a book and compile it into a book. These books would be given to people for free, and as long as they drank in the biggest restaurant in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Baoguang restaurant, they could take 1 book away. It seemed that the Baoguang restaurant under the name of the Qi family was openly competing with the second manager. When Nalin Yeshing opened the door, he was pleasantly surprised. After getting 2 jugs of wine, he accidentally opened the door and called out enthusiastically, "Brother Dongshan." Cui Dongshan smiled and called out, "Grandpa Nalin." In his heart he thought that this elder brother Nalin was really old and didn't learn from his beatings. He needed to be taught a lesson again. His previous words were just to make Mama Bai feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. This time he was going to give elder brother Nalan a heavy blow. Beating was a sign of affection and scolding was a sign of love. Accept it and accept it obediently. In order not to give Nalan Yeshing a chance to mend the pen after the sheep were lost, Cui Dongshan and the teacher crossed the gate of Ning Mansion and said softly, "Thank you for the personal escort of Sister Luoshan." Qin Pingon said, "It's my duty. Don't worry about it." Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves, "Of course. I'm just nervous. Today's appearance can't enter Sister Luoshan's eyes." Nalan Yeshing said with a smile, "Dongshan, you are a rare romantic young man. Luoshan Sword Immortal will definitely remember you." Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "Yes, yes." On the other side of the martial arts practice field, Pei Qian was being fed punches by Mama Bai. Qin Pingon didn't watch. He couldn't bear to see it. Qin Pingon practiced boxing by himself. No matter how miserable he was fed punches by a martial artist of the 10th realm. However, he couldn't bear to see his disciple being fed punches like this. The real reason was that Qin Pingon was afraid that if he looked at Pei Qian a few more times in case Pei Qian made a mistake in the future, he wouldn't have the heart to be harsh and would be less reasonable. After all, during those years in the Book Lake, Qin Pingon had suffered enough from his own heart. No matter how difficult it was to cut ties with others, it wasn't difficult at all. However, cutting ties with the past self was extremely difficult as ascending to the heavens. In a summer palace outside the city, Master Hidden Official stood on a chair. She held 2 ponytails in her hands. The chair was suspended in the air and she looked down. As far as her eyes could see, there was also a map of the city. It was larger and more detailed. Even the private gardens and pavilions of the mansions in Taixiang Street could be seen at a glance. However, on the map now there were lines drawn with a red pen. One end of the bright red line was at Ning Mansion, and the other end was uncertain. At most, it was the wine shop and the place where the storyteller's stool was placed at the corner of the street. The second was the sword practice area on the left and right of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were also a few other traces. Anyway, wherever the second shopkeeper went, someone drew it on the map. Peng Yuanji once asked, "Qin Pingon is not a demon spy. Why does Master care so much about his route?" Master Hidden Official replied, "There is no fight, no wine to drink. Master's very bored." Peng Yuanji did not ask anymore. Master's logic was very reasonable. According to his master, the lineage of the Hidden Official had been passed down to her in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if she did not do well, she was definitely qualified. Not only did she pass, but she also did a lot of extra work. Her contributions were not small. The eldest Sword Immortal was still so picky about her. She was really a bully. Capable people should do more work, but she should not be so busy. The female Sword Immortal Luoshan was still wearing a round neck brocade robe. However, the color was different. The style was the same and she still had a flower hairpin on her head. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Luoshan of the Hidden Official's lineage and the crazy woman Zhou Xian who swung on the city wall were both very beautiful. When Luoshan arrived at the lobby of the Summer Palace, she drew another vermilion route with her brush. The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal frowned and said, "Why did you bring Cui Dongshan to Tao Wen's place this time? What do you want?" Luoshan said, "You're asking me? Then should I ask Qin Pingon? Or that Cui Dongshan?" The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal said, "If you want to go, then go. I won't stop you." Luoshan glared at her. The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal was completely unaware. The Hidden Official said, "He should be persuading Tao Wen to earn more money and not seek death. This deputy manager is too soft-hearted. No wonder I couldn't like him at first sight." The Hidden Official twisted his ponytail and curled his lips. "Our deputy manager probably hasn't seen enough. The time is too short. If he could still have such a heart after seeing him for a long time, I would really have to admire him. What a pity." Unfortunately, the Hidden Official did not continue. Luoshan and the bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal did not ask anymore. The Hidden Official suddenly sighed and his expression became even more regretful. Yuqing was not beaten to death. It's not fun at all. The bamboo nunnery Sword Immortal was really curious this time. After all, he was not very interested in Qin Pingon, a martial artist of the Golden Body realm. However, as a sword cultivator he was very interested. He asked, Hidden official, what did Boss Sword Immortal say to make Zhou Xian stop his sword? The hidden official stretched out his hand. The bamboo nunnery sword Immortal threw over a pot of precious light pavilion. The hidden official kept it in his sleeve and said, he probably said to Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian, your junior brothers and martial nephews are watching. It's already embarrassing enough that you didn't kill Yu Qing with so many swords. You might as well not kill Yu Qing and just treat it as a sword practice. If you killed him, your status as martial uncle would be too low. Luo Shan and the two bamboo nunnery sword immortals looked at each other. They felt that this answer was hard to believe. The hidden official jumped onto the armrest of the chair and stood. He looked down at the map from a higher position and said to himself, there are too many people who are about to die. There are quite a lot of people who can survive. Lose money and win money, earn money and pay back money. Is there anyone who does business like this? In the future, who will remember the little money you Tao Wen earned from selling your life and the little things you Qin Pingon did? Under the general trend, no one can escape. Why are you doing meaningless things so enthusiastically? Sai, I really don't understand what the educated swordsmen think. They have always been like this. I can't drink wine. I'm so worried. Bamboo nunnery, hurry up and drink. Let me smell the wine. Today's great wall of sword qi. It wasn't that she was not used to it, but she was extremely uncomfortable. She was very direct with Cui Dongshan. If she didn't like him, she would use her sword. As for Qin Pingon, she taught him some of her own methods. If there was something she didn't like, she would teach her junior brother how to use the sword. But the two in front of her were both martial nephews. Plus Guizhujio, who was by her junior brother's side for some reason, was also half a martial nephews. Pei Qian planned to speak first this time. Losing to Chao Qinglang once was bad luck. Losing twice meant that she was not polite enough in front of her great martial uncle. So when her master and great martial uncle finished talking, she was going to make a move. Pei Qian had never thought that he would miss out on that half-baked fellow disciple, Guizhujio. She didn't know why this guy was not grounded. Recently he often came to Ning Mansion. It was fine if he came to disturb her master's wife's seclusion, but the key was that he didn't say anything good to her great martial sister. Great martial sister didn't recognize you as her junior sister. Was that the reason why you didn't recognize great martial sister? Do you believe that I'll smash your little brain? Forget it, forget it. She remembered her master's teachings. Keep the sword high in the sheath and don't use the fist high. Guizhujio spoke first today. Future great martial uncle, you surrounded so many sword immortals, including great sword immortal Yu Qing with only one sword. You were actually very calm, right? Because in the earlier battle outside the city to kill demons, eldest martial uncle had surrounded so many great demons by himself, chopping melons and vegetables. Therefore he was very used to it. Must be like this. Great martial uncle, don't deny it. She smiled. I can admit it. Guizhujio said seriously, if I were a person from the wilderness, I would burn incense and pray that great martial uncle's swordsmanship wouldn't be a bit better. Pei Qian's eyes turned red and he scratched his head with both hands. This kind of flattery was too insincere. Great martial uncle, please don't believe it. She smiled and said a few words to Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang. She was very polite and had the demeanor of an elder. She praised Pei Qian's crazy swordsmanship and asked her to continue working hard. She even said that sword immortal Zhou Cheng's ancestral sword intent could be learned, but there was no need to admire it. Great martial uncle would personally teach her swordsmanship later. She also urged Chao Qinglang to study hard and not neglect cultivation and scholarship. This was the foundation of the sage of literature's lineage. He didn't forget to teach Chao Qinglang's teacher a lesson, telling him that Chao Qinglang shouldn't always think that learning from Qin Pingon was enough. It was far from enough, and the student had to surpass the master. This was the foundation of learning for Confucian students. Otherwise, if each generation was worse than the last, wouldn't it be a joke for the predecessors? Other Confucian lineages didn't say much, but the sage of literature's lineage definitely didn't have this principle. Seeing this, Qin Pingon was happy, but he also felt a little uneasy. He had never seen this great martial brother so amiable and pleasant to talk to. Could this be the so-called generation-skipping affection? He brought them to visit great martial uncle. The eldest sword immortal's thatched hut was not far away. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, then brought them to see the old man. Qin Qingdu walked out of the thatched hut and glanced at Cui Dongshan. He was probably telling the little brat to get lost. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "All right." He turned around and jumped up and down. His 2 snow-white sleeves flew up. Guizhuzhou didn't move from her original position. She stretched out 2 fingers and assumed a walking posture. The eldest sword immortal glanced at her again. To show his sincerity, Guizhuzhou's 2 fingers walked a little faster. Qin Qingdu smiled and said, "I didn't ask you to leave." Guizhuzhou was relieved. She turned around and stood still, indicating that she had left and returned. Pei Qian sighed in her heart. She really had to advise her master. This kind of brainless little girl really couldn't be brought into the sect. Even if he had to take in a disciple, this brainless little girl would have to sit closer to the door when she entered Luo Pa Mountain's ancestral hall. She, Pei Qian, as her master's first disciple, was selfless. She definitely didn't mix in any personal grudges. She purely cared about the sect. Pei Qian admired Guizhuzhou. It was good to be stupid. She dared to be so impudent in front of the eldest sword immortal. Like herself, she definitely didn't dare to speak. She didn't dare to look at the eldest sword immortal. Her eyes would hurt. Qin Qingdu looked at the children beside Qin Pingon. Finally he said to Qin Pingon, "Do you have an answer?" Qin Pingon said, "The disciples of the literary sage's lineage always have things to do and things not to do." Qin Qingdu nodded and said, "Up to you." On the last day of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, sitting in the middle were Qin Pingon and Pei Qian. Beside Qin Pingon sat Guizhuzhou. Beside Pei Qian sat Chao Qinglang. For some reason Cui Dongshan was chased away by the eldest sword immortal, but was called over just now. After they finished talking, Cui Dongshan stood side by side with Qin Qingdu. It seemed that the eldest sword immortal didn't think much of it. The 2 looked at the scenery not far away. Qin Qingdu smiled and asked, "Lord Imperial Tutor, what do you think?" Cui Dongshan said indifferently, "I'm afraid it's just a dream." "610. Qin Pingon was called over by the eldest sword immortal. On the city wall, there was only one elder of the sage of literature. Left and right he was not an innate sword embryo. He started practicing swordsmanship later, but he eventually became the best swordsman in the world. Pei Qian was at the pinnacle of a 4th-level martial artist. In the Ning mansion he had been fed many punches by Lian Shuang, a 9th-level martial artist. His bottleneck had been loosened. That time, Cui Dongshan had been dragged away by Qin Pingon for a private discussion. Other than the matter of the booklet, it was also about Pei Qian's breakthrough. In the end they had followed Qin Pingon's original plan. After seeing the magnificent scenery of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would quickly leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi and return to Inverted Hanging Mountain. Qin Pingon was more inclined to the former plan. This was because Qin Pingon didn't know when the next great battle would begin. However, Cui Dongshan suggested that they wait for Pei Qian to become a 5th-level martial artist before they set off. Moreover, Mr. Zhong's state of mind was very open and his martial arts talent was very good. Every day they stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi would be a visible martial arts benefit. Therefore, as long as they stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for less than half a year, it would be fine. However, Qin Pingon was still worried. However, with Cui Dongshan by his side he could only worry. Chao Qinglang was a cultivator at the bottleneck of the cave realm. She was not a swordsman either. In fact, her background, her path of learning, and her way of learning were similar to left and right. Guizhuzhou was the only daughter of the sword immortal Guijia. She was a swordsman at the sea-viewing realm and was very talented. If she was not grounded at home by her family, she would be the first to defend against Lin Junbai, who was good at hiding her strength. However, she was an outstanding innate sword embryo. After becoming a disciple, she wanted to learn boxing. She wanted to learn the peerless boxing that could cause thunder to rumble in the sky. Left and right said, "Pei Qian, do you know where the weakness of your self-created sword art is?" Pei Qian pulled a long face. She did not expect eldest uncle to be so fixated on her crazy demon sword art. It was just a joke. It was not worth mentioning. Where was the weakness? My sword art has no strength at all. Eldest martial uncle, what do you want me to say? I didn't even dare to do it a few times after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Why did eldest martial uncle take it so seriously? Guizhuzhou leaned back and glanced at the back of Pei Qian's head. The short, eldest senior sister was really timid. She was in a daze when she saw the eldest sword immortal, but she didn't dare to speak when she saw her eldest senior uncle. As of now, as half of his master's last disciple, he had to take on more responsibility in terms of courage and boldness. At the very least, he had to make up for eldest senior sister's loss. He didn't mind Pei Qian's cowardice and said, "Has anyone told you that your swordsmanship is too messy? You can let go but you can't restrain yourself?" Pei Qian braced himself and said softly, "No, eldest martial uncle. No one has ever said whether my sword art is good or bad." With that said, Pei Qian's voice turned softer and softer. "Only that swinging sword immortal sister Zhou said something I didn't understand. She gave me a gift the moment we met and I couldn't stop her. When Master learned of this, he wanted me to thank Sword Immortal Zhou seriously before I left the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I promised Sword Immortal Zhou that I would learn that sword intent. However, I couldn't guarantee how well I would learn it, but I would do my best to study it." Zhuozhu didn't pay much attention to the golden thread condensed from the various sword intents of the female sword immortal Zhou Cheng's lineage. Since Qin Pingon had taught Pei Qian the proper etiquette, he didn't say anything else. He only said, "Your master has praised your sword art many times when he was with me and more than once." He said that among his disciples he dared to say things like, "Pei Qian resembles eldest senior brother the most when it comes to sword arts. Therefore I've always been curious." Pei Qian drooped his head and felt that he had let down his master's high hopes. "I've disappointed eldest martial uncle." Zhuozhu laughed. "Thankfully no one dares to say such nonsense to you. Too messy? Can't restrain yourself? Otherwise, as your eldest martial uncle, I'll have to speak up for you." Zhuozhu pointed into the distance. "Pei Qian." Pei Qian raised his head and looked in the direction his eldest martial uncle was pointing. Chao Qinglang and Guizhuzhou also looked over, but they couldn't see clearly. In comparison, Guizhuzhou could see more. It wasn't only because her realm was higher than Chao Qinglang's, but also because she was a sword cultivator. Sometimes, as long as one was a Khanate sword cultivator, one would indeed have the right to belittle the Qi refinement warriors in the world. Unfortunately, she was in the Great Wall of Sword auras. If she were in the vast world of sword cultivators, an innate sword embryo like Guizhuzhou, who was so amazingly talented, would definitely be a direct disciple of the Hall of Ancestral Masters in every sect. Would a sect be willing to spend countless natural materials and earthly treasures to cultivate her? Only Pei Qian, who wasn't even a Qi refinement warrior, could see more clearly than sword cultivator Guizhuzhou. In the sky outside the city, between heaven and earth, strands of messy sword Qi suddenly appeared. They appeared out of nowhere, wandering and twisting wantonly. Their trajectories were crooked and disorderly. In fact, 50 to 60% of the sword Qi were even fighting with each other. It was as if his eldest martial uncle had seen a big demon passing by in the wilderness. Thinking that it was a fish in the water, he casually threw out a huge fishing net that covered the sky and earth. It was just that the fishing net itself was not very particular, and Pei Qian had a hard time looking at it. In order to take care of Pei Qian's eyesight, Zhuozhu raised his hand and made a sword gesture. In the sky far away, strands of sword Qi condensed into a ball the size of a fist. Zhuozhu said, "If such a small thing were to smash on a nascent soul, it would be enough to destroy their spirit. Your swordsmanship should be pursuing this realm now. It's not that the meaning is too messy, but it's not messy enough. It's far from enough. As long as you have enough sword Qi so much that it's unreasonable, it's enough. Ordinary sword cultivators would not have such thoughts, and eldest martial uncle would not give such guidance. It varies from person to person. The swordsmanship that I'm talking about with Pei Qian is just right. When fighting an enemy to the death, it's not a debate about reason, so why bother about rules? If you want someone to die, just smash him to death. If you have enough sword Qi, does your opponent want to use his sword? It depends on whether your sword Qi agrees or not." Zhuozhu's two fingers cut the snow-white ball of sword Qi into two. In the slender and long line, a bright light shot out. In the end, like a spring thunder, it dissipated. The strong wind surged with great momentum. Countless innocent sword Qi in the surroundings were stirred up. Then day after day, year after year, they condensed again. If one was lucky, they could be guided by the remnant will of some ancient sword immortals. After being nourished, They could form a pure sword will similar to Sword Immortal Zhou Xian's lineage. It was like rebirth. Sword Immortals had died for thousands of years, but only their will could come back to life. Zhou said slowly, "This is the realm that you should pursue after your sword chi reaches a higher level. Even if I have the strength of 10,000 pounds, I can kill people with the slightest bit of strength. I will kill people like this." Pei Qian asked carefully, "Eldest martial uncle, can I not kill people?" Zhou said, "For those who cannot be killed no matter how high their sword skills are, it is not a reason for you to use your sword. For those who can be killed or not, it is up to you to kill or not. But remember, if you need to kill, don't not kill. Don't think that you are bullying others just because your realm is high. Don't think that you can be indifferent and let it go with a smile. That is not the case. The weaklings around you are the absolute powerhouses in the vast world. The harm that the powerhouses bring to the world is much greater than that of ordinary people. In the future, when you have walked the path of Jianghu and met more people, you will understand. These people have run into the tip of your sword. If your reasoning is correct and your sword skills are high enough, then don't hesitate." Pei Qian wanted to say something but stopped. Zhou said, "The lineage of the sage of literature only talks about sword skills. Of course it is not enough. The reasoning in the heart is only my peace of mind. It is far from enough. Even if your sword skills are the highest in the world, so what?" Zhou turned his head and shouted, "Chao Qinglang." Chao Qinglang immediately understood and said, "Eldest martial uncle seems to be talking about swordsmanship, but in fact it is connected to the reasoning. The intertwining of ideas is either fighting and retreating, or like eldest martial uncle's final ball of sword chi, it is a gathering of people who are similar to each other. It is like the formation of a person's fundamental knowledge. In learning, one has to compete with the sage's books and the sage's reasoning, and more importantly with one's own heart, with the way of the world and heaven and earth. In the end, the one who can still win is the indomitable spirit, the sword supporting heaven and earth, and continuing the legacy of the unique skill." Zhou was very gratified and nodded, "You are indeed the most like me, so I don't need to talk too much with you. Can you understand?" Chao Qinglang smiled and nodded. Zhou turned his head and asked Pei Qian, "Since eldest martial uncle said so, does it mean that you should listen less to those sword theories?" Pei Qian remembered his master's teaching to treat people with sincerity, so he plucked up his courage and said, "Jealousy is jealousy. Learning swordsmanship is learning swordsmanship. We don't fight at all." Zhou nodded and said, "Very good, it should be so. It is naturally fate that you came from the same sect, but it doesn't mean that you have to become the same person and have the same mind. It doesn't even mean that all students are like teachers and all disciples are like masters. Keep the big rules, and other than that all words and actions are free." Zhou turned his head and looked at Guizhujiu. The one with the biggest heart was probably this little girl. At this moment she had heard their conversation and should have remembered it. However, Guizhujiu's thoughts and eyes floated to her master. She pricked up her ears, intending to eavesdrop on the conversation between her master and the old sword immortal. Naturally, she couldn't hear it at all, but it didn't prevent her from continuing to eavesdrop. Sensing eldest martial uncle's gaze, Guizhujiu immediately sat down and took a posture of battle readiness. "Eldest martial uncle's every word is as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I have to take the blow." Pei Qian lamented, "This little girl is really shameless. She doesn't respect her elders and is lawless." Zhou said, "Guizhujiu, do you know what it means to learn martial arts, recognize Chen Pingon as your master, and record the vast Luopa Mountain's pedigree?" Guizhujiu said loudly, "Eldest martial uncle, I don't know." She was self-righteous. Zhou felt that she was actually quite similar to herself in the past. Very good. However, at this moment, with a different identity and being in the same situation, Zhou realized that her master didn't have a headache for her in the past. Zhou had a headache too. Forget it, let Chen Pingon have a headache himself. However, the little girl called her eldest martial uncle, so she couldn't call him that for nothing. Zhou turned his head and looked at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan ran to the top of the city wall. "Eldest martial uncle, do you have any instructions?" Zhou said, "Take out a few magic treasures for your master and give them to Guizhujiu. Don't be too bad." Guizhujiu quietly turned around and stretched out 2 fingers on one hand and 3 fingers on the other. As for whether she was going to choose one of the 2 or 5 gifts together, Only God knew what she was thinking and why she thought so. Cui Dongshan flipped his wrist and a dazzling 5-colored treasure bracelet appeared. It was the best magic treasure in the world and he threw it to Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou caught the treasure bracelet and said in surprise, "You're really giving it to me? I was just casually asking for an exorbitant price. I even wanted to ask little senior brother for an exorbitant price." Although the little girl said so, she put it on her wrist in one breath without any hesitation. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "It's called the 5-treasure bracelet. It's made of gold essence and copper coins, the root of the mountain cloud, the jade bead that contains the essence of water, and the core of the peach wood that was struck by lightning. It was refined by the 5-thunder righteous method and can be considered the favorite item of a certain farmer immortal in the vast world. I'm just waiting for little junior sister to speak. I've been waiting for so long but to no avail. I'm so anxious," Guizhuzhou whispered telepathically. "When we get down from the city, eldest martial uncle won't see us anymore. I'll return it to you, just wear it for a while." Cui Dongshan replied with a smile, "No need. Anyway, little senior brother is being generous. Hurry and keep it well. Later little senior brother will say that he lost it to an old bastard. It's a perfect excuse. Little senior brother will show off once, little junior sister will benefit from it, and the old bastard will cry tears of heartache. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Guizhuzhou was confused. She shook her wrist and the light flowed. It was still a little heavy. The gift was too valuable. She still had to ask her master to decide whether to accept it or not. Cui Dongshan really had a lot of treasures in his pocket. When Cui Dongshan first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he said to the female Taoist priest that he was poor and borrowed the Liuxia continent's treasure boat ferry. He didn't say anything wrong. His soul had been split into 2. Since the physical body belonged to him, it was only logical for him to return his belongings to Treasure. Finally he said to Pei Qian, Chao Qinglang and Guizhuzhou separately, "Sword techniques can be practiced frequently, but do not hold the sword easily. You have to learn this from your master. If you don't even know what is what can you learn from it? The faster the people around you leave, the more you cannot be anxious about them. Eldest martial uncle will talk to your father." Qin Pingon took out his talisman boat that Huan Yunzhenren gifted to him, and brought the 3 of them back to the Ning residence. But before that, the talisman boat first flew out of the southern city wall, and looked at the big words carved on the city wall. One horizontal was like the path of the mortal world, one vertical was like a waterfall, and one point was the immortal cave where the cultivator was cultivating. Cui Dongshan said that he wanted to walk around by himself. Cui Dongshan finally found the monk. Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged and said, "You have to thank me twice. First for yourself, second for the Aquarius continent." The monk nodded. The human heart sits alone towards the light, and when it speaks, it is like a lion's roar. Cui Dongshan was not willing to dwell on his own matters and asked sincerely, "My grandfather finally stopped at the Temple of Heart Reflection in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Before he died he wanted to ask the abbot about Buddhism, but I don't know why, but he gave up. Can you clear my doubts?" The monk said, "That Mr. Cui, you should want to ask if such a coincidence is preordained by the heavens. But when the words came to your mouth the thought fell and you really let it go. Mr. Cui, let it go. Why can't you let it go? Today's Cui Dongshan can't let it go. Yesterday's Mr. Cui, have you really let it go?" Cui Dongshan frowned. "There is only one heaven and earth, and the increase and decrease are fixed. There is only one river of time and it will never return. My grandfather let it go, so why can't I let it go just because I am worried?" The monk laughed and chanted and said, "Buddhism is boundless. Is it really only the order? Can't you let it go? So what if you let it go? So what if you don't let it go?" Cui Dongshan shook his head. "Don't talk to me whether it is the knowledge of famous scholars or Buddhism. I have studied them deeply." The monk clasped his hands together and looked up at the sky, then retracted his gaze and looked at the vast land in front of him, his right hand covering his right knee and his fingertips touching the ground lightly. He then raised his hand, his thumb and index finger intertwined, and the rest of his fingers stretched out naturally like a lotus flower. Cui Dongshan sighed, clasped his hands together, nodded his head and stood up to leave. The monk looked serene and raised his hand that was touching the ground. He stretched out his palm with his fingers hanging down and smiled. Once again I see a lotus flower blooming in the sea of bitterness in the human world. Cui Dongshan had been jumping down from the top of the southern wall, walking through the extremely wide horse path, and then to the top of the northern wall. With one step his body fell straight down, stirring up a cloud of dust at the foot of the wall. Then he walked out of the yellow sand wearing a spotless white robe. He ran, skipped, and occasionally swam in the air. Therefore Zhu Mei had a good reason to think that Cui Dongshan was mentally ill. No one would ride a talisman boat and row a boat, and no one would walk in the streets and alleys of the city with a little girl in a quiet place, carrying a light mountaineering staff together and pretending to be tired and staggering. Cui Dongshan didn't go directly to Ning Mansion, but sneaked over the wall and sneaked into a mansion. He saw a sword immortal sitting in the corridor, drinking wine from a cup. Cui Dongshan squatted on the railing and stared at the wine cup intently. Sword immortal Sun Jun smiled. Lord Imperial Tutor, everything else is negotiable, but I really can't give you this item. Cui Dongshan grumbled. Sword immortal, you are so stingy. Sun Jun smiled bitterly. I really can't believe that the Imperial Tutor is the Imperial Tutor. Cui Dongshan twitched his mouth. Didn't the Great Wall of Sword Qi also think that you are a spy? But in fact you are just a gambling addict who helps others earn money and scatters it? Sun Jun was puzzled. Many people actually want to imitate Alliance's way of doing things, but no one can learn it well. Where did Mr. Storyteller's sense of propriety come from? Many people eventually become a huge joke. After all, everything that Alliance does has a huge premise, and that is his sword arts and sword intent. How can others learn from him? Over the past 100 years, how did the mighty swordsman Alliance become the Alliance of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? I believe you and I are well aware of that. Cui Dongshan said, I have a junior brother named Mao Xiaodong. He isn't a scholar, but he teaches well. My master learns everything quickly and is good at it. As far as the eye can see, there are natural treasures that can be used for cultivation. Sun Jun waved his hand. Don't say such things. I'm really not used to it. My junior brother Mao Xiaodong and now my master is the second manager. I don't even dare to drink. Cui Dongshan raised his chin, clearly unwilling to give up. What's the use of a wine cup if you don't drink? Give it to me. Sun Jun looked at the youth who was squatting on the railing and felt a headache coming on. He mimicked sword immortal Wuxia and had a bitter expression. Cui Dongshan jumped off the railing. Everyone is filled with resentment, but they can't do anything to a sword immortal boss. How can they relieve their grief? Probably the only way is to drink. It's better to be drunk and wait for death than to be sober and have to die. Sun Jun didn't hide his thoughts. How you think and how you do are two different things. Liang once told me about this principle. One of us understood it while the other took it seriously. Otherwise, the sword cultivator that was killed by sword immortal boss wouldn't be Dong Guanpu, who was the center of attention, but the dispensable Sun Juyuan. Cui Dongshan sat in the corridor leaning against the railing and said, the two sword immortals of the Ning residence died in battle. Dong family's Dong Guanpu was killed by his own people. When my master came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time, it was such a scene. The Ning residence declined and the Dong family was still glorious. No one dared to say a word. Who do you think is the saddest? Sun Juyuan said, of course it's sword immortal boss. Cui Dongshan folded his hands in his sleeves. It's troublesome when everyone is right. Sun Jun laughed. Lord Imperial Tutor, you didn't come here today just to complain to me, right? Between you and me the price is fair. It's just business. Some things have been entangled for too many years. Even if you're a great sword immortal, you don't have the heart to clear things up. The answer is nothing more than what else can I do? Let's just leave it at that. Besides, going out of the city to kill demons is a habit. After killing for a long time, it'll become a matter of course. If it's me, Sun Jun, I'm someone who's afraid of death, right? But if I really go to the top of the city wall and then go to the south, I'll still kill to my heart's content. Cui Dongshan said, in the past there were always battles every 100 years or so. Not to mention the bitter slaughter after the Battle of the 13 in a short 10 years, the barbarian world attacked the Great Wall of Sword Qi again. It's just that the scale of the attacks wasn't large. They just wanted to use battle to nurture battle, to grind in the various factions, to train their soldiers. Are you afraid? Once half of the fighting strength of the wasteland is gathered, or even the entire wasteland, the Great Wall of Sword Qi will only have this few people and this few flying swords. Are you afraid? Sun Jiyuan said, this is also the reason why we complained so much but didn't do anything in the end. In any case, there's Sword Immortal Boss standing guard at the top of the city wall. Cui Dongshan asked, then what if that leader of the wasteland that disappeared for 10,000 years reappears? Is there someone who can fight Qin Qingdu in a one-on-one fight? What about you Sword Immortals? Do you still have the heart to go down the city wall? Sun Jiyuan was silent. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and laughed. Let's make a bet? If I jinx it, then this wine cup is mine. It's useless for you to keep it anyway. Maybe you'll have to rely on this bit of incense to plead. If it doesn't appear, then I'll definitely return it to you in the future. Sword Immortals live a long life and I'm not afraid of waiting. Sun Jun tossed the wine cup to Cui Dongshan. Whether you win or lose, I'll give it to you. Alliance once said that no gambler at the Great Wall of Sword Qi can win. The more one is a sword immortal, the more so it is. Rather than losing to those bastards from the wasteland and leaving it to the vast world behind me, I'll just take it as choosing the lesser of two evils. Both are disgusting, so it's better to disgust yourself less. Take it as a win. Cui Dongshan smiled as he received the wine cup. But? Sun Jiyuan nodded and stood up. There really is a but. Did I agree to cross the city wall? Cui Dongshan nodded. I almost couldn't hold myself back. I wanted to return the wine cup to you and become sworn brothers with you. I wanted to chop off a chicken head and burn yellow paper. Sun Jun smiled and said, Imperial Preceptor, you're spoiling the fun by saying such words. I can't hold back my rare heroic spirit anymore. Cui Dongshan said, Sword Immortal Son, if you continue being such a sentimental person, I'll have to use abject mountain sect style against you. Sun Jun suddenly said seriously, You are not that embroidered tiger, nor are you Imperial Tutor. Cui Dongshan said bashfully, I'm Dongshan. Sun Jun's mouth twitched and he finally could not help but retort, Then I'm Shiha. The white-robed man flipped over the wall, and when he fell to the other side he was still muttering, Impudent, too impudent. The Great Wall of Sword Qi's sword immortals are all bullies. Their words are harsh and hurtful. Lin Junbai did not head to the city wall to practice his swordplay recently. Instead he practiced alone. Every time Yan Lv, the proud sons of heaven from the Xiao Yuan dynasty, returned to Sun Manor to rest, they did not dare disturb Lin Junbai's recovery of his mental state. Yan Lv was the only one who went to look for the dispirited Lin Junbai once. However, when she saw Yan Lv, Lin Junbai seemed to be more enthusiastic than before. She stopped playing and chatted with Yan Lv for a long time. Yan Lv made up his mind that he should indeed form an alliance with Lin Junbai and not be secretly instructed by his clan. As a result, Yan Lv held a grudge against him throughout the journey. He just hid it deeper. After all, in Yan Lv's opinion, Lin Junbai was an unavoidable obstacle in the past. When his cultivation level was higher, especially when he was able to truly take charge of a portion of the Yan clan's affairs one day, Lin Junbai, who was like the sun at noon in the Xiao Yuan dynasty, would greatly hinder his own rise. However, now that Yan Lv had changed his perspective, he might as well accept his fate and wholeheartedly assist Lin Junbai. He believed that with Lin Junbai's insight he would be an extremely competent right-hand man. Yan Lv hoped to form an alliance with Lin Junbai. Because of Lin Junbai's existence, Yan Lv had lost some of his potential benefits, so he could make up for them through others. Perhaps he would gain even more. Without the knot in his heart, Yan Lv became much more straightforward. He no longer held back when speaking with Lin Junbai. A Lin Junbai who did not talk about how severely damaged his Dao heart was and was no longer flawless, instead made Yan Lv feel much more at ease. Lin Junbai had long since seen through Yan Lv's nature. As a result, Yan Lv's change in his mindset could not be considered a surprise. There would not be any problems in cooperating with Yan Lv either. Yan Lv would not be some insignificant character in the Xiao Yuan dynasty in the future. Today his senior brother Bian had made a rare appearance and played a game of chess with Lin Junbai. Bian laughed. Haven't you been disgusted enough by Yan Lv and the others? Lin Junbai shook his head. On the contrary, the human heart can be used. Bian shook his head as well. His chess piece hung in the air as he looked at the game. I actually feel very disgusted. Many words, if one truly felt that they were reasonable, actually weren't bad at all. It was only because of different standpoints and different levels of knowledge that they would speak differently. In the end, logic was still logic. As for whether it was reasonable or not, that was secondary. For example, Jiang Guanqing. Those who simply did not speak, such as Jin Zhenming, weren't bad either. As for the others, most of them were lying through their teeth. That wasn't too good, was it? Right now, don't these people know how our reputation is at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Were they the ones who ruined our reputation? Who would remember who they were? In the end, wasn't it you, Lin Junbai, who bumped into things on this trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? It caused you to miss Mr. Imperial Tutor's big plans, one after another. As for Mr. When I return to my hometown, I will naturally ask for forgiveness. Lin Junbai quietly waited for Bian to place his pieces on the chessboard. He smiled. It's human nature to gather together for warmth. Among the crowd, those with high morals are all alone. One of the hidden goals of the Shao Yuan dynasty was Yu Zhuanfu. Lin Junbai actually didn't understand this and felt that it was inappropriate. After all, Yu Zhuanfu's fiancé was Huai Qian. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew very well that he couldn't be compared to Huai Qian for the time being. Cultivation, family background, wisdom, fate with the elders, and the opportunity of immortals. However, Bian didn't say much about the reason, so Lin Junbai could only take one step at a time. Bian only said a few harsh words. After Yu Zhuanfu, who is pampered by Zhou Xian, returns to the Yu family and recovers his identity, she is equivalent to half of the Shao Yuan dynasty's national strength. The stone lions at the gates of the rich and powerful families aren't clean. In the eyes of the common people, can there be a clean brick in the throne room? As for cultivation, Imperial Tutor wasn't worried about Lin Junbai. He just threw out a series of questions to test this proud disciple of his. Regarding the monarch as a virtuous sage, how do you measure the gains and losses of the monarch? How do you calculate? How do you view the welfare of the common people? Only then can you be considered to have a clear conscience. Bian said, "It seems that your problem isn't that big." Lin Junbai smiled and said, "If even senior brother sees the problem, can Lin Junbai be saved?" Bian placed his piece. "Do you know why you keep losing?" Lin Junbai nodded. "I know." Bian nodded. "Then I won't say much." However, Lin Junbai dared to assert that the answer in Bian's heart was definitely not the same as what he knew. Bian and Lin Junbai continued to play chess. Each had their own thoughts. On the Ning Mansion's martial arts field, the eldest senior sister and the youngest junior sister were having a battle of wits. The battle of wits was very gentle. It was a pure martial artist, Pei Qian, using his crazy sword techniques, and the sword cultivator, Guizhuzhou, practicing her fist techniques. Both sides were doing their own things and didn't fight. Qin Pingon left the mansion planning to wait for Cui Dongshan to return. When Qin Pingon approached the martial arts field, the two girls immediately stopped their fight. Pei Qian praised, "Youngest junior sister, your fists contain sword techniques. What a beautiful sword technique. It's not in vain that you've been practicing your sword techniques for so many years." Guizhuzhou praised, "Eldest senior sister's sword techniques contain fist intent. Your fist techniques are invincible. As expected of the eldest senior sister, you've been by master's side the longest." Pei Qian nodded, "Youngest junior sister is amazing. If you keep practicing at this speed, you'll definitely be able to shatter several bricks with a single punch." Guizhuzhou agreed, "Eldest senior sister is amazing. After practicing the sword for several years, you'll be able to walk the mountains and rivers, killing everything in your path. Not even a blade of grass will grow." Coming from the same sect, they truly loved each other and lived in harmony. Qin Pingon pretended not to see or hear anything. He walked past the martial arts field and went to the gate of the Ning Mansion. After Qin Pingon left, Pei Qian raised his walking stick high. Guizhuzhou shook the treasure bracelet on his wrist. Pei Qian laughed, "I still have a small bamboo box." Then Pei Qian deliberately paused for a moment before adding, "I'm not talking nonsense. You've seen it with your own eyes." Guizhuzhou grinned, "I don't have a small bamboo box." She also followed suit, pausing for a moment before saying, "Do you have a no like me?" "I don't think so." "Then do you want to have one?" Pei Qian was a little caught off guard. He felt that this little girl was a little silly. Guizhuzhou felt that this little girl was a little silly. Qin Pingon, who had already walked far away, secretly glanced back and smiled. If possible, Luopa Mountain should be very lively in the future. So after waiting for Cui Dongshan at the gate, Qin Pingon reached out to grab his arm and pulled the white-clothed youth into the gate. As he walked, he said, "In the future I'll go to the Baek Okkyung building with you. Won't you say anything?" "Sir, I'll take it as a promise." "Shut up. That's it. Very good." (611) Fan Dash was still unable to break through the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm and become a Jindan guest. No matter how much wine Fan Dash drank, he was still the one paying the bill every time. However, he was still unable to become as thick-skinned as the second manager. He felt guilty and felt that he had let down the martial arts field of the Ning Mansion as well as the puppet that helped Fatty Yen practice swordsmanship. Therefore, every time he drank, the one paying the bill was always Fan Dash. This was not a big deal. Even if Fan Dash was not at the table, it was fine as long as the money was there. At the Stacked Mountain wine shop, all the drinks were on Fan Dash's tab. Among them, Fan Dash drew the most talismans. Fan Dash was confused at first. How could the shop allow him to buy on credit? After asking, he found out that it was Xianxia who took the initiative to help him put a small sum of money in the wine shop. Fan Dash asked how much money was left. It would have been better if he did not ask. Once he asked, he felt sad. Since he had already started, he went all out. It was rare for him to ask for a few pots of wine from the Green Immortal Mountain, so he simply drank until he was dead drunk. The two youths of the same age who had become long-term workers of the wine shop, Zhang Jiazhen from the Lingxi Alley and Jiang Chu from the Straw Hat Alley, had now become friends with everything. They talked about their dreams in private, but they were not big. The storyteller on the bench appeared less and less frequently. The storyteller also told fewer and fewer stories about the mountains and rivers. The child who had the pottery jar and the secret stash of money, the child whose father helped the wine shop make Yangchun noodles, felt that it was not a good thing to go on like this. The stories were not good, but they were stories after all. If it did not work out, he would spend money to buy stories from the storyteller. Would 1 copper coin be enough? Now that his father had made a lot of money, he gave him 2 or 3 copper coins every now and then. In at most a year, Feng Kangle's pottery jar would be full. Therefore he was rich and bold. Feng Kangle held the pottery jar, summoned his courage and secretly ran to the street of the Ning Mansion that he had never been to before. He wandered around for a long time without daring to knock on the door. The door was too big and the child was too young. Feng Kangle felt that even if he knocked hard on the door, the people inside would not hear him. When the storyteller sat on the bench, the child, who was the first to greet and talk to the second shopkeeper, was not afraid at all. However, when the storyteller hid behind the high walls of the Ning Mansion, the child became scared. Therefore he squatted at the foot of the wall and basked in the sun for a long time. Before dark, he left the bluestone street that could be used as a mirror. The child secretly twisted his ankle and the soles of his shoes would squeak. After walking for a while, he would play once. He did not dare to play more than once, for fear that he would disturb someone and be beaten. When he walked all the way to the yellow mud road of his own alley, he did not have this kind of fun. If he stepped on dirty shoes, his father would not care and his mother would care. It was fun to have his butt hurt. Many times when his mother beat him, he would cry. His father would always squat at the door and not say anything. At that time, the child felt most wronged and hurt. What was wrong with her parents? How could adults like his parents be more unreasonable than children who hadn't grown up yet? Feng Kangle returned to his own alley. There were many children there who were looking forward to it. They were all hoping that tomorrow they would be able to hear the free stories that happened in the distant hometown again. Feng Kangle had no choice. He could not say that he was timid. He only saw the door but did not see the storyteller. Therefore he muttered a few words of apology to the storyteller in his heart. Then he bitterly lamented that the second shopkeeper was too stingy and thought that the money in his clay pot was too little. Now he was not willing to tell stories. This guy only cared about money and did not have a conscience. The children followed Feng Kangle and scolded him. In the end, the children were not very angry but more regretful. After all, the previous story wasn't finished yet. He was talking about how the mountain deity forced a marriage and how the scholar beat the drum and wronged the city god's pavilion. In any case, he should finish this story. Did that scholar manage to save his beloved and pitiful girl? Was the second shopkeeper not afraid that the scholar would beat the drum non-stop and break the big drum in front of the city god's house? The little girl, who was not very good-looking but would always bring enough melon seeds, was the most disappointed. This was because after the storyteller took her melon seeds many times, when she played house, she became the wife sitting in the sedan chair. Feng Kangol and the others used their hands to prop up the sedan chair. She sat on it and wobbled. However, after the storyteller did not appear with a wooden stool and bamboo stick for a long time, she became the girl that Feng Kangol and the others liked. As for herself, she could only become a maidservant that accompanied the dowry. Moreover, the storyteller had secretly promised her that the next time it snowed, he would stand by her side. How could he not keep his word? She spent a lot of effort to get her parents to buy more melon seeds. She could not bear to eat them and kept them for the new year. However, in her hometown, it seemed that there was no difference whether it was the new year or not. It was not the hometown that the storyteller talked about. It was very lively. The children could wear new clothes, receive red packets from their parents and elders, and put up spring festival couplets on the door of every household. However, every time he finished telling a story or a short part of it, the second shopkeeper, who liked to tell scary stories about mountains and rivers but was not scary himself, would say some words that were destined to be ignored. For example, he would talk about how good the Great Wall of Sword Chi was and how he could drink wine with a group of sword immortals. When he turned around, the sword immortals would be eating yongchun noodles and pickled vegetables. It was very rare. No matter where in the world, this kind of scene could not be seen. No matter how much money one spent, it would not be enough. Then he would say that of all the places in the world, regardless of whether it was better or worse than their hometown, there would always be only one hometown. It was the place that reminded people the most. Unfortunately, once the story was finished, the birds and beasts would scatter. No one liked to listen to such things. These were the most trivial things in the world. The small alley that the children lived in was too small and could not hold too much. It was just a little bit of wind and rain. When the rain fell or the wind blew, it would all be gone. The children could not even remember it themselves, let alone others. After all, it wasn't like the stories told by the stool storyteller. Even the mountain spirits and water monsters who carried the palanquin for the mountain god had to come up with a name. Furthermore, they had to talk about the clothes and the opportunities to show their faces in public. Even the origin of the winter pickles and how crispy they were would have to be told, making the children drool. After all, even though the Great Wall of Sword Chi didn't celebrate the new year, everyone still had to go through the freezing winter. At the Great Wall of Sword Chi that was next to the wilderness, there were layers of clouds beneath their feet. It was like a staircase built by a drunk craftsman. Every word and action of the sword immortals here was a big deal. Of course, for example, the female sword immortal Zhou Xian, who swung on the swing year after year, Miyu, who slept soundly on the rosy cloud bed, Xiao Yao and Qing Quan, who spat at each other after drinking wine, were indeed not a big deal. Many sword immortals from the large sects, including the Tai Hui sword sect, were already preparing to withdraw from the Great Wall of Sword Chi in batches. Qin, Dong, Qi, and a few other sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Chi had no objections. After all, they had fought alongside the native sword immortals once. That was enough. It was just that the two recent wars were too close to each other, which delayed the return of the foreigners to their hometowns. There was once a person who joked that the relationship between the sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was the most worthless relationship in the world. Don't take it seriously. Whoever took it seriously was a fool. However, the scoundrel who said such nonsense was the one who might not have killed the most demons, but was definitely the most big one. If that big demon was not important enough, how could he carve the newest big word on the wall? However, not all of the sword immortals from the northern continent returned to their hometowns. For example, the Tai Hui sword sect master Han Huizi stayed at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The other sword immortals from the northern continent were no exception. Those who left were all young people, and those who stayed behind were all old people with high cultivation levels. Of course, there were also those who rushed here alone, like Fu Duckweed sword Lake Shikai and South Swirl Continent's sword immortal Yuan Qingshu. Other than sword immortals, many earth immortal sword immortals from different sects in the 9 great continents also stayed behind. Fortunately, the Stacked Peaks wine shop grew bigger and bigger. It took over the 2 shops next door, and there were 2 additional walls that were specially used to hang uneventful signboards. Therefore the sword immortals from the northern continent, especially the disciples of the Tai Hui sword sect, wrote their names and words at the wine shop. When these people went there to drink, they would often bring along local sword immortals who had fought 2 great battles with them. Therefore this group of people brought about a new atmosphere. On the 2 sides of an uneventful signboard, there were pairs of sword immortals and local sword immortals who had gone through life and death together. They each wrote one side of the uneventful signboard. Some of them were polite words, some of them were vulgar words, and some of them were just words of drunken madness. There were also some that were directly copied from the Sword Immortal Seal Manual or the Folding Fan. There were all kinds of strange things. One of the uneventful signboards had a young golden core sword immortal from the Fuyao continent, who was a direct disciple of the sect master, engraved his name on the front. He also wrote, "I've seen all the uneventful signboards. If I may be so bold as to say that I am a sword immortal of the world, so what if my sword arts are inferior to the Great Wall of Sword Qi? However, my handwriting is much better." On the back was the name and words of a nascent soul sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. His name was written properly, but the rest of the words on the uneventful signboard were immediately exposed. They were engraved crookedly. In the world there are people like you who don't know how to write, and those like the second manager who doesn't know how to sell wine. Give us another dozen of them at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Left and right were sharing their insights on sword arts with Wei Jin. When eldest sword immortal appeared, Wei Jin was about to leave. However, Qin Qingde waved his hand. "Just stay. In my eyes your sword arts are about the same level." Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "Eldest sword immortal, if you want to make senior left and right feel more confident, don't drag me into it." Qin Qingde went straight to the point. "Actually, I have something to ask of you. It's not quite right to call it a request. One is your teacher's order and the other is my hope. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. After I follow you, I will follow my sword." Wei Jin was helpless. There was no room for discussion. At least that was the case for him. It was hard to say what senior left and right would decide for the time being. Left and right asked, "Why didn't Sir tell me yourself?" Qin Qingde laughed. "If Sir said something that I wouldn't listen to, what else could I say? If I heard it, would the most reasonable old scholar in the world be punished for being unable to discipline him?" Left and right said, "Indeed, it's my student who has made Sir worry." As long as he said something good about his teacher, it would work on left and right. The only thing that worked was the most effective. Qin Qingde turned to speak to Wei Jin. "Wei Jin, if I advise you now, you might not be willing. Therefore you can fight another battle. After that, listen to me and leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When the time comes, there will be 3 places for you to choose from. South Swirl Continent, Fuyao Continent, and Golden Armor Continent. Treat it as a sightseeing trip. Treasure Vase Continent's windy snow temples. Wei Jin shouldn't be a love-struck fool. Besides, it doesn't matter where you are sad. There's no need to stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It's too far away and the girl you like won't be able to see you." Qin Qingde laughed. "The reason I'm being so impolite with you is naturally because your sword arts are lower than left and right's. Therefore, when you leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the future, remember to practice your swordsmanship well. If your sword arts are high, you can catch up to left and right. I will only be more apprehensive next time." Wei Jin smiled bitterly. "Eldest sword immortal, is that all I can do?" Qin Qingde lifted his chin. "Why are you asking me? Ask your sword." Wei Jin felt even more helpless. Eldest sword immortal did not keep Wei Jin when he left. Only the 2 with high sword arts were left. Qin Qingde said, "Your junior brother didn't agree to light the longevity lamp, but he made a small deal with me. When he goes to the battlefield in the future, save him once or save someone he wants to save once." Qin Qingde laughed. He was so afraid of death, but suddenly he's not afraid of death anymore. Left and right, who are so few words, actually said so much. "What are you disciples of the literary sage's lineage thinking?" Left and right said, "If you want to know, it's actually very simple." Naturally, he would first become a disciple of the literary sage's lineage. Qin Qingde chuckled and said, "I advise you not to say it out loud. Those martial nephews of yours are still at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In their hearts, their invincible martial uncle was beaten black and blue. How ridiculous." It was not that Left and Right did not mind eldest sword immortal's words, but he was more concerned about an even more important matter. He asked, "If he comes, what will happen?" Qin Qingdou had one hand behind his back and the other on his head. He stroked the hair behind his head. "The door is wide open and guests are welcome for 10,000 years. When a sword immortal faces an enemy, he will only despise the great demon for not being strong enough. Don't you understand this?" Left and Right nodded. "Makes sense." Qin Qingdou joked. You finally want to use your sword for yourself?" Left and Right said, "The literary sage's lineage only talks about reason and not boasting. As the eldest martial brother and martial uncle, I will let my fellow disciples know that the title of having the highest sword skills in the world is not an exaggeration. This evaluation is still too low." Qin Qingdou laughed. "Even higher? How high? Stand on your tiptoes and stretch your neck to my shoulder?" Left and Right said, "Qin Qingdou, isolate the world and fight." Qin Qingdou left with his hands behind his back. Left and Right closed his eyes again to rest and nurture his sword intent. The next battle was the most suitable for him to use his full strength. Far away, the girl Zhou Qing was still swinging on the swing, humming an obscure folk song from elsewhere. Many, many years ago, when she was still a young girl, a young man from a foreign land taught her. It was not really a teaching, but he liked to sit not far from the swing and hum to himself. She did not think it sounded good at that time and did not want to learn it. It was not enough for her to practice the sword, so what was the point of learning these fancy songs? Later, Zhou Qing heard of this saying for the first time. He also said that the reason he came here was to see the hometown in his heart. He did not have any feelings, just wanted to take a look. Great sword immortal Lu Ji walked to the side of the swing, reached out to hold a rope and shook it gently. Zhou Qing did not turn her head and asked softly, "Sister Lu, someone said that he wanted to see the hometown in his heart, even at the risk of his life. Why don't you go and see the hometown in your heart? You won't die, and besides, you have accumulated so many battle merits. Boss Sword Immortal has already promised you that once you have enough battle merits, he will not stop you." Lu Ji was a slightly thin and slender woman. Her cheeks were slightly sunken, but her skin was white. Her forehead was bright, especially bright as if it had been storing the moonlight for years. Her appearance was not very beautiful, but her aura was strong. She stood quietly beside the swing, like the unrestrained sword aura left and right. Lu Ji shook her head and said, "The reason for such an agreement is to find some thoughts for myself other than sword practice. I can do it, but I don't have to do it." Zhou Qing said no more. Lu Ji shook the swing gently. "Once I can openly go to the inverted hanging mountain, that thought will be put to rest. Now my thoughts are to go to the south to two very far places, to drink the horse in Yaoyuo, and to drag the moon mountain with my sword." Zhou Qing turned and laughed. "That guy who can't spit out anything good? You like him?" Lu Ji shook her head. "A woman doesn't have to like a man. I don't like to like anyone, I only like myself who doesn't like anyone." Zhou Qing laughed. "Sister Lu, you really speak like someone from Howern Heaven." "Zhou Qing, if the swing is gone one day, what will you do?" "If he's dead, I won't care." "Is it necessary to like someone?" "Not that many people really like him. Anyway, there's nothing left and I'm the only one left in the sect. What else can I think about?" "Sister Lu is talented, so you can think about it." "I can't. It's useless to think about it, so I won't think about it." Lu Ji looked to the south and said indifferently, "There are more than one sword immortals who can only wait for death. Don't you think it's funny?" Zhou Qing did not say anything, nor did he laugh. Sword deity Li Kai of the North Continent was a person who refused to stop. Today she had a sword fight with Han Huizi of the Taihui sword sect. Tomorrow she would go and find other sword deities. If she could not find any sword deities, she would bully nascent soul sword cultivators. She would yell that she could not even defeat a woman. Not only that, she did not even dare to fight. Was he still a sword immortal? Nascent soul sword immortals were often angry. After losing, they would call their friends. Who didn't have sword immortal friends in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? After inviting the sword immortal out of the mountain, it was fine if Li Kai won. But if she lost, she would have to look for the nascent soul sword immortal again. After a few times, the nascent soul sword immortal's face turned gloomy. His sword immortal friends were no longer willing to see him, so they told Li Kai that they could not always catch him and squeeze him to death. Hence, they secretly introduced another nascent soul sword immortal to Li Kai, saying that they should look for that guy. That guy knew even more sword immortal friends. Li Kai fell in love with the great wall of sword aura from the bottom of her heart. There were endless battles and there was no need to worry about winning or losing. It was much better than the North Continent, where one's hands were tied and there was no need to talk about relationships. Li Kai almost wanted to find a random man to marry and stay here without going back. However, when she had this thought, she felt a little sorry for Jiang Shangzhen. Then again, a man like Jiang Shangzhen would never love a woman wholeheartedly. Why would she like him? Wouldn't she be humiliating herself? However, when the female sword immortal sat on the city wall or recuperated in the ravine residence, she could not help but fall in love with him. This made Li Kai so worried that she wanted to drink herself to death. The ravine residence that Li Kai temporarily stayed in was not far from the Taihui sword sect's armory, which had already become a private residence. It was even closer to the Lingyun residence, which was made entirely of jade. Li Kai sent a letter to Jiang Shangzhen asking him to buy it. She was worried that he would not be willing to pay, so she doubled the price in the letter. There was a skinny old man with a brandy nose. He rarely left his residence, so he walked unsteadily on the city wall, looking at the scenery. He did not come here often as the wind was too strong. He passed by the unpolished jade realm sword cultivator who dragged his sword. The city wall was too wide, so the two of them were actually very far away. However, Wu Qingpei, who was originally absent-minded, suddenly turned his head and stared at the old man. His eyes were red as he scolded, "Old bastard, get lost." The old man was nicknamed Old Deaf in the Great Wall of Sword Aura. His nickname was not awe-inspiring, but he was one of the top 10 people in the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Not to mention his ranking was even higher than Naren Xiaowei and Lu Ji. To put it bluntly, in the Great Wall of Sword Aura where everyone's temper was bad, just Wu Qingpei's offensive words alone was enough for the old man to draw his sword. Whoever tried to stop him would suffer together with him. However, Old Deaf was really like a deaf person. Not only did he not say anything, he really quickened his footsteps and disappeared like smoke, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only then did Wu Qingpei continue to walk with his head lowered. Old Deaf walked and stopped. Some people greeted him, some ignored him. The old man did not say anything. Only when he reached the monks did he stand still and said with a hoarse voice, "Talk about Dharma again, I can't hear you anyway." The monks who were already sitting at the end of the city wall began to talk about Dharma. Outside the monks' praying mat was a vast white fog. Occasionally, a smear of golden light would suddenly light up and dissipate. That was the mysterious scene of the river of time being obstructed by an invisible object and splashing water. The monks stretched out their hands as though they were scooping water, but they were still slower than the smear of golden light. They retracted their hands, returning without any success. Old Deaf then went to the scholarly saint who was once a son of Buddha. He was at the other end of the city wall. The old man said something similar and the scholarly saint also said something. Old Deaf nodded and went to find the old Taoist in the sea of clouds who was extremely high up. He was the eldest disciple of the eldest disciple of Tao ancestor. After the old Taoist said something, Old Deaf then left the city wall and went to the prison that he had been in charge of suppressing for thousands of years. The prison had no name, which was strange. The higher the realm of the great demon, the closer it was to the ground. When Old Deaf passed by the cages, he couldn't hear the cursing and ridicule. As for the great demon's anger that caused the entire prison to tremble, the old man ignored it. The hunchbacked old man didn't even raise his head, so he didn't see the gazes of hatred that were etched into his bones. Finally, he went to the lowest level to look at the demons whose realms weren't high. It didn't matter whether they learned or not, since they were all going to die. Who would be more fortunate if they died sooner or later? It was hard to say. Boss Sword Immortal had previously instructed him to do something. On the day he needed to go to the city wall to fight, other than the 3 golden core lives that he had exchanged with his contributions, he could leave them behind according to the agreement. However, he couldn't forget to slaughter all the demons in the prison. If he didn't listen to that, he would really be deaf. How could a dead Ascendant Realm great demon not be deaf? Old Deaf didn't feel that there was anything to be resentful about. For thousands of years he had chosen 3 demons one after another. The only problem was that no matter how good their aptitude was, no matter how much they could suppress their realms, they would have no choice but to break through after a long time. The reason was very simple. If their realms weren't high enough, how could they live for hundreds of years? Live for thousands of years? They would naturally die. Therefore, every time a few of them died in history, Old Death would feel sorry for them. He would wait and wait just like that. Of the 3 nameless disciples who were still alive, countless senior brothers who had quietly passed away while learning the sword had already died. Among the 3 of them, one was only in the Cave Abode realm, one was in the Dragon Gate realm, and the last one was at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm, almost going crazy. Old Death was very open about the matter of accepting disciples. They were his disciples. Once they reached the nascent soul realm, they would have to die. Therefore, when it came to breaking through, they had to weigh it themselves. Outside of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the city, other than the Mirage in the north, there were also mansions left behind by sword immortals like the Armor Warehouse, Myriad Ravine Residence and Lingyun Inn. In fact, there were also some places that were barely better in appearance. However, there were actually 3 places that could be considered forbidden. Putting aside the prison that Old Death was in charge of, there were actually the sword workshop that Dong family was in charge of, the clothing workshop that Qi family was in charge of, and the pill workshop that Qin family was in charge of. The swords forged by the sword workshop were never good. They were just standard swords that couldn't even be considered magic treasures. Sword immortals didn't care whether they wanted them or not. As long as they were sword cultivators who ascended the city, they would be given one. The heirs of rich families and disciples of large clans could rely on their family's inheritance or spend a lot of money to buy them from the vast world. As long as they could get a good sword elsewhere, it was all a skill. In fact, many sword immortals really liked to hang their swords from the sword workshop and used it to kill countless demons. The robes woven by the clothing workshop weren't of high quality either. It looked like child's play. However, there was no doubt that these 2 places were the most indispensable existences of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were no sword immortals who fell from the sky. They were all sword cultivators who walked up one realm after another. The only difference was that there was a difference in speed, but the realm was always there. The function of the pill workshop was even simpler. It was to peel the skin and pull out the tendons of the demon corpses that died on the city walls and the battlefield in the south, making the best use of everything. Not only that, the pill workshop was a place where all kinds of people were mixed together. The cultivators of the pill refinement faction and talisman faction were the most numerous. Some of them came here on their own accord to sign a contract. They stayed here for 100 years or a few hundred years, earning enough money before leaving. Some of them were simply foreigners who were forcefully abducted. Some of them were experts from the vast world who hid here to hide from disasters. The Great Wall of Sword Qi relied on this pill workshop to do business with the many cross-continent ferries that stopped at the inverted mountain crossing. The pill workshop was also closely related to the prison where Old Death was locked up. After all, the blood, bones and fragments of demon cores of many great demons were all supreme treasures on the mountain. These 3 forbidden grounds had strict rules and even more shocking security. It was easy for anyone to enter but difficult for anyone to leave. Sword immortals were no exception. Among the huge characters carved on the city walls in the south, there was a type of sword cultivator. Regardless of their age or cultivation, they were the furthest away from the troubles of the city. They would occasionally go to the city walls in the north, but they would always travel back and forth silently. They were in charge of going to the wilderness to pick up money. They were similar to the border army scouts of the secular dynasties of the vast world. Therefore, no matter how low their realms were, they were still sword cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm. Every time they went to the south, there would be a sword immortal leading the team. In his early years, Xianxia, the son of a wealthy family, and his good friend Little Cricket, who struggled to rise up in the poor marketplace, were 2 young sword cultivators with completely different backgrounds. At that time, their biggest wish was to go to the south to pick up money. The sword cultivator who picked up money the most and went the furthest away liked to call himself a swordsman. He liked to say that the reason why he was so dissolute wasn't to attract the attention of women and girls, but because he purely liked the jianghu. The wilderness in the south was a huge jianghu, where he could encounter many interesting things. However, every time he finished saying these bold words that swayed the hearts of the juniors, he would go to the center to drink that day. He would go wherever there were more women looking. Every time he came back drunk and reeking of alcohol, he would talk to some little bastards who didn't like him. He would smile and say that they were almost calling him father or even elder ancestor. Luckily, he was able to control himself and was full of righteousness, making it difficult for beauties to get close to him. If there were children who talked back, he who never lost would say that they were not even considered beauties based on their faces. However, it didn't matter. In his eyes, if there were women who had good eyesight and secretly liked him, even if they weren't beauties, they were still beauties. What's more, their willowy waists, their long legs that were like two bamboo poles snuggling against each other, and their magnificent peaks and valleys. As long as one had the heart to discover, how could the scenery be lacking? Don't understand? Come, I'll help you open your third eye. This is the unique supernatural power of the vast world, and it's not easily taught to outsiders. It was just that after every joke on the way to the south to pick up the money, there would often be one or a few listeners missing, or it could be said that the whole group was wiped out. When the living people gathered again, they would never see those faces again. Those who did not understand before, or those who pretended not to understand at that time, could no longer say that they understood. At that time, that person would be a little quieter and drink alone. Once, when the sword cultivators returned one after another, that person squatted at a certain place. However, in the end he did not meet a group that he was familiar with, only a great demon. That great demon held a spear in his hand and raised it high like it was holding a stick of candied hawthorns. He stopped extremely far away from the great wall of sword chi, called out a name and then with a smile, tossed the spear to a certain place on the southern wall of the great wall of sword chi. That person caught the spear and gently handed it to his subordinates. Then he traveled thousands of li, heading alone for the heart of the world. He used his sword at Moon-Bearing Mountain, he used his sword at the Yaluo. Wherever there were great demons, he used his sword. Recently, Sword Immortal Wuxia's naturally bitter face finally showed a hint of a smile. Lin Junbai had captured 2 strands of pure sword intent left behind by an ancient sword immortal. They were of extremely high quality and possessed both luck, opportunity and skill. What should have been his would have been his sooner or later. However, in just a short period of time he had obtained not just 1 strand but 2. This still exceeded Sword Immortal Wuxia's expectations. A mysterious fortune like the Great Wall of Sword Chi was not something that could be seized by force just because one was a sword immortal. The slightest carelessness would result in a violent counterattack from the sword intents. It was not as if there had never been pitiful foreign sword immortals who had been surrounded and killed by sword intents. The danger was no less than that of a reckless cave-dwelling realm cultivator who still swaggered to the top of the wall and opened his gate wide. Yan Lv and Jin Zhiming had also obtained something. Yan Lv had relied more on luck to retain that strand of gentle sword intent. His fate was compatible and he was close to the great Tao. Jin Zhiming seemed to have relied more on his Jindan realm to retain that unruly sword intent. As long as Sword Immortal Wuxia did not involve himself in the ways of the world and only talked about matters related to the sword, he had an extremely good eye. In the end, he was still Zhou Xian's martial nephew. If he did not have any true ability, his sword heart would have been shattered by Zhou Xian's scolding. From Sword Immortal Wuxia's point of view, Jin Zhiming was a taciturn junior with a deep heart and lofty ambitions. That pure sword intent with heavy killing intent had chosen the gentle Jin Zhiming. It was not a coincidence. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Jin Zhiming had gained the favor of that sword intent because of his sincerity. That intense conflict that occurred in Jin Zhiming's chi abode, where the external sword intent drew in the sword chi of the lesser heaven and earth to visit, appeared to be perilous, but it was actually a superficial test. It was enough to eliminate the many flaws in Jin Zhiming's soul. If he could not pass this test, Jin Zhiming could only accept his fate even if his cultivation level dropped. Other than Sword Immortal Wuxia, these Xiaoyuan dynasty geniuses were not sword immortals. But even among them, many would not become sword immortals of the upper 5 realms in the future. Compared to the trivial matters in the northern city, even if they did not obtain the fortune that Lin Junbai and the other 2 had, they had still accumulated bits and pieces of benefits on the path of cultivation. When they reached the Xiaoyuan dynasty of the central divine continent, it was no small matter. Walking down the mountain, they could easily decide the life and death of others, and decide the glory of others' families. Other than Lin Junbai, Yan Lu was still fine. Even Jin Zhiming had obtained a great fortune. The sword cultivator Jiang Guanqing was a little anxious. Many people felt the same as Jiang Guanqing. Even though Lin Junbai had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, the other sword cultivators did not feel too aggrieved. However, Yan Lu had obtained it, so he felt uncomfortable. Now even someone like Jin Zhenming, who only had a high cultivation level but no comprehension, had obtained it. Jiang Guanqing and the others could not stand it. Zhu Mei was still indifferent. Whenever she was free, she would look for Yu Zhuanfu, whom she had nicknamed Caishi. After all, it was just idle chatter. Yu Zhuanfu did not speak at all. It was all the young girl talking. It was rare for Yu Zhuanfu to speak more. He argued with Zhu Mei about the tablet or the scroll, the saber or the brush. Zhu Mei purposely argued endlessly. After arguing for a long time, she finally admitted defeat with a grin. So she had won just because Yu Zhuanfu spoke more. Sword Immortal Wuxia was in a good mood. When he returned to the Sun residence, he took the initiative to drink with Sun Jiyuan. But he realized that Sun Jiyuan did not have the immortal wine cup, and was only drinking from the wine jug. Sun Jiyuan seemed unwilling to speak, so Sword Immortal Wuxia spoke his mind. I'm just a sword cultivator. After ascending the mountain, I only know how to practice the sword. So there are many things that I do not care about. Even if I don't want to, I can't. Sun Jiyuan glanced at the sincere foreign sword immortal and nodded. I don't have any opinion of you. Even if I did, it would be a good opinion. Sun Jiyuan sat in the corridor and bent one knee. He reached out and patted his knee. Cultivators live apart from the masses. One stays away from the secular world and cleans oneself. What more can one ask for? It's very good. Sword Immortal Wuxia said wistfully, but any large sect will be bustling with activity once it matures. It will be too lively, and it will no longer be as simple as a single person cultivating. This is also the fundamental reason why I'm unwilling to establish a sect. I only know how to practice the sword and not impart the Tao. I'm afraid that I will teach many disciples whose sword arts reach the pinnacle and whose hearts are like water. I'm not a reasonable person to begin with, so wouldn't that be worse? My uncle master is very good. His sword arts are high enough. All his disciples and grand-disciples, regardless of their temperament, have to obediently try to figure out his thoughts. There's no need for him to impart the Tao. Sun Jun shook his head and leaned against the wall. He gently swirled the wine jug. Wuxia, you don't even know how strong your uncle master is. I advise you not to establish a sect for the rest of your life. You really don't have the ability. Sword Immortal Wuxia's good mood was wiped away by Sun Jiyuan's words. He wore a bitter expression. Sun Jun looked into the distance and said softly, "It would be great if all the people on the mountains of the vast world could be like you. They don't talk much and do nothing." Sword Immortal Wuxia extended his hand. "Give me a jug of wine. I'll drink some too." Sun Jun flipped his wrist and threw a jug of wine over. Sword Immortal Wuxia's expression turned even more bitter. This was because it was a jug of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was a place where one could joke around the most. This was because if one could joke around with one's own life, what else would one not dare do? However, the Great Wall of Sword Chi was ultimately the Great Wall of Sword Chi. There were no messy rules written on paper. At the same time, there were some unwritten rules that were inconceivable and should not be considered rules elsewhere. If a sword cultivator of the Middle Five Realms saw a particular sword immortal displeasing him, regardless of whether he was drinking or not, he would curse incessantly. As long as the sword immortal ignored him, he would ignore everyone else. However, as long as the sword immortal paid attention to him, he would accept it. 4 outsiders who came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to practice their swordsmanship or enjoy the scenery, regardless of their disciples or grand-disciples, regardless of how good they were in the vast world, the sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi would not think highly of them or look down on them. Everything was done with the sword. To be able to gain face from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a matter of ability. If one were to lose face here and feel unhappy, they could say whatever they wanted in the vast world. It was fine as long as they never came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi again. It was best if they did not approach the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Throughout history, there were many sword immortals and sword cultivators who were all alone before they died in battle. After they died, if they did not leave behind any last words, everything they left behind would be ownerless. If there were any last words, someone would take them all. No matter how big a sum of money it was, or even the sword immortal's sword, even if it was a sword cultivator of the lower 5 realms, no one would fight for it. They did not dare to do it openly, but those who did it secretly should not treat the hidden official's lineage as fools. Many clans who almost moved to Taishang Street or Yuhu Street suffered great losses because of this. The rules were very simple. If they were not disciplined strictly, anyone who dared to touch them would die. In the family, the person with the highest realm would first be beaten half to death by Zhou Xian or the bamboo nunnery sword immortal. If they could not do it, it was fine. The hidden official was more than happy to help. In the end, they would be able to keep half of their lives. After all, they still had to kill demons. In the next great battle, this person would be the last to retreat from the battlefield. If they survived with their own abilities, they would be written off. However, they could forget about the share of the profits that the sword, clothing and pill shops would send to the residents after the battle. Therefore, in such a place where many sword immortals died without a grave to lie in, how could there be the New Year's atmosphere of the Spring Festival couplet door gods? Hundreds, thousands and even tens of thousands of years later, all sword cultivators had gotten used to the thatched cottage on the city wall, and the eldest sword immortal who almost never came down from the city wall. It was as if the eldest sword immortal did not flip the almanac, or it was as if the almanac had never existed. The gentleman Wang Zai of the Sage of Right's lineage came to the wine shop today. This was the first time Wang Zai had come here to buy wine. However, the noisy sword cultivator drinkers did not look too good at this Confucian gentleman. Firstly, he was a scholar with a reputation and title in the world. Secondly, they had heard that Wang Zai had nothing better to do and was unwilling to let go of the time when the second shopkeeper killed someone with one punch. He insisted on writing a moral treatise, working even harder than the supervisor of sword immortals of the hidden official lineage. They found it strange. It was one thing for the Sage of Right's lineage to beat the second shopkeeper to death, but why did the Sage of Right's lineage join in the fun and hit him when he was down? Wang Zai's expression was calm. He took out some money to buy wine and left with the wine. He did not eat the bowl of yangchun noodles and the plate of pickled vegetables, nor did he follow the sword cultivator's example and squat by the roadside to drink wine. Wang Zai smiled in his heart, feeling that the second shopkeeper really should treat him to a meal. Wang Zai did not go back the way he came, but carried the wine to the corner of an empty street. Wang Zai stopped at the place where there should have been a small stool and a young man in green robes. He laughed softly and said, "A gentleman stands by his words. He is noble and fair and especially noble and refined." Wang Zai, who was about to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi, remembered something and went back the way he came. He went to the wine shop and found a blank nameplate. He wrote down his place of origin and name and then wrote a sentence on the back of the nameplate. Treat others leniently but treat yourself strictly. Use reason to convince others and restrict yourself with morality. The world is at peace and there is nothing to worry about. After Wang Zai finished writing, he hung the nameplate on the wall and flipped through the contents of the other nameplates. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was a nameplate that would probably be gilded with gold by someone in the wine shop. It was the heartfelt words of a sword immortal of the Golden Armor continent. The second shopkeeper who never cheats others, Qin Pingon, has unparalleled wine quality. It was obvious that he did not intend to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the time being. There was another nameplate that the second shopkeeper of the wine shop would definitely think of as words of conscience written by a kind and honest person. The lineage of the literary sage is not shallow, and his skin is even thicker. If second shopkeeper comes to my drifting dawn continent in the future, I will treat you to real wine. Clearly he was a person like Wang Zai who was going to the inverted mountain. Wang Zai muttered to himself, if it was him he would say something. Such a good person is actually only at the nascent soul realm. It doesn't make sense. The unpolished jade realm is too low, and the immortal realm shouldn't be considered high. Wang Zai smiled and said, however, if second shopkeeper said such words, it would be likable. If someone like me said it, it would be like putting rouge on an old woman's face. It would be annoying. Not all outsiders could be like Qin Pingon, and become a part of the Great Wall of Sword Qi's sword cultivators' hearts. Wang Zai felt happy for Qin Pingon, but he also felt a little sad. Wang Zai hesitated for a moment, and then wrote a small sentence on his nameplate. To be benevolent one must be benevolent. If one desires benevolence, benevolence will come. I hope that one with such a heart will have no worries in everything. Wang Zai discovered that not far away, there was a young man who came to the shop to carry wine. His name was Jiang Chu and he came from Straw Hat Alley. Wang Zai turned around and smiled at the young man. Tell your second shopkeeper that the wine tastes good. Try to sell more of it. It's righteous and open. Jiang Chu smiled shyly and nodded vigorously. Wang Zai finished the wine in the pot in one gulp, and then placed the empty pot on the counter. He left with a big laugh. When he went out, he cupped his fists at the many sword cultivators on the table and the roadside and said loudly, "Sword wine is sold. Who dares to buy? I'll drink 1,000 cups for free." The surroundings were silent as expected. Wang Zai laughed and said, "Then I'll change my words and be more straightforward. I hope that one day when sword cultivators come here to drink wine, the customers will be like a whale sucking in the rivers. The shopkeeper won't take a single divine coin." No one appreciated it. Someone sneered, "Lord gentleman, don't tell me you've poisoned the wine? No matter how bad the second shopkeeper's character is, he can't do such a thing. As a gentleman and a sage, you shouldn't trick the second shopkeeper." Wang Zai didn't refute and left with a smile. After he was far away, he raised his arm high and gave a thumbs up. "It's nice to meet you sword cultivators." For a moment there was a lot of discussion in the wine shop. Is he possessed by the second shopkeeper? Or is he just pretending to be the second shopkeeper? This method is too much, too much. The second shopkeeper is amazing. Even a gentleman of the sacred rites lineage can be converted to a fellow Taoist? He's most likely a scholar with some conscience left. The gentleman Wang Zai left the wine shop and walked in the alley. He took out a simple seal made of white stone that was as bright as jade. It was given to him by Qin Pingon in private. It had a side stamp and the year it was signed. The side stamp read, "The road is muddy and the people are weary. Heroes don't write about thieves. A true scholar is not romantic, but a big stone stands upright in the sky." The seal text read, "So he's a gentleman." Pei Qian finally came to her senses. In hindsight, she wanted to make up for the time she had squandered by practicing martial arts more. She went to soak in medicine and lay on the bed again and again. After she recovered, she went to the old maid to learn martial arts. The old maid didn't want to teach her son-in-law heavy martial arts, but she was very willing to teach this little girl. It wasn't that she didn't like Pei Qian. On the contrary, Bai Lianshuang liked Pei Qian the most among her son-in-law's disciples. She looked timid, but there was the fiercest meaning in the little girl's eyes. Guizhuzhou was no longer grounded, so she often came here. She would watch Pei Qian being beaten down again and again at the martial arts field. When Pei Qian couldn't get up for the last time, she would run over and gently carry Pei Qian. Occasionally, when Guizhuzhou had nothing to do, she would ask the old man about the martial arts. One day, when Pei Qian woke up, Guizhuzhou sat by the door and chatted with her senior sister, who couldn't walk for the time being, to relieve her boredom. As for whether Grand Senior Sister wanted to talk to her, Guizhuzhou didn't care. She was sure that Grand Senior Sister was willing to talk to her. When she got tired of talking, Guizhuzhou would pick up the inkstone and take a deep breath to show off. That day the white-haired old man passed by the house again. The door wasn't closed, so the white-haired old man didn't dare to be unlucky and quickly walked past. Guizhuzhou lowered her voice and asked, "Little Senior Sister, don't you think the white-haired old man likes you?" Pei Qian was shocked. "What?" Guizhuzhou was surprised. "You can't tell? Do you believe that if I ask the white-haired old man he will definitely say no? But you've heard of a saying, the words that come out of a man's mouth are all ghosts that bask in the sun in broad daylight." Pei Qian didn't care about what Guizhuzhou said. The white-haired old man seemed to say yes or no. It was a small matter. Pei Qian punched the bed. "I'm so angry." Guizhuzhou lowered her head and wiped the inkstone. She sighed. "I also know an old girl who often said that a married girl is a spilled water. Then in the future, even if the senior sister is a member of the Tai Hui sword sect, the seat of the senior sister in the ancestral hall in Master's hometown will be empty. Wouldn't it be a group of dragons without a leader other than Master? It's worrying." Pei Qian angrily said, "Don't you think you can usurp the throne? My seat is pasted with a name written on it. Except for Master, no one can sit on it." Guizhuzhou said, "Oh, then we'll talk about it later. There's no hurry." Pei Qian suddenly said, Why doesn't the white-haired old man like you? Guizhuzhou raised her head and said seriously. He's not blind. He doesn't like such a good senior sister and comes to like me? Pei Qian crossed her arms and laughed. That's hard to say. Guizhuzhou giggled and said, I was just joking with senior sister. Whoever believes it will fall down. Pei Qian twitched the corner of her mouth. Pei Qian asked softly, Guizhuzhou, when are you going to Luopa Mountain to play with me? Guizhuzhou was a little dispirited. I don't have the final say. Father and mother care too much. What can I do? Pei Qian was silent for a moment and smiled. Good intentions are hard to listen to. Even if you don't like to hear it, don't not listen. Anyway, your parents and elders can't say much about you. If you say too much, they will not be willing to part with you. Guizhuzhou thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. After a moment of silence, Guizhuzhou glanced at the mountain walking stick on the table. Taking advantage of the fact that the senior sister was unconscious and not sleeping, she helped to wipe the mountain walking stick. She spat on it, wiped the sleeves and finally even used her face. She was very sincere. Eldest senior sister, can you lend me your small bamboo box? Why? It looks good on your back. Senior sister, why don't you use your brain when you speak? What a smart brain, why doesn't it listen to me? Pei Qian felt that talking to Guizhuzhou was tiring. Senior sister, is stinky tofu really that delicious? It smells good. Is it because after eating stinky tofu even your farts are fragrant? Guizhuzhou, aren't you annoying? Then Pei Qian saw that girl sitting at the threshold. Her mouth did not stop and she kept speaking in sign language. Even if Pei Qian deliberately did not look at her, she still enjoyed it. When he accidentally glanced at her, she became even more excited. Pei Qian said helplessly, You'd better speak again. It's better to be annoyed by you than have a headache. Guizhuzhou suddenly said, If one day I can't talk to you, you will always be annoyed whenever you think of me. Annoyed, 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 then you can remember more. Pei Qian looked at the smiling girl and was speechless. A man in a green robe sat at the threshold and gestured for Pei Qian to lie down. Qin Pingon sat beside Guizhuzhou and said with a smile, Young people are not allowed to say such things. Master didn't even say it, so how could it be your turn? (612) When Guizhuzhou returned home this time, she was no longer roaming the streets alone. She was no longer a stray cat on the wall of her neighbor's mansion on Yuhu Street. Because she had her master by her side, she was very well behaved. A familiar young man was leaning on the wall and asked with a smile, Lu Duan, why aren't you beating your opponent today? My swordsmanship has improved greatly in the past 2 days. I'm sure I'll succeed. I'll make you take a detour. Guizhuzhou raised her head and asked blankly, Who are you? The young man saw Guizhuzhou secretly winking at him and quickly disappeared. This was also Qin Pingon's first visit to the Guo family on Yuhu Street. Sword Immortal Guijia personally came out to welcome him. Qin Pingon only sent Guizhuzhou to the door and politely declined Guijia's invitation. After all, the hidden official's Luo Shan Sword Immortal was still watching him. The Ning residents did not care about this, but Sword Immortal Guijia and his family still cared. At the very least he should put on an act to show that he cared. Guijia pulled Guizhuzhou inside and asked casually, What did you talk about with your little senior sister over there? Guizhuzhou said, Father, even if you torture me I won't say a word. Who am I? I'm the daughter of the great Sword Immortal Guijia. If I shouldn't say anything I won't say anything. Guijia lowered his head and looked at his smiling daughter. Guijia patted her little head and said, No wonder they say a grown daughter can't be kept at home. Father's heart aches for you. Guizhuzhou asked, But my mother isn't like that. She married father, but didn't she still protect her family? Father, you're really too much. Every time you're wronged by mother, you don't go to your master to pour out your grievances, nor do you go to your Sword Immortal friends to drink. Instead you go to your father-in-law's house and pretend to be pitiful. Mother is so annoyed by you. You still don't know, right? My grandfather has already looked for me in private and asked me to advise you not to go there anymore. He said that he's begging you, my son-in-law, to take pity on him. Guijia was already used to his daughter's heart-wrenching words. It was good to get used to it. Therefore his father-in-law should be used to it. They were a family, so there was no need to be polite. Gujia's originally gloomy mood brightened up a little. It was a good thing that he had come looking for him once. When he came to reason with him, he did not draw his sword. He was much luckier than that great sword immortal Yuqing. Of course he didn't draw his sword. He still had his sword on him. Deep in his heart, Gujia was actually very grateful to this person who had the highest level of swordsmanship in the world. Gujia also admired the young man just now. The disciples of the sage of literature seemed to be good at talking about things beyond words, and they were talking to people other than Gujia and the Guo family. Gujia had always hoped that his daughter, Lu Duan, would be able to go to the inverted hanging mountain to take a look. She wanted to learn from Ning Yao and go further to take a look. It wouldn't matter if she came back late. However, even though his daughter liked to be lively since young, she had never thought of sneaking to the inverted hanging mountain. Gujia had asked his wife to hint to his daughter, but his daughter said things that made him speechless. Guizhuzhou said that when she was young she spent a lot of effort to climb to the roof of her house. When she saw the moon on the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she wanted to touch it one day. In the end, when she grew up and went to the wall by herself, she realized that it wasn't like that. The moon was far away from the wall and she couldn't reach it. Therefore, she was not willing to take the long route. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was so high, she couldn't reach the moon even if she used all her strength to jump. If she went to the inverted hanging mountain, it would be even more impossible to reach it. It was meaningless. His visit this time was to hope that Guizhuzhou could officially become the disciple of his little senior brother, Qin Pingan. As long as Gujia agreed, Guizhuzhou would have to follow her senior brothers and sisters to the Patriarch Hall of the Aquarius Continent's Luopa Mountain to pay respects to the Patriarch. After that, she could stay in Luopa Mountain or travel to other places. If she really missed home, she could return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi later. Gujia felt that it was okay. Since his left and right asked, Gujia, who was a sword cultivator in the raw jade realm, didn't dare to disagree. The other sword immortals also couldn't find any reason to criticize. If they could, they would find his left and right to talk. However, Guizhuzhou suddenly said, "Father, on the way here, Master asked me if I wanted to go to his hometown and follow Big Senior Sister and the others to the vast world. I risked my life to defy Master's order and refused. Don't you think I'm very brave? Am I very heroic?" Gujia sighed in his heart and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you agree? There are many rules in the vast world for apprenticeship. We can't compare with them here. If you don't agree, you don't even need to kowtow. You just need to make a toast. You still have to go to the Patriarch Hall to pay respects to the statue and offer incense. There are many complicated formalities. If you want to become the direct disciple of Qin Pingan, you have to do as the Romans do." Guizhuzhou shook her head. "When Master returns to his hometown, I'll follow him. If I leave, who will take care of Father's flower garden?" Gujia tried his best to keep a straight face and earnestly advised, "Next time you hit mosquitoes and flies, don't use your sword skills. Don't cut the flowers and plants together." Guizhuzhou said regretfully, "It's a pity that Big Senior Sister didn't want to give me the mountain walking stick. Otherwise, not to mention Father's flower garden, if even a mosquito or fly ran into the whole Guo mansion, Father, you will punish me and cut off my dog head." After Gujia separated from his daughter, he went to see the flower garden. After his daughter became a disciple, she ran to the Ning mansion all day long. She didn't take care of the flower garden so carefully, so the flowers and plants were particularly lush. Gujia stood alone in a pavilion full of flowers. He looked at the round and neat flower bed scenery, but he could not feel happy. If the flowers were good and the moon was round, everything would be perfect. How could people live a long life? So Gujia would rather the flower garden be broken and people reunited. In the Ning mansion, Ning Yao was still in seclusion. Pei Qian was asking Nurse Bai about the fist technique. Xianxia was practicing the stance, using the abundant sword intent between heaven and earth to sharpen the fist intent. Chao Qinglang was cultivating. Cui Dongshan pulled Brother Nailan to drink with him. After Qin Pingan left Gujia and Yuhu Street, he went to the wine shop that was getting bigger and bigger. According to the old rules, the shopkeeper didn't fight with the customers for territory. He just squatted by the side of the road and drank. Unfortunately, Fan Dach was not kind. He drank the rest of the money in one go, so he had to pay the bill with the young man Jiang. Jiang Chu gathered his courage and said that he and Sister Dai Zhang had recently advanced their salary and could treat Mr. Qin Pingon to a pot of bamboo sea cave wine. Qin Pingon didn't agree, saying that it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare to. He didn't want to ruin his excellent reputation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As a scholar, how could he not care about his reputation? Jiang Chu continued to take care of the customers, thinking that a scholar like Mr. Qin who didn't care about his reputation couldn't do it. Qin Pingon leisurely drank the wine and shared 2 bowls of wine with his fellow Taoist friends. Then he got up and went to the 2 new walls to look at the names and contents of the wushu boards. Qin Pingon carried the small stool to the corner of the street and waved the green bamboo branch with all his strength. He shouted like a storyteller under the city's bridge. Feng Kangle was the first to run over. He didn't have time to pick up the clay pot that was getting heavier and heavier. The child whispered in the ear of the second shopkeeper and roughly explained his difficulties. He asked the second shopkeeper to be tactful and not say anything wrong. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. As a reward, he asked Feng Kangle to go around the streets and attract audience for him. After receiving the promise that the second shopkeeper wouldn't expose him, Feng Kangle patted the second shopkeeper's shoulder heavily and gave him a thumbs up, saying that he was a good brother and was loyal to his friends. Qin Pingon glanced at Feng Kangle, and the child immediately patted the second shopkeeper's shoulder lightly. Then Feng Kangle ran and shouted at the top of his lungs, saying that the story of the scholar beating the drum and wronging the city god pavilion was finally about to begin. The storyteller waited until he was surrounded by people and rubbed a handful of melon seeds from the little girl beside him. Then he began to tell the story of the mountain god bullying men and women and forcefully marrying beautiful women. The scholar finally reunited after going through hardships. However, when he talked about how domineering the mountain god was and how powerful he was, Lord Xingwang actually had thoughts of retreating after hearing the scholar cry out for injustice. The group of children were unhappy and started to clamor for rebellion. What were you doing earlier? Just the name of the day and night wandering god, the civil and martial judge and the iron chain general. What merits did they have when they were alive? Why were they able to become the city god deity after they died? What was written on the inscribed board? How mighty was Lord Xingwang's official robe? Just these trivial matters. The second shopkeeper talked about it for so long. In the end, the second shopkeeper, said that Lord Xingwang, who had countless ghost envoys and a strong army under his command, was actually unwilling to uphold justice for the poor scholar? Qin Pingon realized that he had finished eating all the melon seeds in his hand. He wanted to turn around and beg the little girl for some more. He didn't expect that the little girl would turn around and for the first time, not give him any more melon seeds. Feng Kangle didn't care if the second shopkeeper would expose him. He said that he didn't even dare to knock on the door to see the person at that time. He gave Qin Pingon a punch and said angrily, "No, no, no, you can either directly tell the ending or change to a more straightforward story to tell. Otherwise, I won't come back in the future. You can sit here alone and drink the northwest wind." The rest of the children all nodded. Sure enough, those sword immortals who drank wine had good eyesight. The second shopkeeper's heart was really black. It was better not to listen to such a vexing story of mountains and rivers. The second shopkeeper raised the bamboo stick with one hand and put 2 fingers together on the other hand, shaking it like a sword flower. He shook it a few times and asked, "The last time I mentioned the city god temple, does anyone remember the half of the couplet on the main door?" A youth said, "It's the one that says, 'Pray for a conscience to control me, be a good person. In the day the world is big, do a good deed and be at ease. At night, a bed, the soul is settled and the dream is stable.'" Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. The youth asked, "Previously I asked you why you didn't tell me the other half. You only said that the mysteries of heaven couldn't be revealed. Now you can't keep us in suspense, right?" Qin Pingon said, "I'll keep you in suspense. Don't be anxious. Let me continue to tell the story that is far from finished." Inside the Xingwang temple there was complete silence. Lord Xingwang stroked his beard and did not dare to speak. The civil and military judges as well as the wandering spirits were all speechless. At this moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the moon. There was no money in the human world to light a lantern, and the moon in the sky was no longer bright. The scholar looked around and was completely disheartened. He only felt that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. He was destined to not be able to save the woman he loved. Living was worse than death. Feng Kangol and the rest of the children were all worried to death. What was going on over at How Ran World? Now that there were so many people listening to the story, there were more and more. Your second shopkeeper only knew how to embarrass me, Feng Kangol. In the future, how would he be able to mingle in the Jianghu? It was your second shopkeeper who said that the Jianghu was actually divided into small and big ones. You should first walk well in the small Jianghu beside your home. Qin Pingon slapped his knee. At this critical moment, I didn't expect that at this moment when the scholar's life was hanging by a thread, outside the Xingwang temple that was shrouded in darkness, an extremely small speck of light suddenly appeared. Lord Xingwang suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily, loudly saying, "My friend is here, this matter isn't difficult." Lord Xingwang, who had a smile on his face, walked around the desk and walked down the stairs with large strides. He stood up and went to welcome the scholar. When he brushed past the scholar, he softly said something. The scholar was skeptical, but he followed Lord Xingwang out of the Xingwang Pavilion's main hall. "Judges, do you know who the visitor is? Could it be that the evil mountain god has personally come to denounce the scholar? Or is it someone else who has graced us with his presence?" In the end, there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. "How do you foresee this matter?" The little girl suddenly reached out her hand hurriedly and passed a handful of melon seeds to the storyteller. "Don't break it down next time. Tell me today. I have melon seeds. There are many more." The young man who said half of the contents of the couplet on the city god temple's main door said angrily, "Don't beg him. If he doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. After listening to this story, I won't come back in the future anyway." The storyteller took the melon seeds from the little girl's hand and rubbed the bamboo stick with all his might. If you look closely, in the blink of an eye, that tiny speck of light actually grew bigger and bigger. Not only that, more specks of light soon appeared. One by one, they gathered together like a new bright moon. These specks of light streaked across the night sky and broke through the sea of clouds when they encountered the sea of clouds. It was like the path of immortals, and it was even higher than the 5 peaks. On the ground, the Taoist cultivators of the Day Dragon Snake sect and the commoners in the market all woke up from their dreams. They went out to open their windows and looked up. What they saw was amazing. When they opened their windows, they opened their windows. "Don't rush me, don't rush me. I'll eat a few melon seeds first." After eating the melon seeds, Qin Pingon continued, "The closer he got to the city god temple, the louder the sound of thunder became. It was as if a deity was beating a drum above his head. He was worried that the lord of the city god temple was in cahoots with the mountain deity. However, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He hoped that there would be someone who would be willing to help him seek justice. Even if he couldn't get justice in the end, he would be willing. The path of the human world is not messy. The hearts of others will comfort my heart." Around the small bench, everyone held their breaths and listened attentively. The scholar couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his eyes. The light was indeed becoming more and more dazzling. It was to the extent that the scholar, who was only an ordinary person, couldn't look at it. Not only the scholar, even the lord of the city god temple and the assistant official were the same. They couldn't look directly at the great light between heaven and earth. Guess how big the light was? It directly illuminated the area within 100 miles of the city god temple. It was as if the sun was hanging in the sky. How could a mere mountain deity cause such a scene? Feng Kangol asked tentatively, "Could it be the sword deity that was passing by?" The little girl who was sitting on the bench beside Feng Kangol nodded vigorously. "Of course. Mr. Qin said that the sword deities all had a clear heart. Their swords emitted light." Qin Pingon said, "That's right. It was the sword deity that went down the mountain to travel the world. But it wasn't just that. The leading young sword deity in fluttering white clothes was the first to arrive at the city god temple. He kept his flying sword and stood still. Coincidentally, this person's surname was Feng and his name was Kangol. He was a new sword deity that rose to fame in the world. He loved to be chivalrous and walk the Jianghu with his sword. There was a small clay jar tied to his waist that made a clanking sound. Coincidentally, there was a beautiful female sword deity beside this sword deity. Her name was Xianxia. Every time she went down the mountain on her sword, she liked to keep some melon seeds in her sleeves. It turned out that every time she met an injustice at the foot of the mountain, she would eat some melon seeds after she solved the injustice. If someone was so grateful that they shed tears of gratitude, this female sword deity wouldn't ask for money. She only needed to give some melon seeds. Feng Kangol was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he quickly straightened his back and almost burst into tears. He said excitedly, "This story is too exciting." The young lady named Zhou Xian was a little embarrassed. Her face was flushed red and she was a little guilty. She had brought too few melon seeds today. The storyteller continued, "Whoosh whoosh whoosh." There were sword deities landing on the ground continuously. Each of them was graceful and at ease. The men were either handsome or had a shocking aura. The women were either beautiful like flowers or full of vigor. Therefore, even the city god elder, who knew what was going on, but didn't know enough, was a little frightened. The rest of the assistant officials and ghost envoys were even more agitated. Each of them bowed with their hands in front and didn't dare to raise their heads to look. They were extremely shocked. Why could they see so many sword deities in one breath? They saw that among those famous sword deities, other than Feng Kangol and that Zhou Xian, there was also that Zhou Shuiting Zhao Yuzhen Ma Xiang. Just the names alone were a long list. During this time, the storyteller even looked at an unknown child. That child anxiously shouted, "I'm called Charcoal." The storyteller then added a sword deity named Charcoal. And that youth Zhao Yuzhen, who heard his name, grinned, but his face quickly turned serious. If the storyteller's next story had sword deity Zhao Yuzhen, then he would listen. If not, then he still wouldn't listen. How would he know if there was sword deity Zhao Yuzhen with the same name? The shabby alley youth Zhao Yuzhen naturally had to listen to the next story before he knew if there was one. Actually, after that, the story was still full of twists and turns. The children were still picking and choosing, listening to what they liked and wanted to hear. No matter what, beside the bench and in the distance, there was still a person who didn't leave. After listening to the complete story of the mountains and rivers, that scholar and his lover finally got married. All the sword deities came to congratulate him. The scholar and the woman he admired, after going through many hardships and difficulties, finally got married. From then on, they were happy and the story ended. Not only that, the children and the young man and woman who usually left after the story ended didn't leave immediately this time. This was a very rare thing. But this time, the storyteller didn't say anything other than the story. He just looked at them and smiled. A story is a story. Stories in books aren't just stories on paper. You actually have your own stories. The more you read, the more it will be like this. In the future, I won't be here as a storyteller. I hope that if there's a chance in the future, you can be a storyteller and I'll listen to your stories. Qin Pingon picked up the small bench and stood up. A child asked timidly, "Mr. Qin, are you going back to your hometown?" Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. "Oh, I'll stay here. But I'm not a storyteller who only tells stories to deceive people. I'm also not an accountant who sells wine to make money. So I'll have a lot of things to do." Qin Pingon walked away. After walking for a while, he suddenly turned around with a smile. "How's the prophecy?" Many of the children who had already stood up and moved away roared with laughter. There were only sparse echoes, but their voices weren't soft. "Listen to the next story." Qin Pingon smiled and muttered to himself, spare for now." Pei Qian practiced martial arts diligently, just like when she was in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. She was afraid that one day her master would suddenly drive her away. Luopa Mountain was very good, but as long as her master wasn't there, it wasn't good enough. Today, Grandma Bai didn't want to use her strength to teach her martial arts. It was probably because she didn't eat enough. But Pei Qian didn't think it was okay because she felt that she was about to break through the bottleneck of the 4th level. This made Pei Qian very happy. She couldn't stop smiling and talked with Grandma Bai for a long time. Pei Qian felt that she could finally confidently stay in the Great Wall of Sword Qi for a few more days. She didn't expect that before she could report the good news to her master would bring Cui Dongshan down from the pavilion of the dragon beheading platform and come to the training field. She said that they could leave for their hometown now. Pei Qian looked at the big white goose. The big white goose shook its head helplessly. There was no other way. Master had already made up her mind. Little brother couldn't change her mind. Pei Qian didn't make a scene. She didn't dare and didn't want to. She silently followed her master to her house to pack her luggage. She carried her small backpack and took her walking stick. It was winter. Why was the sun so bright? It would be great if there was a heavy rain. Then they could leave Ning Mansion later. It would be good to hide from the rain at the gate for a while. Chao Qinglang was also holding her walking stick and carrying her bag. She appeared at the gate of the house with Master Zhong. Qin Pingon left Ning Mansion with them. They walked all the way to the gate where the old female Taoist priest and the old sword fairy were guarding. However, Cui Dongshan went somewhere else halfway. He said that he would meet them at the Stork Inn on the inverted mountain. Qin Pingon stopped. I won't send you off. Be careful. Pei Qian lowered her head. Chao Qinglang gave her master the seal. Qin Pingon accepted it with a smile. Pei Qian raised her head and said softly, Master, I left something on Master's wife's table. Remember to tell her when she comes out of seclusion. Qin Pingon nodded. I won't forget. When you go back to Luopa Mountain, tell Muanshu and Meili about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Don't just show off and talk nonsense with them. Tell them what you want. Pei Qian's eyes were red. She nodded. I'll listen to Master. It was very strange. In the past, it was always her who stayed at the original place to send her master off. Only this time her master stayed at the original place to send her off. Instead, she felt even more sad. Then in the future, would she have to leave Luopa Mountain alone to wander the Jianghu? It was so pitiful to leave her master alone in Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon looked back and saw a little girl running over. Pei Qian was finally happy. She thought that if this little junior sister didn't take the initiative to come and see her, she would lose a lot. Guizhuzhou suddenly stood still. Then she jumped and landed beside Pei Qian. She smiled brightly. Little senior sister, I'm going to leave with Master. Cry for me. After crying you can be at ease. I'll be by Master's side to take care of him. Pei Qian couldn't cry even if she wanted to. She took out the small empty box and handed it to Guizhuzhou. She said, Let's make it clear. I'm lending it to you, not giving it to you. The next time we meet you can't give me a tattered little bamboo box. There can't be any damage to it. If you don't agree, I won't even lend it to you. Guizhuzhou took the small bamboo box and carried it on her back. She nodded vigorously. Senior sister, don't worry. I look better with the small box on my back. If the small box could talk, it would definitely be smiling like a blooming flower. Even if it could talk, it wouldn't be able to talk. It's just being happy. Pei Qian stretched out her hand. Return the box to me. Guizhuzhou didn't answer. Instead she asked, Senior sister, can you also lend me the mountain walking stick? The small box and the mountain walking stick are a perfect match. I'll carry the small box every day and hold the mountain walking stick in my hand. I'll poke the bluestone slabs and yellow mud all over the streets and alleys. I'll never stop. Pei Qian felt wronged. She borrowed the small bamboo box and still wanted a yard after taking an inch. How could a junior sister be like this? She immediately turned to look at her master. Qin Pingon smiled. You can lend Guizhuzhou the mountain walking stick next time you see her. After returning your small box to her, I'll return her the mountain walking stick. Pei Qian raised her eyebrows at Guizhuzhou. Guizhuzhou nodded. Okay. Then Guizhuzhou pulled Pei Qian aside. The two girls whispered. Guizhuzhou gave Pei Qian a small wooden box, saying that it was a gift from the junior sister to the senior sister. Pei Qian didn't dare to accept it. She turned to look at her master. Her master smiled and nodded. Qin Pingon said to Zhong Qiu, Mr. Zhong, after you return to the vast heavens, you don't have to rush back to the Aquarius continent. You can bring them along to travel around the South Whirlpool continent. I have a friend called Lu Xianyang. However, Cui Dongshan probably won't accompany you. He still has a lot of things to do in his hometown. So, when you reach the inverted hanging mountain, borrow some divine money from him. It's nice to travel and study, but it's not good to just look at the scenery. Zhong Qiu smiled. I've already borrowed money from him once. It's no big deal to borrow money again. Qin Pingon said, During this trip I didn't think much about Mr. Zhong's martial arts cultivation in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I'm sorry. Zhong Qiu shook her head. Don't say such polite words to me. Qin Pingon didn't say any more polite words. Zhong Qiu finally said, No matter how good the logic is, there are times when it's wrong. It's not that there's a problem with the logic itself, but that people have too many difficulties and accidents. It's obvious that the same rice can raise different kinds of people. In the end, how many people like that bowl of rice? How many people have really thought about the taste of that bowl of rice? Qin Pingon nodded. I'll think about it more. Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. He wanted to say some comforting words. However, when he looked at the young man in green, he felt that it was unnecessary and didn't say anything. Pei Qian softly called out to her master and was speechless. Guizhuzhou carried the small bamboo box and started counting with her fingers. She was probably counting in her heart to see when her senior sister would cry. Pei Qian saw Guizhuzhou's actions from the corner of her eyes. She couldn't care less about being sad. This young lady was really annoying. Chao Qinglang and Mr. Zhongqiu bid farewell. Qin Pingon waved gently and then covered his sleeves with his hands. After seeing them off, Qin Pingon sent Guizhuzhou to the city gate. Then he drove the talisman boat and went to the top of the city wall. On the top of the city walls, Zhuozhua asked, "Have they all left?" Qin Pingon nodded. Zhuozhua frowned. "If you have something to say, say it." Qin Pingon missed the time when Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang were both here. Senior brother would be more polite to him. Qin Pingon said softly, "If I wanted senior brother to agree to Mr. Zhongqiu leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I shouldn't have rejected Boss Sword Immortal. I should have agreed to light my natal lamp at the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. This way, eldest senior brother won't have to worry about me staying here." Zhuozhua said, "Half of what you said? Who taught you that, our mister? Boss Sword Immortal has already told me everything. You're not even a sword cultivator. You can't even figure out how fast my sword is. Who gave you the courage to think about these messy things? How did you say that to Yu Zhuanfu? Are you just saying the truth for others to hear? The truth in your heart is extremely difficult to understand. How can you casually sell the wine and fan in the shop and not keep them for yourself and make money? I think it's better if we don't learn this kind of bullshit logic." Qin Pingon was speechless for a moment. Senior brother usually didn't talk much. Today he said so much. It seemed that he was really angry. It didn't matter. Qin Pingon already had a plan. No matter how busy Mr. is now that Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang are at Luopa Mountain, he will often visit. I believe that senior brother's martial nephews will tell Mr. Zhongqiu everything. Mr. will be happy to hear it. This time it was Zhuozhua's turn to be speechless. Qin Pingon changed the topic and asked, "Are there many people in the wilderness who haven't forgotten about the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Zhuozhua nodded. "Of course. But it's still useless." Qin Pingon asked again. "The two saints of Confucianism and Buddhism are guarding the two ends of the city. In addition, the saint of Taoism is guarding the sky. Are they all trying to maintain the Great Wall of Sword Qi so that it won't be contaminated, eroded, and transformed by the luck of the wilderness?" Zhuozhua said, "For the saints of the three sects, this is not an easy task. The saint of Confucianism, who was born as a Buddha, lost to Mr. in a debate and went to the secondary sage lineage. He is very knowledgeable, so don't think that the secondary sage lineage is bad. We scholars are most afraid of our own interests being damaged. We will scratch our hearts and lungs and resent everything. Don't think that all the Confucian disciples of the sage lineage are gentlemen and virtuous just because the sage lineage has a gentleman king." Qin Pingon shook his head. "It's not like you can't see the mountains for the trees. Tong Yi Continent's gentleman Zhong Kue was from the secondary sage lineage." Zhuozhua asked, "What did Cui Dongshan say before he left?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "It's just a trivial matter." After a long silence, Zhuozhua said slowly, "Back then, other than Mr. no one had seen Cui Dong when he was young. The few of us saw him. He was already a young man about your age." Qin Pingon suddenly said, "I still believe that this world will get better and better." Zhuozhua smiled. "It should be so." Qin Pingon turned his head and said, "Eldest senior brother, if you can smile more often, you're actually much more handsome than Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple." Zhuozhua asked, "Isn't it the same if you don't smile?" Qin Pingon smiled. "I think so, but I don't know what Wei Jin thinks." Zhuozhua nodded. "I'll ask later." Qin Pingon added, "It still depends on whether Wei Jin's answer is sincere or not." Zhuozhua nodded. "Makes sense." The two of them looked into the distance together. People who were familiar with each other went to different places. Just like today, Qin Pingon did the same. Not long ago, Qi Jinglong left the Great Wall of Sword Qi with the white-haired old man and some young sword cultivators of the Taihui sword sect. The people at the foot of the mountain were like this, and the immortals on the mountain were no exception. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was stolen by another year, and the flowers bloomed again in spring. This time Ning Yao's seclusion was leisurely, as if she had forgotten the winter and summer. In fact, this was the most common cultivation. Fan Dash still hadn't broken through, but his foundation in the Dragon Gate realm was getting better and better. He was completely familiar with the Ning mansion and the Yan family. Yan Ji now had the guidance of the family's chief consecrator, and his swordsmanship had improved a lot. Xianxia was still the licentious young master who always felt that the wall was coming to help him after drinking. Dong Huafu still bought things no matter where he went without spending money. The business of the Stack Cliff wine shop was still very good, and there were more and more nameplates hanging on the wall. It was said that Qi Shou had gone into seclusion. He had a high chance of becoming a nascent soul sword cultivator after coming out of seclusion. Pang Yuanji often went to the Stack Cliff wine shop to buy wine. This was because the shop had launched a new wine, the extremely strong burning knife wine. However, it was a little expensive. A flask of wine cost 3 snowflakes. Therefore, the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine that cost 1 snowflake did not decrease in sales. Instead, it increased in sales. However, Pang Yuanji did not lack money. Furthermore, his sword immortal friend, Gao Kuei, liked wine as well. Therefore, Pang Yuanji always felt that he was supporting half of the wine shop's burning knife wine business. Unfortunately, the manager, Lady Stackcliffe, had inherited the second manager's teachings. She became more stingy, and no matter how much wine she bought in one go, she would not be willing to spend a snowflake cheaper. She even blamed Pang Yuanji for buying so much. What would happen to the other sword immortals? She was willing to sell the wine because Pang Yuanji owed her a favor. Pang Yuanji was extremely distressed. He could drink any kind of wine, but Gao Kuei was a wine addict and had no money. Now that Gao Kuei was nurturing his intrinsic flying sword and had reached a critical juncture, he instantly went from a wealthy man to a pauper. This was a common occurrence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When one had money, they would have plenty of spare cash in their pockets. Without money, they would not even have a single copper coin left. They would have to scrounge up money and borrow from others. However, Pang Yuanji was most interested in the stinky tofu. He wanted to know when it would be sold. For some reason, the shop's helpers were no longer the 2 youths from Consonance Alley and Straw Hat Alley. Instead, there were 3 people. A young man, a young girl, and a tan child. They were all the manager's neighbors. However, the one who was nimble was the youngest. The drunkards and gamblers liked to tease this little guy. Despite his young age, he had a fiery temper. He did not care if you were a sword immortal or not. If you dared to take more pickled vegetables or yangchun noodles, he would roll his eyes at you. The pickled vegetables would still be served to the table or sent to the roadside, but the child would not be happy about it. From last winter to the beginning of spring this year, the second shopkeeper had been living in seclusion and rarely showed his face. Only Guizhujio, who was diligent in visiting, could occasionally see her master. When she saw her, she would ask why Big Senior Sister was not back yet. Now that she had developed feelings for the small bamboo box, the next time she saw Big Senior Sister, the box would definitely say that it liked the new and was tired of the old, so it would not return home. In the Ning mansion, Nailan Yeshing was a little nervous. He took the initiative to ask Bai Lianshuang, the old woman, if the young master's sword practice method was too impatient. Was it really okay? Nailan Yeshing did not have the heart to use his sword. Grandma Bai was also anxious. However, Miss was in seclusion. Who could she ask? Therefore, she asked Nailan Yeshing to go to the city wall to find the young master's senior brother. Nailan Yeshing thought that it was right. He went there, but the senior brother was even more ruthless. He said that if Senior Nailan felt that the young master's sword practice with the young master would delay the young master's return to the immortal realm, he could let the young master come to the city wall to practice. Nailan Yeshing left the city wall with a black face. Grandma Bai was guarding at the gate. When she heard Nailan Yeshing's angry words, she almost couldn't help but go to the city wall. Nailan Yeshing persuaded her for a long time before he stopped her. After persuading her, Nailan Yeshing was secretly happy in his heart. He was called Senior Nailan by Nailan Yeshing. Well, I'm going to drink. If the young master asked me to practice with the young master tomorrow, Don't blame me for being ruthless. If you drink too much, you won't be able to control the strength of your flying sword. After several large and small spring rains, there was a rising heat between heaven and earth. On this day Qin Pingon sat alone in the pavilion with his hands in his sleeves, leaning against the pavilion pillar and taking a nap. On the city wall Nalan Yeshing stood up, stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of his sword, and squinted his eyes to look into the distance. To the south of the city wall, thousands of miles of yellow sand covered the sky and the sun. The rolling sand was even higher than the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Like a tide hitting the shore, it went straight to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The monk sitting on the left and right of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the Confucian sage stretched out their palms at the same time and gently pressed the white fog. A Taoist sage holding a snow-white tail was sitting cross-legged at a very high place. When the old Taoist looked up, the sea of clouds under his feet opened layer by layer. There was a little girl with goat horns who had been yawning and lying on the city wall, staring blankly at a jug of wine that had not been opened. At this moment she was so happy that she rolled a few times and jumped up. Her eyes were shining and she shouted in a childish voice, "Those below the jade primitive realm, all leave the city wall. Those in the north who are strong enough, come and make up the numbers." Qin Qingdu slowly walked out of the thatched cottage with his hands behind his back. He came to the left and right side and gently jumped on the wall. He asked with a smile, "Do you want to keep the sword Qi for dinner?" The left and right side were silent, but they didn't draw their swords. They just stopped trying to restrain their sword Qi and moved forward. Outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the yellow sand seemed to have crashed into a wall and instantly turned into dust. It was difficult to get close to the city wall. Not only that, the invisible wall of Sword Qi continued to move south, and the rolling yellow sand was pushed back dozens of miles. Finally, the world became clear again and one's field of vision widened. Over at the northern side of the city, rays of dazzling sword light flashed. They all withdrew their swords and stopped on the southern side of the city. Finally, the sword Qi reached the city wall. Sword immortals were everywhere. Qin Qingdu left and right. Dong Senging Lord Hidden Official Qin Shi Qi Tingji Nalan Shaowei Old Deaf Lu Ji. Yu Qing Ning Lianyun Wu Qingpei Zhou Qing Mi Hu Mi Yu Sun Juan Gao Kuei Tao Wen Yen Family's Worshipped Immortal, Sword Cultivator Li Tumi, North Continent's Han Huizi, Aquarius Continent's Wei Jin, South Whirlpool Continent's Yuan Qingshu, Fuping Sword Lakes Gao Kai, Shao Yuan Dynasty's Wuxia. Qin Qingdu looked into the distance and chuckled. Now that I have that old fart backing me up, I'm much more courageous. There are so many fresh faces. Yes, there are quite a few of them. Those who have a seat in the mouse hole are almost all here. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.